Let's roll. ¡Córrete! Sí, la flash de mierda que tira esta concha. Negro del orto.
Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Throwing smoke. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. Forward! I throw the flashback. I'm planting the bomb. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. We must move. Flashbang.
Vai ter bada depois.
Throwing the flashbang. Smoke. Smoke. I'm throwing a grenade. Flashbang.
Pode vir, pode entrar B, entra B. Ah.
Planted. Bomb has been planted. Smoke. Grenade out. I'm throwing fire. I'm throwing a flashbang.
Jogue.
They cannot stop us now. Terrorists win.
Cuidado, cuidado. Vai pra B, vai pra B. Bombe B.
Together we can do it. Flashback. I'm throwing a flashback. Flashback. I'm throwing a grenade. Activating the bomb.
Plantei com o escudo. Vou chamar a atenção dele.
Déjalo pasar, no te muestres, porque te van a matar.
Ok.
Yes, yes, yes. Come on, let's go. Throwing the flashback. I'm throwing the flashback. Flashback. Smoke. I'm throwing a grenade. Throwing the flashback. Flashback.
Sí, Arguelita, la concha puta de tu madre. Encima te morís, no, sos horrible.
Vale. Ah, bom. Beleza?
Eco, amarillo. Hay dos de buenos.
This is what we have been waiting for. Yeah. Oh, Mira, you'll cry like babies before you die. Let's go. Smoke. Throw the decoy. And throw the flashback.
Foi. Não com certeza.
We will dance on your graves. You are stupid to think you will.
Vai andar morto. Cuidado do fundo.
You will all die. Let's show them who we are. Let's make this Reyes rain. Grenade. Flashbang.
Tem mesmo. Caixa gorda. Caixa.
There's no stopping us. Gear up.
Calma aí, calma aí.
Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang.
Tem um pouco morto.
Throwing smoke.
Defusam.
Defusing the bomb.
Agora.
Terrorists win. Easy peasy lemon squeeze.
Mano, eu tô tremendo de frio, cuzão. Sei lá que tá.
Roger that. Move! Decoy. Smoke. Grenade.
Se eu vou já escutar.
Tres corrieron fondo. Nadie va a fondo conmigo, solo una chupapija, boludo.
Smoke. Grenade out. Throwing fire. Throwing a grenade. Deploying flashbang.
Vai ter que cuidar do varanda, mano.
Diffusing. Get champion. Thank you. Move it, son. Incendiary out. Throwing smoke. Incendiary. Grenade out. Flashbang. Throwing flashbang.
Dois escuro.
Laying
Amigo,
down
¿por qué
smoke.
te vas? ¿Por qué te vas? No, no tenés down, amigo. Ay, si sos BR, ¿no? Tipo, no sé qué espero. Sos mono. Y
Tá
sí,
morto,
mirá.
mano. Vê só preta.
Tá fundo o último amarelo.
Tá morto, morto.
Tá lá dentro da já.
Grenade out.
Mirou.
Você não pegou a aba? Você não pegou a aba?
Varanda, varanda, varanda.
Pegava depois da sua, tá? Drop.
Go, go, go. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Flashbang. Throwing
Botei
flashbang.
mesmo.
Throwing a grenade. Laying down smoke.
Acho que vai ser pra B.
Vendei.
Incendiary out.
Boa.
Oh, it's a piece of cake, so it's...
Morri.
Go, go, go.
Cara, esse cara é chato, hein, mano?
Incendiary. Throwing fire. Grenade out. Throwing a grenade. Smoke. Grenade.
Joguei meio.
Throwing fire.
Escudo. Fica aí, meu. Varanda avançou.
Throwing smoke.
Escudo.
Throwing flashbang.
can we have tournaments in the future without this kind of head-to-head format? I mean, where they can just freely shout at each other. It's just too good.
Yeah, we need it. It's brilliant. Okay, so Vitality, they don't want to surrender just yet. So they just force up into this round. Risky, but I think given, you know, the fact that we're on Inferno, the 5.7s that they got a couple of there, I mean, those pistols are so lethal that you might as well give it a shot. Nice counter grenades coming out from Legacy, so we'll chip away at some of the Vitality setup here. But otherwise, really far back on A, so this is the tip of the spear for Vitality.
Yeah, these rounds are dangerous, although Flames has sustained quite some damage in this forward half-wall position. Lots of corners and close ranges for the TTs to work with. The flash does suggest that Vitality are looking to maintain that top banana presence, but they will void it. They are falling off further back into the site. And Legacy are resetting into top mid here. And the timing might actually be quite good because we get a floating player across to reinforce the B setup. So it's 3 on B here now for Vitality, leaving them weak at A.
Yeah, I kind of like everything about this at the moment. Shame they don't have a Molotov for the pit, but we'll see if they can defeat Rops. All he has here is the FAMAS, and it looks so easy. Just not even worth a conversation. Great headshots, and they're going to be saving the rest. I'll say this, I was genuinely confused that Legacy banned out Dust 2, just because in Dallas, not that long ago, they were playing Vitality on this map, and Legacy actually, you know, got up to 11 rounds. So I thought it was definitely going to be probably more leaning towards the Dust 2 kind of map. Very curious that they picked this one up, because they did get slaughtered last time around on this particular map. But the other thing that kind of annoys me about the fact that we're on Inferno for Legacy is just that on a lot of other maps, their T sides are so hard to read. They're one of these teams that sometimes will spread out, and they will end up sort of being able to attack maybe 2 or 3 different positions on the map all at once. And it's so hard to read for the CT side. And I think that's a lot harder to do on Inferno. Now, if they can still do it, then more power to them. But well, you could see in a round like this one, they're all very grouped up. It's very focused in one position. And I like that spread out T stuff. It's also risky, but it's fun to watch.
It is fun to watch. And, you know, Legacy have overall been a really fun team, I think, so far in this major.
Oh, yeah.
And they have had a really nice win, which was against 3D Max on this map. 3D Max, you know, no slouches at all. It was a 13-7 victory for Legacy, yes, which might go to explain their confidence in choosing this one against Vitality today.
I think you're right. Yeah, 3D Max, absolutely a dangerous team on any random day. I probably picks 3D Max to beat Legacy if I just, you know, had amnesia for the last, you know, 2 weeks. But, but let's see what happens here. Saiwu, very, very close to the wall. Gonna eat a bit of nade damage. Again, very insistent with the same 3-man setup as they flash their way out to try and take advantage of this saved M4. But yeah, the Vitality economy just not looking good at the moment. Messi's gonna get blown up at the start. And the pressure is back on again. So Legacy looking to make this a fairly quick 3-1 in their favor. If they can, then, again, Vitality not off to the best start.
No, certainly not. And Legacy in a great position where, you know, just keep things simple. They should be able to overwhelm a site. However, actually, Vitality are making the move across from the A site here to reinforce the B defense. Potentially, Duma might spot one of those 2 players. Again, the timing is there. Duma did spot that, but in comes the push preemptively from the Vitality defense, trying to make this a little bit trickier for Legacy, but that's not really going to work out. 4 players still up for Legacy. They are actually doing a great job keeping the strength of numbers onto the side.
Yeah, I even like the little detail there with Dumao. He was dancing around the MAC-10 for a minute. He knew that he was going to find Saiwu at the corner, but he wanted to wait until his teammates were a little bit closer on the other side. Saiwu, one of those players, obviously. You give him even just a tiny bit of space to play with. You know, you give him a chance to get one fight and reset for the next one, then he can do a lot, even with low health and an M4. You just never really know. Rops here, looking for the headshot, not going to be able to land it, and doesn't matter what Flames does any longer. Unless he can find an AK, that would be fun to bring into the next round, but it will be a 3-1 lead. And those of you who've been watching the, you know, earlier stages where, you know, many people, both in stage 1 and 2, had Legacy in their 0-3. I think I probably did for at least the first one, maybe even the second. you're going to start to get a bit of a sense of, you know, of deja vu. Just saying, all right, wait a minute, is this happening again? Are they actually going to be able to return? Possibly end the Vitality industry?
Just no, Anders. Just no. But what if? But what if?
But what if? It's going to be such a big community discussion about whether or not this counts as an ending of the streak, because people, like all the Vitality fans are going to say, no, it's not a best of 3, it doesn't count. I think it counts. I don't care.
Well, this is a great start for Legacy, and we get a buy from Vitality. No AWP present for Vitality, just maintaining as many grenades as possible here to strengthen the defense, be able to delay the attackers a bit better. But we have a different look, more of a default, where we have the apartments control that has actually been worked on really thoroughly here. Very quickly, Nissim is up in the deepest position, almost at balcony.
This is such a sick setup if they can just get one flash over the middle here. There's nobody holding pits. This double quad position that Vitality are in right now, it's so vulnerable if you lose the apps position here. Molotov comes out, a little bit of a nice swing actually. Robs turning the corner at lightning speed, but you could see Sai with just a free kill. Nissim walking out. There's just no indication that's going to happen. And now they're flooding onto the bomb site from that short position. Under a minute here. And I guess it's a good reposition, all things considered. Messi still does go down, and Apex next to fall. Where's the coordination? They had Robs back here, and even if Legacy knew that he's in there somewhere, which they definitely do, still, you want to see him, like Robs and Messi, and then Apex try to find some way to put pressure on at the same time, instead of what just happened.
And I have to, now that we have Vitality saving, I have to say what a genius play it was. From Nissim especially, like finding that quick timing into apartments. Firstly, finding that timing, if there is a setup there, that's going to slow you down a lot. But Nissim took the risk, saw, hey, there's no setup here, and then waited in that balcony position. Because if he goes further and just tries to push out, if there's a pit setup or a site setup, that position is not going to be great by itself. But if it's a short setup, like you said, Anders, which it was, what is that vulnerable to? It's extraordinarily vulnerable to the balcony push at the same time. So his teammates come up to confirm the positioning, allowing him the incredible kill onto Zai, who had no idea, and then he's in the site. That's a ridiculously awesome play that's consistent. They confirm it off of the info. That's not random stuff from Legacy. This is great Counter-Strike, and that's going to give them a 4-1 lead.
It's also a crazy round to do this in because of the fact that every other round they've been playing very nearly double pit position there on the CT side, which means that Nissim's play would have been just completely cancelled almost immediately. So just very, very cool to see Legacy pull this out exactly at the right time. If you're Vitality, you're going to feel so red. You'll feel like, how on earth could they have known that? Which is a great question all on its own. Round number 6. Again, we have had no good economy rounds yet for Vitality. That means no AWP on Saiwu, just the grenades are going to be lacking. Everything is falling apart right now for the Vitality side. But for Legacy, they're showing incredible strength early on. They did it in the first couple of stages, and a lot of people said that's all fine and good, but now they're playing the best team in the world, so this is going to be absolutely the end of the ride for them in terms of having this much momentum, but they're not, they don't care about that part. They're just playing Counter-Strike.
Yeah, and Legacy, they are doing a really good job in the Inferno fundamentals so far. This is definitely like a very easy criticism that we often levy against teams that are on Inferno, that maybe play more of a gambly style. They don't understand how to play the info style correctly, that's really how Inferno was what it's all about. And the CTs right now really having to guess because they don't have utility, they don't have a great buy situation. Stacking 3 towards this B site with that typical stack there. And Legacy, they have that top mid player that gives an option to actually rotate back as well. Run a fake, there's lots of work that Legacy can do with that.
1M4 at the back of the site here for Flames. That's alright, just running in there, Dumao. They're going to be able to trade up Flames. You could tell that was going to happen. It just took a long time there before he got the first fight, and they were already on the site. 5 seconds left, but there is nobody to stop the bomb, and Lux is here. No retake was ever going to be done, even if he loses the fight there. If Cywood kept on marching on to try and take that fight, he's going to get shut down, so he sticks around for it here. Robs is going to keep, but he's in the pit far away, and he's already given up on the round. So a 5-1 lead. Legacy, it's such great work. I mean, they do end up attacking the site where there were sort of 3 people in the area, but the utility use and the spacing between that early, you know, the early hit there, getting enough people on the side so that Flames couldn't fight them one at a time, it all works out really well. So we're trying to make it very expensive, which, fair play. He gets a little bit of damage to Mao. Yeah, too close to the bomb, and actually Nissim survives on 1 health. It's a nice attempt from Saiwu.
Yeah, really impressive stuff out of Legacy here. And, you know, Zyro taking any value he can. Gotta respect it. And we will finally get the AWP in play. So that for Vitality should change fundamentally, of course, how they can play the map and just the AWP presence itself. It changes Legacy have to respect it. How they decide to clear angles, corners, and how they peek things will change fundamentally. So we'll see a shift as we move into this next round. But that isn't to say that Legacy can't win this next round. And if they were to do that and Vitality's economy remains crippled, that's going to be a very, very challenging scenario for the best team in the world.
Yeah, I am beyond curious what's going to happen here. That shot from Dubao was interesting, but yeah, this AWP, let's see how they actually use it. They could just be looking for a kill in the middle. That might be one of the easier ways, just to kind of stabilize the game a little bit for themselves. I feel like he's breaking the microphones. Yeah, so peek down the middle. They just want to try and make it an early 4-on-5, but already smoked off here. Still, very similar setup. Vitality's so insistent on this early 3-man position. It looks like they're going to flash their way out to try and take a little bit more control of it. They blow open the smoke as well, but they don't find anyone here. Dumao, even as he steps on the grenade, still going to be absolutely fine with it. And I think they might have a bit of a read, right? You see where that flash is coming from, so you know that something is up. And now they're pushing down towards the pit. Rops is holding. If he dies, this round is over. And it's Nissim with a headshot immediately. They can't know what is going on. Sansin, I don't even know how he gets the shot on the Saiwu.
Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Forcing an insta-save here for the remainder of Vitality. I mean, that's kind of a pot shot. You know, you might as well, you can kind of line that one up with the top of the wall. So, you know, if there is someone standing there, I guess you might as well take the shot. And seemingly there was the read that, hey, there could be someone standing there. And Sadson absolutely is going to have that one. So that's going to be, imagine, you know, you're Zyro, you've just picked up the AWP and that's how you die. That is not fun.
So, I'll tweet this later on. I actually have a whole bunch of clips that I found of Sadson doing this, but on Mirage in the middle, where he just gets timing shots on people in the window, and he's done it in a couple of other maps. I think I found it on Nuke at some point too. It's very weird how like, it's definitely something that I've noticed, but I can't, how do you explain that? Like, obviously you can get the lineup, but what a weird time to just be focused on that. It works out. Mezzi in the church, quite possibly praying a little bit because Legacy are coming for him, and he'll end up going down. They'll save one M4.
Oh my goodness, the pop-off is actually wild. But I mean, wouldn't you be popping off your 6-1 up against Vitality? Against 3D Max, it was a 5-round lead before they finally, on the T side, before Legacy lost a round. They've now improved on that.
Wow. They actually blew it open. You almost couldn't see that from his point of view. From the other side, you can't see that some of the smoke is missing. That probably is accidental. I feel like there's no way the science can go that hard that you know how to one-way with the HE like that. But it looked like a one-way from Cyber's point of view. Nice little flick attempt there from Rops, but it doesn't really work out. It reveals his position, so he's going to try and relocate. But yeah, welcome to the Major Vitality. You're playing Legacy in the opening stage. Many people said probably a free win here. Vitality's no problem. This will be different, you know. Yeah, Falcons lost, but it'll be something else now. Not the case. Legacy showing up. It's a nice flick there. Saiwu, just a little adjustment. Mezzi will still go down as they are in a 2 versus 3, and Robs is just so far away picking up an AK, so this is on Saiwu to try and see if he can steal the round back. A wallbang attempt not going to happen, and now that the bomb is planted, they don't have a kit. And unfortunately, these rifles are so valuable for Vitality. Do you really want to risk it?
It's so tough. It really is. And if only Messi had just gotten that extra kill on the site there, that would really have made all the difference, I think. But they're going to have to get this one up again, and this is it's looking quite tragic indeed. And so many kills have been found through smoke so far from the Legacy side. It's actually the amount of smoke kills where Vitality haven't had the chance to even shoot back, it's outrageous. And I'm starting to wonder, Anders, you know, do we have like a counter of like between all of the maps in the Counter-Strike map pool? How many times has it been Inferno where horrible things have happened? You know, streaks broken, you know, majors lost, you know.
I mean, definitely, it must be something, because for a while it was the ultimate third map, right? So,
yes.
So there definitely is a bit of a history of something like this, but I don't know, I feel like this is... We were all joking about it, what if, but it was more sort of like, yeah, but it's not really gonna happen. But it really is. Legacy. An impressive start. T-side on Inferno, and they're up 7-1. Vitality, where are they? We need somebody to step it up, Brown. In terms of anything, I need some more kills here. Rops has got 6, Cyber's got 6, and then it kind of goes down from there. I would still say if Vitality get, you know, even 4 rounds on this first half, it's still competitive. You can't really count them out, but it is obviously a bit of a shell shock at the beginning of it. We're round number 9 here, and still plenty of time as they exchange a couple of more grenades. Are they just gonna go back to that B bomb site? It looks like Vitality are looking for this 4-1 split. So a new setup for the defense, trying to see if they can preempt what might be going on.
Absolutely. Yeah, forcing Legacy to make a move at the moment. 50 seconds left. Legacy not moving a muscle into that top mid position. You would normally, I think, if you're Vitality, you're expecting a default, you'd expect it to be now. Vitality are clearing top mid, so they understand, likely, what is going on. Especially with those nades, and now they're going to float another player over to assist in this B defense.
That is a very nice grenade. And you're right, clearing top mid is so important. That's a really important timing for them. Apex still goes down. It's just the smoke. They have the people here. 3-man defense. They already rotated over. It just doesn't matter. It's not enough.
Okay. I feel like if you're gonna make a meme of this game, it's just that the bit of the graphic when you on the kill tracker when it's like AK and then the smoke.
Yeah.
Because all of the kills, all 3 kills had that in this round as well. So it's getting kind of crazy. Obviously that's gonna happen on a map like Inferno, but another excellent round there from Legacy, keeping things really simple.
I can't believe what I'm seeing. Oh, the mages are so crazy. Vitality now going to be down 8-1. Their win streak on the line, and their debut at the major suddenly going to be, you know, tainted and colored by all of this stuff. And Legacy are just having such a great time. Stumal with a 9-3 scoreline. Had so many entries. Incredible impact.
I mean, Legacy are playing really well. They are hitting very hard. And we're going to get their first timeout coming on through, and definitely necessary. Vitality's not a team that, you know, they're a team that are strong in every single category. If you're looking at the RPG stat sheet, you're making the character, everything's maxed out. So, and that is inclusive of, you know, dealing with pressured scenarios and everything else. They're a very, very strong team. There aren't really any weaknesses, obvious weaknesses for Vitality. So I don't think this is going to be throwing them off. I legit think Legacy are just playing very, very well right now and getting the better of some of the variants.
I mean, they obviously are. But some of these shots are...
Exactly. But to be honest, see, Apex is calling it out. But at the same time, you can see the logic of those shots, the placement, because you know that the CTs are going to try to find a spot to swing as you're scaling into the site.
Yeah.
So playing inside on the edge of a smoke, that does make sense. It's just not always the case you'll just instantly kill that person.
Okay. More great grenades, but the fact is we've seen this before. Like, the utility damage has not been that bad really for Vitality. It just doesn't seem to make a difference. What have they got for us? Best Vitality could do now is an 8-4 first half finish, which I'm gonna hold on to this thought. If they get 4 rounds here, I still think Vitality are perfectly capable of bouncing right back, and it could be so quick as well. So if you're Legacy, just don't even give them a slight opportunity. Just crush them now that they are feeling a little bit, you know, dazed and confused. Just keep it going here. They're going to be pushing towards Rops, and he does have some backup in the library, but it's pretty far away. Knife out as they try to run in. They were hoping the flashbang would do the work, but it doesn't. He's playing a little bit too far forward there, and this one will be a clean-up. Mezzi with the double as well. And Lux hoping to, well, I don't even know what to do here. I guess they won't hunt him that much. They don't really have the money for it. But yeah, I think all of that was predicated on the fact that they were going to get that sick flash to begin with.
Yeah, and I don't think this is, you know, that horrible for Legacy in a way, because I almost feel as though it was becoming more and more obvious that they were targeting the B site, which makes sense because their entries, their pathing, their pace into that B site has been really good this whole half so far. So you have to, you know, you have to dabble in an A play here or there. And they weren't as fortunate this time as one of his previous A plays, where we saw that excellent play from Nissim coming out of the balcony to punish the quad setup. So now, you know, the question is, do Legacy go back to more of the B stuff, where they're also able to kind of make it look obfuscated? Give that question to Vitality, where Vitality will have to play a bit more aggressive, take some risks to confirm the play.
I think the only criticism for me there was maybe the spacing between those two players. I don't even mind if the first guy's going to run in with a knife and just, you know, try to be hard to hit, essentially. But I wish the second guy was a little bit closer behind. You can see one flash going over there that doesn't really do that much. And yeah, you can see there's just a second. I mean, we're really nitpicking here, but still, 8-2. AKs are picked up on the CT side. Let's see if one round is enough to get Vitality back into the swing.
Yeah, they start off with 3 on B yet again. And I don't... Okay, there we go. So some of the variants going the way of Vitality for a change. Zywoo with the kill through the half field. The challenge, though, from Satsin is brutal onto Flames. I don't know if he was ready for that or not, but Satsin certainly was. Gets the kill top, Banana, and they're going to fall off into the top mid take now.
Yeah. Nissim edging it out. It's a very nice kill on the rocks. Oh, and Mezzi's on the other side. Good double spray down, but that still loses on the bomb site. There is a smoke. Oh, it's actually stolen away from that kill onto Rops. So now they can smoke off the library position, which they will. Without that, they would have had to face Zywoo, which you definitely don't want to do at this stage. 2v2, the bomb has been brought in. And let's see where they actually decide to plant it as well. There are no more nades on that T side at the moment, so gonna be planted inside of the corner. Trying to hit that shot, and oh, nice crouching. It's Apex finding his 4th kill of the map and leaving Lato in a very hard clutch here. 1 versus 2. He's already tanked up a little bit here, waiting for the peak. It's going to be a Molotov to try and set it up here, and Apex going down, and he just wants to spray on through. He gets the clutch against Zywoo. A massive victory.
Incredible stuff there from Lato. You could see the cogs whirring in his mind. He knew precisely what he had to do. And that is one, I think, maybe the only 2v2 post-plant clutch for Vitality that looked very doable. I mean, generally, these rounds, they don't get to have a retake clutch attempt. So to lose one of these is heartbreaking for them.
Yeah, you're right. It's one of the better looking rounds for Vitality, where they actually are a man up. Oh, you're seeing stress. You're seeing it all right now. How crazy is this? Legacy, in some sense, could have not even been at the major. And here they are in the 3rd stage, looking to beat the best team in the world. Flames does get a bit of a double, but 5 versus 3 now. And this is the 12th round, so Nissim is trying to sneak on through. Actually waiting. Thought maybe he wanted to keep going for a B split, but he was hoping to surprise somebody in that short position. And just given what we've seen in the tournament already, we don't want to throw this word around too easily, but this should be unlosable for Vitality. In fact, I'll happily say it. If they lose this one, it would be historic.
Well, of course, you know, the last series they actually lost was way back January 24th against Aurora, that was then known as Eternal Fire. So we have to, you know, you have to scroll down pretty far in HLTV to find that one.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Creeping up there. Rops looking to sandwich them as they get grenades. A classic grenade goes over the wall and onto the car. Satsin just wants to push on forward. He's just going to be Lato out here. And the final round looking a little bit better. Messi with a couple of kills. And welcome to the major here. Vitality a little bit shell-shocked. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, and it's the third stage of the Blast Austin Major. We have Vitality versus Legacy on Inferno for a best of one, and you are not hallucinating. It's real. It's Legacy leading 9-3 in the first half. They've somehow found a way to crush Vitality in the opening half here. Second half's going to be coming up now. Legacy on the CT side, and if they win the pistol, it is almost certainly over for Vitality. Let's see what the best team in the world can do to start off a little bit better. Now, I know they love a pit execute on this one. They have some great Molotovs they like to throw in there, but they don't have any Molotovs right now on the T side, so probably going to be something a little bit different here for the Vitality squad.
Okay. A bulk of the T's for Vitality making their way up towards that A site. Apex tests. He tests Banana and he gets destroyed. Okay, well that's going to trigger Vitality now to move up towards the A long position. They might find themselves in just moving through the gaps here.
Look at this double apartments as well. I wonder if Legacy knew that it was going to be potentially a pit setup. So that up here where they can't really be Molotov. Oh, they spotted it out. It's a good bit of information for Nissim. Backup is being called for by Saiwu. A decisive headshot as he takes them down. Bomb being planted. Sanson gets one, and the duelist, he actually hits one more headshot to take down Saiwu. That looked like it was just a stray bullet that catches him in the back, and now Messi and Flames, a 2v3 to hold on. They must win this round. It's not even a question for Vitality. If they want a chance to bring this one back and survive against Legacy, it has to happen, but the fight continues, and knives are out. Laddo with the shots, and Legacy to win the pistol on the second half.
The 30-match win streak that Vitality have currently is in danger, critical danger, losing the pistol as well. They did win the pistol on the first half. They lost the second round, Vitality, after winning that first half pistol. Let's not forget. That second kill onto Saiwu with the dualies there from Sadzin is absolutely criminal.
I wish I knew Portuguese. Let's go. So 10-3, round number 14. And for Vitality, with the bomb plant, it's no surprise everybody in the world knows they're going to be buying. 3 Galils, 2 Tech-9s, some good utility behind it. But Legacy have pretty much shut them down every single time. Their time to kill is so short. Dumao with a bit of a jump, and he keeps on peeking anyway. They definitely saw him make that jump, but he just wants to punish them regardless. Nice shot to start with. A bit of a trade here. Luck's going to pick up one. Ready for more headshots. It's a multi-spray down. Pistols out as well, as they just crush the offense coming up the top of Banana.
Legacy, 11 rounds to 3. Vitality are impoverished on rounds at the moment. What an excellent top Banana defense coming in from Legacy against the force buy from Vitality. Oh man. Vitality might have to just be mentally accepting that the streak is coming to an end right now. I know we've had in interviews them talking about the community. That's a great narrative talking point, but for them, they don't really consider it. They know it's Counter-Strike. They know that they can lose matches, but at the same time, they may have imagined that they would be losing it maybe in a best of 3 against a, on paper, higher level team.
Sure.
A team like an Aurora, a team like a FaZe or Mouse, whatever, but maybe not in a best of 1 against Legacy.
That's what makes it all the more delicious, doesn't it? Like, this doesn't get more dramatic than this. It's also, what a challenge to try and explain to people what is happening, because we can all say, yeah, it's best of 1s, blah, blah, yeah, but that's not the point. They're coming in with a completely different energy, and obviously that's not a satisfactory answer. Oh, they have good energy, that's why they're winning the match, and this great news, but there is something, you can all see it in the server, right? Hard to explain exactly how this plays out, but Legacy, they are just riding that wave right now. And Vitality are drowning on the other side. AK in hands of Saiwu. I actually don't mind this buy at all. Maybe in another context you would say it's a bit desperate, but you need to do something. You might as well. You're looking for a ridiculous comeback regardless for Vitality. So you might as well get it started now.
Absolutely, and we're talking about the issues or difficulties for Vitality. There are also difficulties that could be here for Legacy if they lose focus. For them to be the team to defeat Vitality, I mean, there's a lot to say for that.
Sure.
And that can actually throw you off. So we'll see if Legacy can close this game. It's not over just yet, as Vitality are still posted up or outside the B site. Gonna walk back though.
I think those kind of psychology problems will be so much more prevalent if Vitality get up to about 7 or 8 rounds. That's where I think the full weight of all of the what-ifs start to really, hit for Legacy. I think right now, they're just on fire. Speaking of fire, we've got 2 Molotovs, one on Saiwu and one on Apex. We'll see if they can find some good pit positioning with that. Sanson's sneaking in. It actually looked like a bit of a, sort of half-hearted peek. He was sort of walking in, not really fully ready. And yeah, these Molotovs are going to be very hard on these pit players. One thrown out, even if Apex dies, it's worth it. It puts them out of that corner. Lux up in the balcony and actually doing great work. Only 10 seconds left here, but they will take him down. And the bomb is going to be planted here. So Lato and Dumao, they've got kits, and honestly, you might as well try and do this.
Oh yeah, I mean, Mezzi's down to 10 HP, got dinged. That could absolutely be called out off of that Galil. So they are very low here. Opportunity strikes for Legacy for that 12th round. But can they find the finish? Dumao making his way forward. And there's that support from Lato up in the apartments. That's the weakened player, Mezzi, going down. Now, the balcony insights out. These players are fairly split up. My goodness! Dumao finds the headshot with the MP9, and Lato is going to kill the remaining player. And somehow, 12-3 is the reality on your screens. Legacy are about to defeat Vitality.
Oh man, and you can't even say anything, can you, Apex? Because you started it. He was screaming, you know, Corral right at the start, right? He was shouting at them, and now they're dishing it back. What? First of all, why is Mezzi jaywalking in the middle of the match? Why is he just walking out there without even peeking at all? I think he probably thinks it's a save, and they're already kind of walking away. But then the follow-up headshot for Dumao. Oh my! Here we go. A 30-match win streak on the line here. Vitality, what have you got for us? It's going to be Apex to get the first kill on Dumao. They need 9 rounds in a row to try to get this one into overtime. It is such a long way away. It's Lux hoping to find something there. It's Apex to go down next, and Lado sees him in the corner. Great spray down, and now they're actually almost going a bit aggressive here. They've got the man lead back. Is there anything that Vitality can do to actually break through?
That's a great question. There is a minute to play with, so they can look to find holes. And so, you know, still keeping that threat level outside the B site. But Legacy, they're in a really interesting position. I think you don't want to overthink it if you're Vitality, but they could play very aggressive on the A side of the map here.
They're going to go for it, though. Vitality, they don't want to waste any more time. They've got one more flashbang. Once that gets thrown out from Flames, it's go time. Nice entry, but Lux is in the back still, and now he's buying for time. It's really smart play. Very nearly taking down Rops. There is an HE on Sadsin. Could he actually find the lineup here to stop the bomb plant? They are getting a bit close right now. Throws it, looks like into the wrong corner here. Smoke goes up, and actually he's going to be waiting just a little bit. Goes deep. And Flames playing in front here by the water. Nissim going to rejoin with Tatson on the other side. Grenades going down, including that great smoke towards the banana position. And Flames has got a bit of a crossfire here. Tatson gets one in. Rob's going down with the next. And look at them on their feet as they take down the best team in the world. Building more than a legacy, but a dynasty here at the Major.
Oh my god, I can't believe that we just saw this. Legacy have defiled the purity of the win streak. The clean 3-0. We're never going to see that 3-1, not at least not at this major from Vitality. And I don't know, Anders, maybe it's a relief for Vitality to not have that on their backs, for them to just be able to just cleanly focus on just winning tournaments, because that is ultimately what Counter-Strike is about.
I actually think there definitely is an upside to this, which is now they don't have to have no more conversations about the win streaks. Now they can just go back to playing, you know, amazing Counter-Strike. But for Legacy, this is so sick. I'm blown away by what they're showing us. Great play. Let's get the interview on.
Vitality do unfortunately fall to Legacy in the best of ones. We heard you just yelling at them a little bit there, Apex, saying, you know, it's only a best of one, but it does mean the streak does come to an end. What's on your mind coming off of this match right now?
The streak is not a big deal. It's just the way we played today. We had struggled to enter, like losing that second round, and then they had some great things, like they killed us a lot through smokes, not gonna lie, but yeah, it's part of CS, you know, and a bit disappointed of what happened because we didn't show our best. But yeah, it's nothing done yet, so we have another best of one. The only thing is I don't want to end 0-2 because we all know how the pressure can be, but it's our fault as well. We didn't play good. We should run, we should not throw, and yeah, we lacked a bit of everything. So let's see how it goes for the second one, and props to them. Anything
you're going to be doing between now and then, obviously, because it's 2 best of ones in the day? What's the routine for the guys?
Well, probably slap ourselves. I mean, we were not ourselves, and it's never easy in best of ones to, if you don't enter well into the game, it's what happens. And yeah, they beat us, they deserve it. They had nothing to lose, as I said in the interview, and yeah, they're not supposed to be here, so that's life.
Really appreciate your time, Apex. We'll be seeing Vitality coming back later for another shot. I'm going to move on over to the other side of things, though, because we do have a Legacy taking yet another W here in Austin, a team that weren't even meant to be here. And you absolutely slapped around Vitality in this one. Tell me your initial reactions, Lux, to taking down the Kings.
I mean, like, all the game just went to a flow that we kind of knew that we would win, you know? So in any point that we knew that we could win, you know? So yeah, we use our shouting, our scream to get this hype, to get in the mind of the opponents, because yeah, we are not supposed to be here, so we need to use everything to win. All wins is a bonus for us, you know. So
I hope it relayed on the broadcast just how loud things were getting in here, because there was so much screaming and shouting going back and forth. When I caught up with Damao ahead of this series, he said he was really happy that you guys got to play Vitality. Obviously, you know, with that result, it kind of shows why. But coming into the match, did you have any idea that you could be this dominant versus the #1 team in the world?
I mean, like, I think we could be dominant in this map because it's our favorite map, and it's the favorite for Vitality as well. In IM Dallas, they shout to us like, don't pick Inferno against us now. And we use this rage, this angry to this map. And so as Dumal was, like, and the happiness as well, you know? So it was the anger and the happiness.
Final question is, I know you have a little bit of preparation to do for another best of one coming on the horizons today. In terms of the confidence level boost, of course, the fact that you weren't even meant to be here, you go through stage 2 looking almost flawless. How much of a boost is this to the mentality of Legacy, this win versus Vitality?
I think the confidence is the no pressure style that we have now, because we started the major with a lot of pressure, and then we talked and we said like we wasn't supposed to be here, you know. So what is this pressure? Just play like we play in practice, we play in pugs, and be happy, you know, in screen, and that's it.
And it definitely paid off. Legacy ending the streak of Vitality and now going 1-0 here in Austin.
Absolutely love that attitude coming in from Legacy. Not only, Peter, did they play a beautiful game of Counter-Strike, but to end Vitality's win streak in that fashion, winning is one thing. Demolishing Vitality and making them look silly 13-3, that's impressive.
Bye-bye win streak.
Oof.
And we could just touch on how Vitality looked, but I would much rather just touch on how good Legacy looked.
Yeah.
I actually think that Legacy played some super solid Counter-Strike in so many aspects of the game, whether it being their decision-making, the way they were shoulder peeking, the scaling, the utility usage. Like, there were so many things going the right way for Legacy. It was super impressive.
A lot of smoke kills as well coming in for Legacy, I gotta be honest, but they capitalized on every single moment, and they were the one dictating the game. They were the one, you know, poking around and making sure that Vitality were looking not so good, to be completely honest. I agree with you, Peter. I think, you know, part of this focus point could be Vitality not playing well, not showing up, but look at that. All these smoke kills, all these plays, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful from Legacy, and I love the attitude from them as well, saying, yeah, we shouldn't have been here, so what's the pressure? What are you talking about? Every single round, every single game we get to play, that's just an added-on bonus, and they're making the most out of it right now.
And obviously it's a part of Counter, you will get shot through the smokes, but there were kills that was like kind of random, but then at the same time I also saw like shots where it was just like they were predicting where Vitality would edge out the smokes, you know. They were just being aware, they knew what kind of play that Vitality wanted to go for in these given situations. It was mainly on the B bomb side, like Apex running through the smoke in CT, it would be maybe a guy edging the smoke on coils, you know. They were just so aware.
I love how you know, honest Apex was in that interview, right, saying the amount of smoke kills, holy hell, like how are you meant to predict that? Must be so frustrating as a player, right, when you're in that situation time and time again.
I mean, the worst part is that they lost a lot of opening frags coming into that one, you know, and we know how like important opening kills is on a map on Inferno, because you just spread your defensive so thin. And you know, I think the reason why Vitality actually got those 3 rounds in the CDR was because they actually started getting the opening kills. Like, I feel like all the time they got the opening hit, they would turn the round around and actually get it on their side. But every time that Legacy came into the position having the opening kills and could play out the round where they just showed their protocols were really good, they just were the better team.
I just love the fact that this put pressure on every single team playing right now. Every single team that potentially can face Vitality in that 0-1 game, they want to avoid that at all costs. So not only is Vitality put under pressure, but every single team in this tournament right now is under pressure to win their opening game.
Shit was getting so loud in here. Like, let's be honest, you could see just how much it means to both sides of the equation. Legacy obviously getting the better of that situation as well, too. Peter, let's touch upon it quickly, because we have the pleasure of being joined by you, and you have been in these situations before, right? When the pressure is on you, you enter a best-of-1 situation. All eyes are on you to be performing. And, yeah, it's kind of evident that I'm not going to say the pressure, got to them. I wasn't inside the server, but I wouldn't blame them for having that happen, right?
No, like for now, for Vitality is that they have a very grievous wound and they need to stop the bleeding. They've come out to this tournament now where they find themselves being defeated in such a way. And when you enter a tournament where you have to, like where all your eyes is on you and you have to go out and perform, like you end up in a position where that your every move is kind of counted. And when you go up against a team that all of a sudden just shows up the way that Legacy does, you start calculating and start thinking about your every move, and maybe you start zoning in a little bit more on your individual play. Like, what am I supposed to do in this situation instead of thinking of the broader aspect of the team? Yeah. What are we actually good at? And you start falling back and you start communicating a little bit less. Like your communication is not on par. And we heard Apex saying as well that, guys, our communication is just dog shit right now. Like, we're not communicating, we're missing out information, we're not relying the things that we get from our screen onto our teammates. And when you don't have that sync up in your team in the first game and in a best of one like this, then you will lose.
Yeah, it's not much to add to that, to be completely honest. It spiraled out of control. You could clearly see that. You win the pistol, you don't convert the second round, a couple of mistakes made, and from that point on, it just spiraled out of control. Sort of like we saw with Falcons in that overtime game as well, when they exited the tournament. Now,
I'm going to give you a chance to flip-flop, or clap, as you would like to say in Danish, because you made a power ranking earlier, but nobody saw it, right? I think we've got a slightly better one for you now. Yeah? Is that
a new power ranking. Yeah, well, Legacy is number one.
Solid.
You know what? I like that. I like the fact that Legacy are now coming in and playing big boys Counter-Strike. in its essence, right? Stage 1, they went 3-2. Stage 2, they went 3-0. And now they beat Vitality. They won 4 games in a row. All I'm saying is the way Legacy is playing right now, I think we have to start consider them as a team that maybe, just maybe, could make this Cinderella run into the playoff. Long way to go still. It's just the best of one against Vitality, but they did take down the best team in the world, and not only did they win, they won 13-3.
Hell of a long way to go for them. Speaking of which, another best of one on the horizons for us in the A stream. That is Spirit versus Pain. Very quickly, any initial thoughts about this one?
I mean, I'm just looking forward to see Dunk just do his things. That's what I'm expecting.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit
scared on behalf of Spirit. All the favorites as well. We know Mouse right now are playing VP. That's 10-10 over there as well. Close game. So it does feel like the level. We had Simple here on the desk saying, all the teams are playing much, much better. All the teams are much, much closer to each other. And evident by the results so far, I think that's the case. Pain can definitely make a fight up against Spirit, but I agree with you, Peter. Donk and the Spirit show should be too much.
Well, speaking of the devil, let's check in with him. It's Donk ahead of their match versus Pain. Donk, we of course haven't seen you in the server since yourself and the team won PGL Astana. Can you tell us a little bit about what you guys have been up to since that point?
So after Astana, we had like a week of chill, just to relax, just to get all stress that we got from like the months of officials out. So we took a rest, and after we had like 2 weeks of heavy practice, I would say, and yeah, everything is fine. We are pretty confident in themselves.
Can you tell us anything specific that you were working on during that practice?
Just classic stuff that we have to fresh our game, just to bring some new strats and new tactics, just to fix our mistakes that we were doing during the Astana, because it was kind of tough tournament, even if there is no like real top 3 team. So there is no Vitality, there is no White Falcons, no Mouse, and like still it was a tough tournament for us.
Now you enter the infamous best of one stage here at the Major. Pain is going to be your first opponent. How much of a threat do you see Pain? Obviously, they're not in the kind of top 5 teams, as you were mentioning, right?
So if they qualify to this stage, they're definitely not a better team. So we won't underestimate them. We will play our game, and it's a best one. So you need to be focused since pistol round. So that's it. We are confident.
Spirit versus Pain, that is going to be going down on the A stream in just a few seconds. But if you look on over to the right-hand side of your screen, that's what's going down on the B stream. Very close affair from Mouse and, of course, Virtus Pro. But it is time to be diving into our second best of one here on the A stream.
Yes, thank you, Freya. I'm beyond excited. We're going to see Dust 2 here between Spirit and Pain, which I think is just it's so remarkable how many teams in the Veto have to end up playing this map. In spite of the fact they have a 90% win rate on the map, Spirit, Pain just couldn't avoid it.
They couldn't avoid it, and I think that's awesome. I love that teams are playing into Spirit on this map, where they have a 90% win rate. Spirit also have managed to maintain an 80+% conversion rate off of the first pick on this map. And generally speaking, the only team that had been otherwise maintaining 80% conversion rates on any map was Vitality, who had like 3 maps with that. And so that kind of places Spirit in that elite tier category on this map. And there's so much to study. There's so much to study with Spirit. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Anders, Spirit aren't they the only team that aren't really using Skybox to analyze other teams? So there's almost this extra added layer of an interesting nature of it, where they don't care what other teams are doing near as much, and everyone has every tool to study them, but it doesn't seem to matter on Dust 2. I'm
going to be honest as well, Spirit is one of the teams right now that it's not hard to know what they're doing on Dust 2 at all. It's just so hard to stop. Like, I'll tell you, like, how many of these rounds are going to be catwalk, heavy, and then it's between, catwalk executes and B splits, and you just never know what it is. And that's the problem. Like, you don't have the information, and if you try and play aggressive, they will also get you, because they have these slow defaults. So if you try to push early on, they're going to find you, and if you wait, they're going to get catwalk control, and then you are in a lot of trouble. Now, I do like this. Going to be a bit of an attempt here to set it up for, for an early peek. Could even just be behind the HE. It's totally viable to peek in when they can't see because of the debris. You don't always have to flash your way in at pro levels. Sometimes HE your way in can absolutely work. Here, it's a bit of a fight, and then QC, the grenade didn't even get there in time. He's found the headshot anyway. It's remarkable. Taking down Donk and Magix, and 3 versus 5 now. It's about as good of a start as you could have hoped for.
Yeah, so much damage, and there goes Shiro as well, falling to DGT. The Phenom added to the team not too long ago, and has been a revelation for Pain. As we see Chopper working his way up catwalk, but it's going to be very difficult to find anything. NQC back at it again, like out of the waters with the dualies like a shark. And he's eating them all up, and it's just Zontics remaining now. And I mean, this is the start that you want to see. If you want to see Pain really give it to Spirit, it does come off the back of a CT pistol.
It's a very nice start. No question about it. Playing CT side. To repeat myself a bit, very, very tricky, and it's going to be Pain to pick up the pistol here. So, great work. Obviously, no chance in the 1v5 there at the end. Let's see if they can roll this forward. No bomb plant, so Spirit, unlikely to be investing too much into this. Probably just going to back out of the round and say that's fine. But for me, the real big question here is about whether or not Pain can make it expensive, make it hard on Spirit to actually keep and hold that catwalk position. But I mean, we just saw the best team in the world lose to Legacy, so at this stage, anything could happen.
All bets are off.
And you know what, just to reiterate as well, Pain finally have their full lineup at an event where they actually had a chance to play some games together, which is kind of a rare thing. For whatever reason, they've been having a long string of terrible luck with not quite having, in Melbourne, they missed out on BU0, which kind of devastating. They started in Astana without DGT, I believe, where Rick's the coach had to step in instead. So just, it's been kind of weird, kind of confusing, and now finally at the major, they've managed to lock it together. They made the 3rd stage, which I think many people probably did not expect. So very cool stuff here for the South American team.
I think it's interesting, because whenever Pain is brought up, yes, that is what we talk about, just those struggles. But the fact is that we're talking about those struggles in the context of, in spite of those struggles, they have still been able to, at this major, do well. And we'll see Spirit making their way into the B site. There is a world where these Glocks can result in a bomb plant, but they're going to go back. And this is good stuff from Pain. This is how you're supposed to do it. You're supposed to essentially be like a sheepdog as the CTs and just guide the T flow of players. Don't allow them into a site. You will give up that mid position, as we can see that's empty on the map, but that is the trade-off for the CTs.
Yeah, you're right, and they've done a very fine job of doing that at the moment here. Funneling them onto the catwalk position. The bomb hoping to run in there and just hoping that it was going to be a free bomb plant. Not going to happen. A bit offensive though, Dan, They do have a dragon as a logo and you're calling them sheep. Rough out here, Taking down a couple of pegs from all of that.
By the way, I do like this meta that we're seeing. Well, it shouldn't really necessarily be a meta. It's just seeing, because some people have like deviated septums, right? And you want to have the nose strips to allow you to be able to breathe through both nostrils.
Sure.
And there's players when they're in intense scenarios, they actually breathe less. So
Sure.
you're getting less oxygen. So-
Common stress response.
Yes.
Yeah, you're right. Got to focus on that. Deep breath, everyone at home. You're on manual breathing now. Good luck. It's gonna be third round, and we've got AKs out now. Again, normally when you have a map where you're this good on it, the downside is you don't get to play it a lot because everyone just bans it against you. But like I said, the freaky thing about Spirit is that they do get to play it all the time because they have other good maps and people just can't figure out the veto against them. And you feel like, well, we still got a chance on Dust 2. Turns out you don't, but you keep thinking that you do. We'll see if Pain is going to be one of the rare teams to actually take them down on this map. Donk deciding not to Molotov out the AWP position, probably because he knows there's not going to be an AWP in this round. So he's like, why am I actually throwing that grenade? Why not just try and check the forward position instead? It makes sense.
And this is that scenario that you talk about, cat control,
Yes.
but is it going to be a drop into mid? Is it going to be the hit on the A side?
Normally, I would say this is easy to read right now because they've got everyone on catwalk, so you're not in any doubt. But I've seen many, many rounds where Spirit will fall back from this and turn into a B-split out of nowhere. Now, I'm still going to say, yeah, this is looking very catwalk heavy, so should be committing to it. They've got the wall up, and they are walking in. So now it's a commitment. NQC has pushed up, trying to play that close position here, but they might have heard the footsteps already. He needs some backup to get here. Damadeus trying to be that backup. No, it doesn't work out. He's going to go down, and then it leaves NQC alone. Shiro with a headshot onto Big Osira, and now Snow and DDT. It never feels good when you have to save an MP9, but they don't have a choice.
Yeah, and it's actually so interesting too against Spirit because you could see that in this particular round, if you were looking at the CT rotations, they, of course, I mean, there's really only Big Azera. That is a CT rotation. He was playing underneath in CT spawn, trying to kind of jockey between, do I go, towards the A site and then try to help Cat walk out, or do I go back into the mid position? I can't possibly know. And the only way to really figure that out against Spirit, I think like you've been describing, Anders, is you need to actually go forward and try to fight for Cat control. And that's really the only way. But if you start doing that, then you're open to long openings and so on.
Yeah.
So you gotta balance it in the right way.
Also, alternatively, if you want to push, you could do it into upper dark, but the problem is for the earlier of the rounds, for Spirit, it's Sontix who's going to be lurking up there in that upper dark position, and he's really hard to get rid of. I do want to highlight another thing, try and see if I can preempt this a little bit for you guys. There's a very, very cool strategy that Spirit do almost uniquely, where they double smoke the middle, so they smoke both on the B side of mid and towards CT spawn, which normally would indicate that you're going for some sort of a B split. A lot of teams, we've seen it earlier from Heroic, they will stand in the mid smoke towards B and explode through it. What Spirit do is they turn that double smoke into an A split. So they split through CT spawn with Chopper and Sun6 running through, and it is marvelous to watch. So just watch out for it. They are one of the few teams in the world who are able to execute that really, really well. It's a little bit of an aggressive round coming out, I must say. Donk with a couple of kills. He's been quiet for his standard, even if it's only in the 4th round here, but finally a bit of a multi.
That's rough. That was a great play from Pain. Of course, it is something that is not super uncommon, and I think this early too, you'll see CT sides do that. So Spirit, that's something that they are not getting caught off guard by, but you have to hit the shots, and I mean, you've got Donk, so Donk is going to hit those as he has, and now it's just a case of converting for Spirit. And I think for Pain, obviously, trying not to lose too much here. I think at this point, you're not going to be able to defend either site. So you have to be very cautious how you approach this. And they're opting to go for this setup in CT, which is interesting because if there's a split onto B, they might be able to turn this into a winnable round.
Yeah, it's looking very, very likely. Chopper is going down here with the bomb, so that's a bit interesting, but smoke going to be going up, and boost on top here. Donk is already looking for that, but he does turn around, and just at the wrong time. NQC drops him in 35 seconds. Snow is still inside of the bomb site. Damadeus, that's just the MP9, but he does get 2 kills, and the bomb is on the ground here. They're going to pick it up and try to make a run for it. They no longer want to attack the B site. They realize this is too risky. That double boost, they know that there's 2 people. They can guess that Snow would have been the last anchor, or they know that for a fact. So it's not hard math. Question is, can NQC get one more as they try to make it onto the site? He misses the first headshot, gets the dink on the Sontix, but it's not enough for the kill, and the bomb will be planted.
Still doable here for Snow, of course. 14 health on Sontix post-dink. Snow makes his way up the ramp, and they should have a pretty good read of his position. It's only going to be Cat already through CT. Those are the fastest timings here. Snow wrapping around the corner, looking for the 1v1. That's how you do this. First 1v1. That's the weak player, but Shiro will lock it down for Spirit. 2-2 is the score, but you've got to give credit to Pain there. That round looked absolutely hopeless,
yes,
and he made it quite scary for Spirit.
Yeah, by taking a huge risk. By doing this boost in CT spawn, they obviously surrender the rest of the A side completely. I'll agree with you, though. The push into middle is a nice idea for Pain. The fact that he ran into Donk is, well, that'll happen every once in a while. But still, I like the energy to try and do this.
Yeah, I think it's one of those things where you kind of want to show it to the T side so that they respect it. It slows their timings down a little bit so they can effectively clear for that if it happens in the future. And I think that also allows you as a to have a bit more breathing room for cat openings as well, because they're going to be a little slower, and you need to show that, hey, we can have different aggressive looks that you have to respect. And again, it's a lower dark push coming in from Pain on the pistols.
I mean, yeah, I like it. Like I said, Sontix typically is lurking when they're doing these defaults up here, and yeah, he understands, I think, this position really well. You could see even just on vibes alone, he's like, no, I don't want to, I'm not going to be doing this. So probably also the fact that there's no presence long, so the rest of his team is saying there's not a single flash or anything long. That's going to make him feel like the chances that he's getting pushed are a little bit higher.
Yeah.
So yeah, but they're at the site.
And I think, like you say, you know, I think Pain can absolutely expect that this map was going to come up in the veto, and they're going to know that in certain types of rounds, okay, these are rounds where Zontix will be in this spot, so they can group up and try to kill him. But like you say, Zontix also has a very, very good sense as to how to deal with this. And that's when we get into this other territory, this other discussion, where because Spirit get to play Dust 2 so much against teams, they are aware of how teams will study them and how teams might try to exploit them. So they get that extra level of understanding how to counter the counters.
So in the veto, right, it was actually Pain banning out Mirage as the, second to last map, and then, we end up on Dust 2. I know Pain's Mirage isn't necessarily that great, but there's almost a part of me that wishes that they would have done it just to try and stop this from happening. But yeah, like I said, it is really hard to veto against Spirit in general. It's a nice triple here for Donk. Why not? Looking to see if he can push for them, even though he's low on health, he just doesn't care.
Yeah.
Wants to take those kills, but yeah, Spirit bouncing back really early on, which just if we are contrasting this with the Vitality game, something that Vitality didn't really manage to do, right? So this is already Spirit saying, no, we're not going to get crushed here. We are, we're solid at the beginning.
And very quick note, one of the next level things that Spirit do, and is in a veto, is their permaban is Inferno. So, so they can avoid any Inferno drama. But
I respect it.
Quick pick attempt with the AWP. Shiro looking for the shots, and beautiful timing off the flash. Pull the trigger, and you get the kill.
Yeah, it's not bad at all. TGT getting pushed a little bit here. Smoke does go up in the middle once again, so can't really find any easy kills in there. He doesn't have an HE to blow it open, so they're taking a bit of a risk again, gambling 3 to A and trusting that Snow could do something. Now, if this turns into a B-split, Snow is almost certainly going to be toast with a Mac 10 over there. So I do like it. I think this is another good gamble for Pain. To be honest, even if Snow gets attacked, just save the other rifles. That's really all there is to it. So again, think of how long Catwalk control has been in the hands of Spirit and how little Pain know. Like, if you put yourself in their mind, they have no idea what's happening almost anywhere on the map. And this is what Spirit force upon you. It's why they're hard to play. Here we go. This looks like a catwalk execute, and it's not.
Yeah. And often the best thing to do when you get into a 5v4 as the T side is to hit the A side, because players are more easy to isolate, but doesn't really matter. Nice kill though. Onto Donk. Extra money from the Mac 10 is a welcome bonus, but of course, such a great selection on rounds here from Spirit. How they finish this off.
They weren't even rotating from the A-bomb side, and it's reasonable for them not to do that. Looked for just a second like Snow could have picked up the AK and got another kill. If he did that, then obviously in retrospect we would have said, why are they not rotating quicker? But in reality, they probably know that he's going to get crushed there. So yeah, great demonstration, I think, of this principle that we pretty much started out talking about with Spirit. It's just once they have catwalk, unless you push somewhere else, and where would that be? Either upper dark or really crazy world long, but pushing long is very hard to do on this map on the CT side. So if you don't do any of those things, though, you're blind. All you are left with is rolling the dice and saying, man, I hope they come A because we got 3 people here.
Yeah, long pushes tend to be secondary to something else that your team is doing.
Yes.
Opportunistically. And I feel like we might be at that timing, especially with the AWP saved on NQZ, that we might see a cat opening from the CT side, and it can take two forms. It can either take the form of, you know, the 3 players from CT spawn take long off to just defend the rush timing, then fall immediately back into a cat setup. But if the teams are playing a faster default, you're going to miss the timings on cat. So
yeah,
so this might be the round. I'm hoping we see it at some point, because I want to see what happens when Pain actually fight for cat straight up against Spirit.
Just from watching too many Spirit rounds, what's going to happen is Spirit will do a slow default, and they will just grenade you away from there. So like you can have it, you can have the boosts with the orb, you know, all these different things, but this is why their default is so annoying. This is why, like I said at the start, I understand why people pick this map against, or end up on this map against Spirit, because when you look at the demos, it seems doable. You're like, all right, I get it, like, it's catwalk control, and then they build the rest of the round off of that. We can deal with that. But then when you get into the server, you realize, no, because like that default is so strong.
Yes, they're very good at I mean, that's why Counter-Strike's beautiful. It's the simple things just done exceptionally well.
Or at least for some teams it is, right? There obviously are teams where I guess it can be different.
Yeah.
So yeah, you're right though. They will go for a little bit of aggression, and
well, let's see if you're right too, Anders. Let's see if you're right and it gets dismantled by Spirit.
That'd be my guess. I do think this is a bit of an off angle, like from what we typically see, so that's kind of interesting. Very shallow peek out of Donk. If he'd swung it a little bit wider there, then the reward would have been there. So still, I'm going to credit Pain for it.
Yeah.
It's good thinking.
And it was a good chance. That was a chance to get the kill, opening kill. It doesn't work out, of course, and now Spirit's interesting. You know, they've got 2-1-2 at the moment. So looking to catch further info plays. So for Pain, they may be expecting Spirit to be at this timing, kind of grouping up on cat. And maybe that would be Pain then going for info pushes. And that's what would be caught if they were doing it based on Spirit's current setup. But now Spirit now gravitating back towards some mid-aggression, but with a late long take as well. So yeah, this is hard to play against.
So this is the double smoke in mid that I was talking about. That could mean a number of things. This time, it's not going to be the push for CT spawn, but for sure, Pain is going to stay occupied here. NQC with a very important kill to take down Magix at the beginning. That's what we like to see. There's only 30 seconds left. Great sniping. He nearly hit the third one too. And Davideus, yeah, he's going to get traded up, but still, a man advantage here for Pain. The backup is coming in. And Shiro's here with the AWP walking out long. He's got a smoke to make the cross, and he's got another Molotov to put some pressure on here. Jumping across, and that's going to give them a chance for a bomb plant. Son takes his low on that catwalk position, and he goes down immediately. So it's all on Shiro. Oh, the flying M4A1 from Big Uzira to make sure Pain win another round.
Wow, that kill from Davideus to take down Donk, even though he gets traded instantly, that was so crucial.
Oh, yeah.
And I mean, it was great work from NQZ as well. You know, I mean, obviously whiffs the third on the third potential kill, but really doing a great job in ensuring that each push was lighter in overall offensive power by getting these initial picks we see on screen here. So lovely work. And
it's really worth highlighting that the overall strategy for Spirit really worked. There was only 2 people at the A bomb site. If not for NQC getting those kills to the beginning, then you know they've done fine, right? They set up this double smoke in the middle, and it's enough to keep Pain really far away from the A site. So the strategy was fine for Spirit, just overcome by the mechanics there on the Pain side of things, and they absolutely needed this round. It's so critical here for the South American team to start to pick up some more rounds.
And it does. That round really felt like Pain kind of knew what to expect. And the round, if we're looking at it, we're like, wow, this must be really hard for the CTs to read this, which can only indicate that, of course, as you would imagine, Pain very, 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 very likely understood that it was going to be Dust 2 coming out of the veto.
Oh, look at this. Double AWP on the CT side. So Snow has picked up the other one. We've talked about this quite a bit, but whenever you do this, as long as the Ts don't know, there's always a chance that they are a little bit more careless walking into an AWP angle, especially if they've heard the other AWP, as it were, already shoot out. But this is going to be really fast out mid. Just contact play here from Donk, and you could already tell from here, they don't know, they're not ready. Big Uzira running into the middle. He's not expecting at all to be peaked in that moment. And now the pressure is on. 2 people in B, and a little bit of a push attempted long. Davideus goes down. I don't actually blame him for trying that, because he has to do something to help out his team. Out on long, they're going to find NQC. They still want to push him. They realize he's isolated. They catch Snow in the middle, and NQC on long. They've won every single fight, Dan.
Yeah, It's, oh, the connection even through the walls there. It's lasering down, Donk lasers him down. And I felt like also Chopper's choice of angle against the long push is so amazing as well, because it's the perfect angle. It makes it the hardest possible fight for his opponent on multiple levels. And it also just shows the cognizance for Spirit at every stage, every layer of the round, what is possible for the CTs, what will be a good play for the CTs. Well, here is a better play that would deal with that. And also, I love the confidence that they know the AWP is there, and they just swing in numbers. I mean, that's the level of confidence that, you know, Spirit are known for, of course.
Yeah. Also tells NQC, right, that we're, you know, even though we had a good round last round, we're not really that scared. We'll definitely trade you out in the future. A lot of things going on there. Yeah, bit of a shame for Pain, because they needed to build on that last round. Now, again, the money is going to be in a weird position. Nice connection from Shiro. Obviously, a terrifying sniper to be up against. Had a real big, you know, hiccup in his career at one point, you know, when he was on Cloud9. Like, that whole thing was a disaster in many ways, but this Spirit lineup is obviously, that's his home now. You can tell.
I think, you know, going back to Astralis at Astana when they faced against Spirit on Dust 2, they had, I think, 7 rounds on the CT side.
Yes. Showing
an amazing game plan against Spirit, but then they didn't get a single round going in up against the Spirit CT side. Yeah. So, you know, Spirit, they are very well rounded on Dust 2, very hard to overcome. And here's that cat control once again, Anders.
I've got some opinions about that CT side as well when we get to it. I'll elaborate further, but yes. Catwalk control is back. A little bit interesting though. They're keeping Shiro now in upper dark with the AWP, so not Suntix, just to highlight the difference here. And typical grenades being thrown up here. NQC trying to play inside of them, which I think is really cool. It's fun to see this. Unfortunately, it's a Deagle, so it's really hard for him to get a lot of kills here. If he had the MP9, it's a much more doable task. But so far, he's managed to avoid a death, and that's nice. NQC, honestly, really smart play, I think. Down under 30 seconds now, and they are pushing into upper. Flick onto DDT. That's going to be so confusing. If I'm DDT, I'm like, why is the AWP there? With like 30 seconds, it doesn't even make any sense, does it?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, sure, his defensive AWPing is legendary though, so never going to miss those shots, which is perhaps the logic. And so I do love, by the way, that NQC, of all of those players that he finds, he's just like, you know, heat seeking into Donk's face, like the furthest away player.
Is that even a good idea? Like, you make him angry? Is that really what you want?
Yeah. Interestingly as well, you know, it's not like Spirit are running over the opposition of Pain because of just Donk's star power. Yeah, he's had some, you know, awesome rounds. I think, in particular, the 2 kills on the, I think, 4th or whatever round it was, where Pain went aggressive quite early on the CT side. That was some Donk, classic Donk stuff, overpowering on the rifle work. But other than that, it has just been Spirit playing incredibly well on Dust 2 and putting their opponents in bad positions repeatedly.
Yeah, it's probably pretty nice. I think you should, why me? That's a why me moment. We've all had some. 6-3. Spirit are absolutely fine with what's happening here. There's no reason for them to do anything differently. They just have to keep on going. Pain, I would love for them to be able to make this a 6-6 half, but you look at the money there on Spirit, that you could tell that's not going to be that easy to accomplish at the moment. Smoke is up, and because Hero wants to play close, probably hoping to get some noise. If you know, sometimes you hear someone jumping up on the other side, you can get the timing down right. He's going to be feeling that there's a lot of people on the other side there. Again, that catwalk being cleared out. Suntix back holding the upper dark position, and we'll see what variation we're going to be looking at here for the Spirit side.
Nice shot there onto Chopper. Location now known. You can, of course, molly this out. There comes that Molotov. It's going to force him back, but the smoke is going to allow that safe reposition. And speaking of which, Spirit dropping down into mid. That's been heard. Here's a crossfire, though. Let's see how much DGT and Big Zero are able to find. Although Spirit, are they going to commit to this? They are falling back out now.
Yeah, I think they are a little bit nervous, and they should be. NQC also would have been there to maybe take a shot. They do have another smoke, I think, on Shiro, so they can recommit to the B-split if they want to, but it seems like they're going to leave Donk in the middle and then just go up catwalk slowly but surely. See if they can test NQC one more time. He's at the low ground now on that ramp, so you know, he can definitely still get a kill, but they have Molotovs. If he misses, I think they're going to be able to burn him out from this one. 30 seconds, Donk sneaking in. Nice headshot onto Big Usira. Now flashing his way back into a safer position. DDT would love to catch him, but he can't. He's just out of there. 20 seconds now. Another great shot from NQC will drop Suntix. We're down to 15. Time is running out here for Spirit to try and plant that bomb. A missed shot there for Shiro. We're down to 8 seconds. They miss one more, and now the bomb finally going to be planted just in the nick of time.
But NQC still in that long position. The orbits proving troublesome to remove. Finally, though, Magix is going to do the damage, and now DGT making his way across. There's the first kill, runs out of bullets, and Shiro with a lethal headshot coming on through for the 7-3 for Spirit.
Oh, I think Shiro had the other 1v1 earlier, where he got the kill on Snow, I think, trying to retake. There's a couple of rounds there where it's just Shiro versus one, and he's won both of them. It's another way to have impact, just picking up those. Not that they're necessarily super difficult clutches, but, you know, it's nice not to give those away. Timeout called, and that's actually interesting, right? It's Spirit calling the timeout. You know, when they're essentially already winning, they know they're in such a strong position, but they want to make sure that there's no room for mistakes here.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like with Spirit, they are playing so diligently. I really appreciated how it wasn't just a straightforward, oh, we'll drop in, go in for mid. You know, we had this situation where they were using the clock to their advantage. They have time, and they use it to create scenarios which, again, are very difficult to paint. They could have walked into that crossfire that Pain had, where NQZ would have been posted also, like you had said. And even if they get the smoke up, that's still a sketchy scenario where the Pain are ready. Instead, they make Pain uncomfortable by resetting, by resetting, by resetting.
Yeah. If they'd gone mid, could have been fun. Interesting. There's a flick for you. DGT is gone. I do think that's one of the things that just makes Shiro such an interesting AWP player, because you mentioned it briefly earlier that he's known for being, you know, probably the best defensive rifler in the world, but he can get the flicks. Like, it's not like he's not being a defensive rifler because he doesn't have the skill for anything else. He just plays differently, but whenever he's tested like that, it's fun to watch.
Yeah, absolutely. Such a key player for the team. So iconic, and Spirit with that 4v3 advantage for the 11th round here, it's making life difficult for Pain. So they decide to go for the long take, and I think this makes a lot of sense. You can't hold on to the site very easily, but you can maybe create a retake position, or at least create a scenario where you can save the guns into the final round. But speaking of which, Davideus is going back into the site. Oh, I don't think he sees anyone just yet, and they're so deep. Will Davideus expect this? He's going to get shot to the side of their heads. Oh, Magix, and they clean shot onto Big Azera as well. There's nothing left for Snow to do. The life of a B player sometimes.
Yeah, isn't that true? You're either on your own, or you're trying to, you know, pull up some crazy retake, which obviously in this case doesn't make any sense. We're in round number 11. Round number 12 is going to be coming up here, so just saving the rifle, fairly important right now. They have a couple of players that are even less money there than Snow does. 8 rounds for Spirit to open up with on Dust 2 is already enough. They're already doing great work. I said that CT side is so dangerous for them as well. Magix with the final kill, but the problem that you're going to run into on the CT side is that if you go long, you're going to be up against Shiro with the AWP, and if you try to go B or mid, you're going to be running into Donk. So you pick your poison. And what's even more frustrating is every once in a while, they will switch the CT side defense and they will put Donk on long. So it's really hard to guess even where Donk is, because if you want to play the avoid Donk game, which I could understand if you want to, that's a reasonable thing to think about. But even that's hard to do.
Okay, well, at least Shiro's not going to get any damage on the cross. And Spirit with what looks like just a faster version of the default. You know, Donk, which is being cautious that there could be a cat setup. There is not. There's the AWP. NQZ announces his presence. The resounding thunder of the AWP shot, and there's a reposition immediately, which you love to see. Donk, he is going up here. With Donk, I just never know if he just wants to walk in and just take someone's head off.
Yeah, he was really, really fast. Going to be setting up some early grenades. At this point, it's probably just to try and bait out some of the counter utility, which, you know, you got a flash in return. They have more smoke, so they probably don't even really care about that. And yeah, again, taking Catwalk, the entire team here. And there's no aggression for Pain. There's nobody in upper dark. There's nobody pushing long. So once again, In terms of the information, Pain is completely blind in this round right now. They just don't know what's happening. Smokes are going up there, so some recommitted utility. They actually can even throw more smokes here on the T side, but they're going to be creeping around the other side. Bigos with a good spray down, gets the first one and tries to escape before he runs out of bullets. It's not a bad defense to begin with.
Yeah, and you're wondering, where the hell did he go? Oh my god, down to 1 HP after that extra bit of, I think, HE damage coming across, and Spirit are getting slowed across, and this is buying time for the rotation. They should still get the plant, of course, but Pain have a lot to work with for this retake as they begin to set it up through CT spawn.
I think especially important is that smoke kit combination there on Snow. He's got an HE as well, but let's see if they can actually make it up the ramp alive here. 4 people left on the Spirit side. They got the hell for it. Shiro just only showing his shoulder, and Suntix on the other side to pick it up here. Pain in a lot of trouble once again. Donk swings wide, gets a couple of kills, and leaves NQC. It's a matter of seconds. They had the man advantage as well, but now that's been washed away. And this retake, it doesn't look doable. Shiro will take him down, and it's a brilliant start for Spirit.
Welcome to Roles and Responsibilities. I'm here with Bigusera from Pain. Thank you for joining me. You're the in-game leader for Pain. How long have you been the in-game leader? You've been in this team for 6 years now.
Yeah, it's been a long time, but being IGL, it's been 2 years. When I used to play with PKL, I used to say a lot, give some calls mid-rounds and this kind of thing. So for me, it was easy to play and say rotation and reads, this kind of things. So for me, it was the best decision that I ever could do.
To talk about positions on CT side, what's your vision as an in-game leader there? Because some in-game leaders such as Apex who used to play, star roles like Connector on Mirage, but then you have the Hooksy style who's going to be jump spotting B apps every round.
I tried to play like a B on Mirage and didn't work well because mid-rounds rotations, guys come mid and let's fight together. If I'm B spot jumping, I cannot have this read, We were playing Navi, that was like a 12-8 for us, the third map. We were in city side and we lost 4 rounds in a row just because the read of the guys from mid was not good. We just made the change and said, guys, these kind of things, it never can happen.
Yeah, you want to be in a position where you can affect the round, you can see the full picture. Where do you play now, just out of interest on Mirage?
Connector, yeah.
Yeah, nice place to be.
Nice place to be.
As an in-game leader on this team, do you prefer CT or T sides?
To play my own game, CT side, but I prefer T side because I can control and think more than CT side.
What maps are you really liking right now? What's working for Pain?
Nuke is not a secret. We made some changes as well about T side. Outside of Nuke was impossible to play. I'm now playing lobby because I was like playing for the team all the time and just dying all the time first. And I was, oh, what the f am I doing here? We made some change and worked well for us.
Pain, take 12! I love that move, man.
Inferno and Nubis, if you start T side, you can make 11, 12 rounds. So these 2 maps, I don't like to play BO1, but if you have to play, we're gonna play.
Inside of your role being an in-game leader, there's also another role, and that's to be the captain, right? You're looking after a team of some young players such as Snow. What's it like bringing up someone who's 16, 17 years old when he first joins a top Counter-Strike team?
Snow is like a sponge guy. If you say something to him, he just absorbs all the time.
Exceeding all expectations, it is Pain!
When I'm not playing, I'm on the server. I just like to leave the Counter-Strike,
Bigusera, thanks for joining me, and good luck to you in Pain.
Thank you.
A man who just likes to live Counter-Strike. Great work from Hugo in that interview. I appreciate that. We're heading into the second half here, and Spirit versus Pain. Obviously, we're on Dust 2, 90% win rate. On Spirit, we can, we've gone through it, and they're playing much like a 90% win rate kind of team would. So the chances for an upset here for Pain are unbelievably low, in my opinion. Spirit are looking locked in.
So locked in, and I mean, it's the most consistent map, so every reason to feel comfortable and confident. But going into the pistol, we'll see whether Pain can get off to a good start here as well. as they did in the first half.
Oh, where that bomb is kind of could be an early indication, although Davideus, he only spots one at the corner. I think if he spots 3, they are ready to go for the B bomb side. I think that's why they were in upper so early. But the fact that he only, he only has like a glimpse of one, just one little sleeve showing out long, he's like, nah, maybe don't do it. So now they're going to just, go back into a more regular kind of default. They've got the smoke and Molotov, so a lot of options wherever they go, really.
Yeah, decisions here for Pain. And Spirit actually getting a little active, looking to re-clear the long position to see, okay, 110, nothing here. Let's dig in Magix into that position before the rest of the team now falls back into mid. So they're expecting this B play. So Spirit kind of primed for this. Don't close with the dualies. Oh, premature peek maybe? Maybe not, because he gets their headshot onto Snow. And now they are getting stifled here, Pain, trying to move into the site, but they can't execute the play. They can't gain any ground before losing 2 key players. And now they're in real trouble.
Yeah, Magic's already pushed out long, so Spirit getting so much info on what's happening, and now the shots are ringing through. Davideus goes down, Chopper in the middle. A couple of good kills. Very nicely done. I don't know if you saw that Spirit dropped what amounted to sort of like a modern-day MTV rap video.
I didn't see that, Anders.
Okay, well, it's good that you didn't, because this is the kind of stuff that'll really throw you off your game. Like, I was watching, I was like, have I done drugs somehow? What's going on? Like, I actually still don't know what I watched. Like, it kept me up at night. I couldn't fall asleep after seeing it. It was wild. But luckily, it hasn't affected Spirit at all. They're in the mix. They're still doing fine. It's 10-3, and everything about that pistol round just worked out perfectly.
Yeah, it absolutely has. Still not convinced you weren't, just like someone had slipped some POT into your tea.
I was out of it. Like, it made me question reality once again,
Yeah. If it's not bad enough, as it is, but.
Yeah, and I wake up this morning and then Legacy are beating Vitality. I'm like, is this a dream? Am I still somehow affected?
Yeah.
So Scouts onto NQC, but not really much else. So very slim chances of really doing anything. And I think they were spotted in lower dark. Donk has spotted them jumping up. So they have such a good read here, Spirit, on kind of what's happening. A little bit of a lineup as Chopper will get a couple. And yeah, they just get completely cleaned up here. Snow would love just even 1 kill, just for the hell of it. But that's not going to be allowed for. Donk will take him down. And this next round is everything, right? If they lose this next round, I think, Pain, then there's not a big conversation to be had.
Yeah, you can't. It's going to be because they'd have to force buy if they did lose this next round. So they'd have a poor buy and they'd be up against match point just constantly. So yeah, totally agree. That's just an untenable position. I mean, it's already somewhat untenable, but at least, as you say, this is the best chance of the buy with the opportunity to get those AKs working on the T side. But you know what? Zero's going to take away NQZ, and Spirit are just looking to take mid-control. This is not a good look. Pain, they haven't been able to execute anything before Spirit's oppressive force has felt on Dust 2.
So hard to do anything about, isn't it?
You got to respect it.
He actually shot the grenade over, and that's nice. What do? Shiro's got 13 and 6 scoreline. Oh, sorry, 16-3. Numbers are hard. And Donk is 16 and 9. So you got a couple of players that combined are outputting 32 kills on that CT side. It's like the rest of Spirit don't even have to do anything. It's just the Donk and Shiro show at the moment. Hard to shut down. A minute on the clock.
And you love to see the discipline from Spirit, actually. 5v3, they go into passive positions. They don't have to be aggressive. They, Pain are going to be using their clock here to try to set up a play. They have the freedom to do so, and choosing the B side is probably the best, but Magix has pushed A long, so he's gotten an understanding of the timing here, and he's going to have a pretty... Oh, DGT looks for it, and he finds...
Yeah, but they still know they've been red, so it's going to feel really telegraphed if they go B. So that even in spite of that, they kind of don't want to walk straight into it. The problem is coming back to the A bomb side instead. You're running into Donk and Shiro, so is that really a better choice? I sort of doubt it. Shiro will take the first one. He does miss the shot on long, but Donk is still here, and he's pretty much won the round. The bomb is up there. There's actually nothing he can do. DDT, the bomb is too far away. Short of swinging this and getting all 3 kills, it's not going to happen. Tries to get a little bit here, but he was already dinked, and Chopper will take him down. So yeah, I don't know. There are no good choices, right? Either you go into a B attack that was read by Magix, even if he dies, they still know it's going to be B, or you go back into Donk and Shiro. Pick your poison.
Well, the problem is it's just all poison, isn't it? It's just it's all going to kill you instantly. Yes. So that's kind of the issue. 12-3. So we talked about how desperately untenable this position is. The only plus is that it is on the T side for Pain, so they can at least construct a round that works off of their buy. Spirit, just everything looks very normal here. The long defense, the early util from Spirit to shut down rush timings, and yeah, Spirit long control in the 2-1-2 setup. Floating off of that long position now, perhaps expecting Pain to gravitate towards Cats or mid.
I mean, they're moving around a lot, their Spirit, at the start of it, so... But eventually they say, all right, 3A, see if they can provide some pressure here. But obviously, if you peek this corner, you're going to run into the AWP, and you're going to be grenaded down right afterwards. So it's a pretty lethal setup. And again, over at the B-bomb sites, like I said at the first half, the problem is you run into Sontics, and especially Donk. Not a fun time.
Yeah, and I think Spirit, they are aware that some of the strongest rounds with a mixed buy like this is a cat rush or a B split, and that is a great play from Donk. Finds such a good timing, gets ahead of the push, peels off one player, and now you've got Chopper behind the smoke. It's a very good position. Spirit seem ready, but Snow, that's a huge pick onto Donk into the site, and that's going to destabilize the defense, but there's still one player left here. It's Sontics.
Great grenade. Davideus, though, coming in from the... Or getting shot from the other side. Magix right through the smoke as he picks it up and through the window. Sontics, you said it, just one player, but it was enough. Magix with the headshot from the USB, and Spirit makes such quick work of Pain.
And I think that is to everybody's expectation. You go up against maybe the world's best team on Dust 2. There's definitely in the argument for that, if nothing else. Yeah. And you're going to have a hard time. And it's great that we saw Donk and Shiro firing off here. I think that is so characteristic of a solid look for Spirit.
Yeah, they look up. They look exactly how you want them to be. So nice to see that they are in strong form at the start. We do have the desk ready to break it all down for us.
Yeah, no upsets on the cards. So Team Spirit in their first best of one. Dupree, that was a clinic, and that's kind of what we expect from Spirit.
Good showing from Spirit and good showing from Donk. That's what I wanted to see. And finally, at some point, like, we actually have the favorite stepping up to the occasion of being the favorite. So for them to go into the tournament, getting a win 13-3 against Pain, that must be feeling really good.
Early good signs, but there's two main takeaways, and that is obviously, as you said, Peter Spirit living up to their favorite role at this, I guess, game, but also at the tournament. Second of all, you have Shiro and Donk both playing well, and I know it may be on a cheap notice, it's against Pain Gaming, it's just the best of one, but if Spirit want to win the major, and that is the goal of theirs, let's not forget, they're here to defend the title. They are the reigning major champions. If they want to win this tournament, you need Donk at your best, you need Shiro at your best, and this was the first early signs of that.
You say it's on a cheap note, but we're talking about this in the context of Vitality just living up to Legacy. Falcons doing the exact same thing back in stage 2, so you can never count anybody out, of course. Any other takeaways you have from the Spirit side of the equation for moving forward? Obviously, small sample size, but great to see the individuals shining on all cylinders. Anything else to pick out?
It just looked like very cynical, like the way they were approaching the map, like they were just defaulting a lot and they just played off each other. And I kind of like that approach to the tournament. If you can rely so much on your default, it seems like the fundamentals and the protocols are working as it should. And we know that Spirit has been in this position where they maybe had to reinvent a little bit, and they've seen that a team like Falcons has stepped up to the occasion and being the one that should take down Vitality. Now Legacy did it, but in that department, they also maybe have gone from being the second best team in the world to have taken a step to being maybe the third and the fourth. So for them to come here and show some really good signs early on, it's a good stepping stone for them going forward in the tournament, and we just emphasize how much the best ones and how important they are on the first day. And if they can go to a 2-0 here already, then they're going to be feeling super confident.
If anything, they avoid Mouse, they avoid Vitality. They don't want to go down in that 0-1 bracket that is going to shape up quite horrendously for a lot of teams. So yeah, I agree with you. Good signs from Spirit, and good to see them get off to a win. Whereas for Pain, let's be honest, we didn't expect them to beat Spirit.
No.
Their games are not against the likes of Spirit. They have to beat the likes of, well, I wanted to say Legacy, but they're not in the same category right now. apparently, but some of the lesser-known teams, so to speak.
It's all about peaking at the right time. Should we just take a little, really quick sidestep to talk about that Mouse Virtus Pro matchup? It was super close when we last threw to break. That did end 13-11 in the favor of Virtus Pro. Did you have VP as one of your 3-0s? Were you looking at that?
No, I mean, I think that VP was, they showed really good signs in stage 2, and for them to come in now and get a matchup against Mouse Sports was obviously going to be difficult for them. But, you know, in some sense, it's always nice to go up against an opponent that looks strong on paper. If you can get off to a start where you beat an opponent like Mouse Sports, that's just going to bring so much confidence to the team. And I saw, sure, the series was close, but it looked good from VP. I think they played some great Counter-Strike, and they kept up what they actually showed in stage 2.
With Falcons out of the picture, with some early signs of weakness shown by Mouse, etc., and the way VP have been playing so far, they are an early contender to maybe be part of a playoff semi-final. But let's see about that.
Yeah, I'm taking a sidetrack because on the H stream, of course, we have another best of one going down. That's Aurora versus FaZe. Of course, we got to see a hell of a lot of FaZe throughout stage 2 because they took the scenic route, kind of typical of FaZe Clan. Aurora, though, they're entering the server for the first time since IEM Dallas. What have you made of them so far this season, Peter?
I think ever since they changed to Aurora, I feel like they've kind of had a dip of their performance. I think when they were called Eternal Fire, it just seemed like they will always make really good runs, but obviously they had their issues going into the stage and playing on the arenas, where they seem to have some kind of a mental barricade that kind of limits them a little bit. But I think it's an interesting team, you know, and we've talked about Santaria specifically in this lineup. He has stepped up to the occasion and just stays within Turkish CS. You know, he's been praised to be maybe going to some international team and actually go and do great things there, but he just has so much faith in his countrymen that he just wants to stay. You know, he's a nationalist in that department, that he just wants to showcase that Turkey can play so much good Counter-Strike. And they're a team that are just, they're playing so much off their numbers. They're great at grouping up. They're great at playing off each other in that department, and they have the individuals to back it up. And, you know, you also have a guy like Major that's been around for French Counter-Strike for so long. He has so much experience in also leading these kind of guys, and it's been going a little bit back and forth the Turkish scene where he's been in and out of the team. But now it seems like they've kind of found themselves a little bit more.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm bored when it comes to Aurora, but in the beginning of the year, they were so exciting. They were so nice. They were breaking through the scene, playing good Counter-Strike. We didn't know their ceiling, but I feel like we figured out where their ceiling is at. As you said, when they go into the arena, when they go into the stage, we don't really expect them to do much more than that. So I want to give them an awful lot of credit for being so stable, being so consistent, always getting into the playoff. I think we put them as number 5 in the world in the power ranking as well, which is not bad by any stretch of the imagination. But it's boring in the sense that I feel I've seen the best of them, and I don't expect it to get better.
Well, let's flip the script to talk a little bit about FaZe and catch up with Elise ahead of this matchup. Elise, looking back on stage 2 for the team, how tough of a stage was that, in your opinion?
It was definitely hard. I mean, we didn't go 3-0, so it was hard for us. First day went well. The next few days was more of a struggle, and I think us getting more games is probably going to be helpful for us in the long run, just because we haven't had that many days just in general with Sasha on the team. So all in all, I think it was a hard stage, but yeah, new stage now.
How much of a shift did you see from the beginning of stage 2 to the end in terms of that team chemistry, rather? Because obviously that's something that you haven't had that much time in the server to actually be trying out. Did you see a distinct difference?
I mean, it wasn't huge. It's always a bunch of small things, just piling on top of each other. So yeah, I think just, you know, we've been saying the word synergy, our synergy was just a little bit off, because it's not like we're playing all bad. It's not like we're whiffing shots super hard or anything. It's more just the little things aren't connecting all together. And the last day, I think that we did a way better job of having that flow, feel better with each other. And I think that's what's the most important when we're playing these games, because everyone here is ready to win. There's going to be upsets left and right just happening constantly. Some of that is from best of ones. Other than that, it's going to be the pressure, because you know the major is super important. We all care super hard about it, and yeah, it's going to be tough for everyone.
Aurora as your first opponent in the aforementioned best of ones. What do you think about them as opponents?
They've been hard. I mean, they've been playing well this whole year. They've been playoffs, I think, every single tournament. So yeah, obviously no slouches. We're going to be playing them on both of our perceived best maps, so it's going to be a good series for us.
As Elise mentioned, maybe lacking some synergy back in stage 2. I think that was kind of evident, Jacob. There were moments where, yeah, the individuals were showing up, but it's just about getting that team chemistry together, which wasn't always on point.
They were super inconsistent. Day 1 in stage 2, they looked good, they looked sharp. Day 2, day 3, when they lost the best of 3s, they didn't look great. And on day 4, when they had to qualify, they were under a lot of pressure and didn't play their best brand of Counter-Strike. I'm curious to see if FaZe are now coming in alleviated from that pressure, able to play good Counter-Strike, or at least able to free up the individuals. Maybe lack of synergy synergy, maybe lack of team play, maybe lack of a depth within how they can approach the games with Simple coming in, but the individuals should be enough to make every single game competitive here at the Major, and I'm not sold on that yet, and that's what I want to see now.
I love they touched on the whole synergy, because that is what I feel like is the bread and butter for them moving forward, because I got to sit here when they were playing their elimination game in stage 2, and you could just feel how it shifted from being so good in the beginning, and then it just shifted over to MRVR making a comeback, and they just lost this edge of them communicating so well between each other, but also making the right plays off of what information they have. And if FaZe does not rely on that, then I think it's going to be looking very grim for them.
Well, let's see if FaZe can put pen to paper and arrive. Fired Up versus Aurora. That's going to be going down after this short break on Anubis.
What's up, everybody? I got Rain from FaZe Clan here. We're gonna get them outfitted in a little bit of local flair, get you ready for the Austin crowd. What do you say?
Yeah, let's get the American spirit going. Yeehaw!
So you are gonna be a 7 5/8.
All right. So how far down I put it?
You want it to sit above your ears and above your eyebrows.
That's a classic.
Howdy.
That's a good look.
That fits.
I feel like a cowboy almost.
Should we move on to boots?
Let's go. Okay, what we're looking for here, Dorf?
That's a good question. What about these?
That's not too bad.
Got a little bit of detailing on them?
Try some full contrast, not brown, but something extreme.
Something extreme?
Something extreme.
That's pretty extreme.
That's pretty extreme, but I don't know if you're gonna see the blue though.
What else do we got that's more extreme? We've got green, red boots. This is ostrich.
Ostrich? We're going ostrich.
Let's do it. Let's try on some boots.
I think I have the wrong pants for this though. I don't think you're supposed to have baggy pants.
No, you might need some bootcut jeans for that.
I feel like I'm gonna go work in the farm or something.
Work some cattle?
Work in the stall. You have to walk really strange though.
Do you? Is it too tight or what is it?
No, it's the height of the heel.
Let's see what we got. Here, I'll grab the other side of it.
Yeah, and the blue ones they're better. They're more comfortable.
Jeans over.
Jeans over, okay.
You got it. Pull back. Boom. It's that easy, brother.
All right.
Do you want to try and grab some in FaZe colors?
We won't really have red that much, so
Understood.
it'll probably be black, and then what we can do is get red and like a shirt. And here's the thing, black hat. The boots have to match the hat. Between that, you can wear whatever you want. Nice. Once you're in there, how does it feel?
Feels fine.
Yeah. So what do we need next?
Belts.
Belts.
Wait, you want this one?
Yeah.
That's loud.
Very American.
That's an aggressive look.
That is a statement.
And this is a good one. This is a good size.
Good size?
Yeah.
Nice. Good.
Can reach the third one, fourth one.
Yeah, perfect.
Actually, at least like so, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, this is nice. It's really classy.
Oh, there we go.
Now we're getting into it.
This is fierce. Oh, we got a look coming together here, Howie.
Looking ready to go and farm some cattle.
Farm some cattle, you know, farm some people on the server. You know.
Farm some people on the server, and then belt. Ooh. Howdy.
Oh, that's a fucking look, man. All right, so I think we've got your local persona here.
Yeah.
What would your cowboy name be?
Bootstrap Howie.
Bootstrap Howie. I mean, I think you got to rock out on stage with this.
You think so?
I think this might be your fit.
If we get the players, actually, at least wear the hat for the stage.
Hell yeah.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Third match of the day, and it's Aurora versus FaZe for a best of one here in Austin, Texas. Dan, are you ready?
I'm ready, but Rain looks even more ready. Just a very fun bit of trivia there. Alan's boots, that's where Tarantino goes and shops for all of the cowboy boots and cowboy hats that he has in his movies. He gets them there.
That's fantastic. Yeah,
awesome
I was very doubting that whole look, but you know, Mike, he put it together. Shout out to Mike.
Everyone here should go to Alan Boots on South Congress.
Exactly. Let's go. We're heading into it. It's going to be on Anubis for the veto. Again, a curious situation where I think Aurora for a while sort of known as the best Anubis team in the world, and again they end up playing it a lot in spite of that fact people want to challenge them. Now FaZe, They're not going to be slouches on this map either, but I say it all the time, I think it's the most treacherous map. It will be FaZe starting on that CT side and Aurora on the T side. And look at the utility, also where they're running, but that's classic utility for just a heavy A execute where you throw smokes to the high ground, you Molotov out the camp position, or you Molotov out the plateau, depending on what you're feeling. But either way, it does look like the Turkish side is ready to go for that A site.
Yeah, this is looking very nice, looking to be for the gaps, but it's by design with that deep position and teeth from Frozen. It really shows that FaZe are kind of ready for anything here, and they're happy to play retake, maybe get a bit of damage on the way in for Aurora as they set this one up. There they go, into the site. Any initial damage, couple headshots attempted, but they're gonna have to fall away. And it's Woxic taking down a leash. That's actually devastating for FaZe.
That smoke on the high ground was so late, but it doesn't matter. Centaurus has shown up, and he gets a couple of good kills. Kerrigan taken down even through the smoke. Bisali frozen. He was really, just a scout outside of the B bomb site. And I think the plan for FaZe, like you said, is actually not that bad. Just try and get a couple of kills before they get in. Let them have the bomb if they want to, who cares? But just get 1 or 2, and then your retake is a lot easier. But none of that really materialized. And that's in spite of the fact, like I said, for the T side there, that smoke on the high ground was very, very delayed. There was an opportunity for FaZe to hit some shots. They just didn't. So I think Aurora, they're an interesting team. Like, I actually think, like, at the start of the year, I said they were going to win the major, so I guess I just have to hold on to that, even though I think since then my confidence has dwindled a bit, because I feel like in high-level games, they tend to fall a bit under the pressure. I also feel like Centaurus, even though he's an amazing player, there are definitely times where he doesn't quite show up to the level that you would want, so... But yes, I do think this team is really, really strong, man. In a best of 1, though, again, it's anybody's guess how this is going to be playing out. But the fact that they win the pistol is already a good sign, and FaZe are going to be under some pressure to try and get into the game early. They will buy up into this round.
There's a tester, that jump peek from Frozen outside B. Very defensive arrangements from Aurora. A topography, if you will.
Wow. Those are big words, Dan. I'm from Denmark. I don't know what you're saying. It's too much for me. But it sounds nice. Okay, simple. Gets a kill there. Zentara's going to be overwhelmed. Very important for Jota to be able to turn it around here and make sure that, more than anything, obviously they don't lose around, but also don't let him get the AKs here. So, kind of a hard-fought battle, honestly, for FaZe. That could have absolutely worked out. Frozen, though, the bomb is headed the other way, so he's going to be quite far away from the action. Might just leave Jota in the middle to hold on to the AKs again. It's kind of important. I'm sure Bacardi will probably join him once the bomb is planted. Yeah, they're just clearing this out, but I think holding onto the rifles is probably the primary thing at this stage.
Yeah, we'll see if Frozen can get anything at all here. Looking to do some damage, but getting up against the MAC-10, not the most ideal scenarios. If you're going to isolate a player here, there's a nice shot onto Icardia. Makes it 1v2, and he's very close here. Absolutely going for this one. Frozen is he able to give anything here to FaZe early on. Slowed down by the Molotov is quite annoying. All this util just slowly getting layered and dumped onto him as he finally gets his way onto the site. Nice clean shot onto Jota. Closes the distance, knows precisely where Magic is. And Frozen, a clinical 1v3 clutch that never seemed to be in doubt. FaZe, they win a surprising round.
I mean, I'm shocked beyond belief. Okay, this isn't obviously the Falcons 5v3, but this is not a round you're ever supposed to be even close to losing. He's got no kit. Even at this stage, fine, he gets the first one, that's great, but what's the pressure in fighting him at all right now? You know eventually he has to go and try and tap that bomb. Yeah, that is my question. I obviously typically can't say those words exactly, Frozen, so thank you for shit. That's exactly what I was thinking. What the fuck are they doing?
1-1, and FaZe looking like they're in a really good spot here. However, danger does loom. We've got 4 MAC-10s. 4 MAC-10s here on deck for Aurora, so they're looking to shove it in somewhere very quickly, and it might be unrelenting, the pace. So FaZe have to be careful not to get overwhelmed on their relative positions. And the A site feels like it could be at the most danger here, Anders.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very speedy, right? So we'll see if they can just power on through. It's just a question of, getting the first couple of jumps in with the MAC-10. I'm sure the first guy will be flying in, and then the rest are going to just try and swing wide to take the shots. It can absolutely work. Smoke up here, which is very nice, simple. Gonna get put away on this one, so tries to get the timing here. Elige caught in a very awkward position, and it works so well. Just caught trying to get the jump up there, and Rain also got devastated by the Galil on the other side. So 3v5. Even though look at how much damage has been dished out here to Aurora, it doesn't make a difference. You're saving this 100% of the time on FaZe, so no crazy retake happening. What a shame for FaZe, because
so close to just, at least if they get like 2 kills.
Yeah,
which they're so close to doing, it's so doable for the retake, but
they should have lost that last round. I stand on that ground. Frozen should have never been close to winning that clutch. The fact that they win it and then give it up now is kind of heartbreaking.
Well, I'm going to give everyone who is a FaZe fan a little cope to work off up.
Okay, go on.
If FaZe are in a difficult position. So Aurora have had a lot of trouble on Anubis. The last 5 Anubises that they have played, there's been a lot of drama. They're either just total losses, they have a close overtime victory against the Mongols, but otherwise, the last 4 or 5 times Aurora have played Anubis, they have been on the losing end of it, and this is against teams like Heroic, teams like Furia. You know, so this is not, these are not necessarily teams that you're saying, oh, well, they're losing to like the super top echelon of teams.
That's fair.
So there's some cope for you there, Anders. If you're a FaZe fan and you're in doubt.
I'm in the market for a little bit of copium. I would love FaZe to show more strength here in the third stage of the major. Obviously, just insane bias for the fact that Simple is back and playing. I can't express like my joy of that.
Yes.
Counter-Strike does not feel the same without him, and yeah, I mean, that's just how it is. Round number 4. And they do save some rifles on the CT side, but no doubt it's going to be another tricky round here. Rain playing in front. If they grenade this, he's just going to push in front of it. He will anyway, flashing and molotoving their way in, but there's such a setup out there with the entire Turkish side just ready and waiting. I do like the sandwich from the other side. It's so much damage again. Simple shows up now with a 1v1, but Centaurus will find the headshot and just barely holds on to the round. That was such a great crunch coming in from FaZe. Is a great idea.
So close, but so far, sadly. Simple right at the end there. That's always such a hard position. As Simple as in, you get all of those kills, you get into the 1v1, but now your position is known. Now the opponent has... Oh my god, yeah. Of course, it is Antares after all. The jiggle, just a one tap. Imagine pumping up the soldiers for Aurora. We have a B stack on our hands from FaZe. And I know one criticism of FaZe in the previous stage was not bringing Simple onto the AWP near enough. We'll see if that's anything that changes into this stage, but...
We've got USPs and some quick boots on as well. Trying to see if they can run out here. Rain with a little bit of a dink. It's Simple getting a headshot, so at least getting a deal shot. Not really a headshot, but onto Jota. That's about it. They chip away a little bit of the money, but it's not really significant, I think, for Aurora, who, again, are enjoying the start here. It's been some expensive rounds for them. I guess that's the context that you could put into this, is that FaZe kind of know they are, keeping the economy as low as they can really on the T side, but still winning CT rounds. I'm a bit of a broken record on this point.
Yeah.
But it is just really hard to do.
Yeah, but you're totally right. The money is getting worn a bit for Aurora. Still more work needs to be done there, though. And no AWP yet for Simple. I'll have to keep our eyes on that.
So FaZe actually the ones to set up that smoke towards the stairs. That's become so common. For Aurora, it's a giant indication that they're going to be playing pretty much what FaZe is right now with 3B, 1 mid, 1A. When Aurora do it, the correlation between that smoke and them playing this setup is enormous. Like 85% plus of the time, especially if they got the AWP and Woxic. They tend to play, down in that connector quite a bit. So just cool to see FaZe also throwing that same grenade.
Now Aurora going into the next stage of the defaults. Trying to take these doors. The Ankh printed on them.
True. You're into some Egyptian mythology.
Why not? Get in. I mean, it's called Anubis after all, so we got to get in on. However, Xantares now breaching this forward position is now threatening this, but there's a potential push here off the pop flash. In they go, but right around the corner is Xantares, the turret, but the turret has been dismantled there. Simple takes him out, and now it's very hard for Jota to push forwards. He's got players on 2 angles. He uses the smoke to deal with it. A preemptive peek, but the punish from Jota is sublime. And with that, now you've already got his teammates that are rotating back off the A site, and that is adding insult to injury now. Rain and Carrigan, the last players left here for FaZe to try to offer a defense, but they're not even sure where Aurora is going.
Yeah, Carrigan was sticking around for B for a really, really long time. Had to go back and check middle. Pretty good spray down, actually. Jota's finally gone down. And you know what? That actually does buy an opportunity for a retake. 2v2 right now. Bomb going to be planted. There's no helmet on anyone, so, well, it doesn't matter. He's going to pick up the AK instead there, Maggio. But I was going to say, even the Mac 10 might have been almost a more dangerous weapon in some sense. So Arcadia finding a free kill onto Rain. He was not ready for that angle whatsoever. So it's on Carrigan, alone versus 2, and they find such great timing. How is he supposed to win that battle when they're both peeking him at the same time? So nice conversion. They keep it going. It's a good lead that is building at the moment here. And again, FaZe dropping low on the money. They're going to call a timeout to get Neo activated.
Yeah, we'll see what they have in store. Again, I think, you know, as a point that has been made many times on this map, probably 95% of the time has been made by you, Anders, is that
I do.
you only need a couple of rounds really, well, a couple in addition to what FaZe have to have what feels or can feel like a competitive CT side on this map. So again, you know, adding to the barrel of cope that we're slowly filling up here for any dissatisfied FaZe fans.
Feed it to me, Dan. I do need more cope at this stage, because they are starting to drop a little bit behind. But yeah, good to get Neo activated, obviously now, for maybe a new generation of players, known as the coach of FaZe. But for everybody else, in case you are new to the game, you don't know, at least for my money, Neo was the best Counter-Strike 1.6 player of all time. If you combine everyone together, I personally probably put Neo on top. So to call him a legend is almost, you know, short-selling him. 5-1. Bit of a shot ringing out here. Woxic not finding the opening. And with just pistols on this CT side, it's tough to make this work. I do like the fact that FaZe called the timeout not into like a buy round, but to set up a later round, which is, I think, in modern day Counter-Strike typically how it's done anyway. But it just means Aurora won't be able to immediately react and say, oh, you're out of a timeout. You're probably trying some crazy setup. Like, it's delayed a little bit.
And Rain with the 5-7. We've seen the 5-7 do work, but not this time. Gets this mantle. And the sprays continue. Frozen will peel off one player, but it's unfortunately the lost sight and the bomb to go down. That is the reality for FaZe, as they try to do what they can with these pistols, but it's so damn difficult.
Yeah, unfortunately. I'm curious, because you mentioned this, the idea of Simple not having the AWP a lot. I'm curious if they can start to pick it up at some point here, because there's another thing for you guys at home to kind of play, like a little mini game you can play. Try and watch for whether or not Elige smokes middle, and whether or not he throws the smoke shallow or deep. If he throws it deep towards the towards that T side, basically, it's very likely that he is going to stick around in the middle. But sometimes when they throw that shallow smoke, it basically means that they've almost given up the middle and they're falling back into you know, a further position. If they throw no smoke but throw Molotovs instead, very often a sign that there's going to be an AWP with Elige in the middle, and it's a big tell for a lot of teams right now that, you know, how they do it. So just, you know, watch the minimap, see how the grenades land and how deep or not they are.
Is that a drinking game you're suggesting, Anders?
It could be. It could be. Just try and see.
1 finger's for the shallow smoke, 2 fingers for the
something like that, you know.
There you go.
It's also it's also the problem is also if you throw the shallow smoke, it's so much easier to throw that if you're far back in middle. Like if you're playing the camp position, throwing the shallow smoke in mid is so easy, but throwing a deeper one doesn't make a lot of sense anyway.
Well, Simple is on the AWP now, and he's going into the E-box position. And this is where we do see CT AWPs do a lot of work, but there we go. Magic goes down. A second connection onto Woxic, and Simple has announced his presence on the server on Anubis, and it's an early 5v3 now for FaZe.
Yeah, and they had that deep smoke. This is the deeper smoke that I'm talking about, and Alicia's sticking around, and Simple is elsewhere. It all lines up pretty well. That utility is very often for all teams right now, pretty big indication of what's happening. 6-1, and we're moving into round number 8 here. It's not too late for FaZe at all, and it's not just Copium. If they can win this round and keep it going, they've already kept the T-side economy maybe not low. Magic does have 8,000, but still, it's within striking distance here. They can win a couple of rounds phase, and then they have a bit of an easier time of it. Got to win this one first, though. 5 versus 3, and this B bomb site is annoyingly hard to hold, even when you got 2 people here.
Yeah, we'll see what is possible, because it's a 2-1-2 setup, so this could live and die this round by this hold. That is so close. That is the haircut from Xantares, but he wants the entire head, and that's exactly what he's going to get. And suddenly, they are locked out phase. How do they get back into the site? The bomb is now planted, and I mean, if they were to lose all their weaponry in this retake, it would be tragic, but they also have to go for it.
I think so. You feel like there's no choice. Like, you're going to try and run for this one. 3v3. No kit picked up at the moment. A flash around the corner, and Xantares just ice cold here. Little side step taking down Rain. Simple still pretty far away with that AWP. Elige trying to navigate it, but Xantares hits one more headshot, and he's just completely pushed him out of the round.
He's 14-2, Anders.
This is why they call him the Turkish Terminator. And now he's coming for Simple. Why not try and see if you can hunt him down at this stage? Seeing if he can close the distance, but yeah. This is the power of having somebody like Xantares on your team. When he doesn't show up, it's so disappointing. But when he does, this is exactly what should happen.
And I got to say, that has been an enormous question mark for Aurora. They've been somewhat all over the place based on the ceiling that we understand that they have.
Yeah.
And it is often defined by how Xantares is playing, because his ceiling is so unbelievably high. And we're seeing a crazy performance right now. Unfortunately, for FaZe in their first match in this stage, they're having to play up against it. And despite those 2 opening AWP picks, you know, FaZe was shown that, hey, you can't just play a 2-1-2 setup after that on any other map. That's perfectly fine, pretty much, any other map. But in Ubers, like you said, the B side is just horrendously hard to hold. It's just so hard. Even with, you know, 2v3 there, it just gets converted into a round win.
Unfortunately, a bit of a classic situation, right? And you can also, I think you can tell if you go back and watch that early setup with two people on the B bomb side, they can't really play together easily. There's like one's jiggling for information. You can see there's no you can't like retake that fight. You're not going to be swinging in and trading those kills. You're just fighting alone in a really awkward position. So, great work. Madja is smiling. If ever there was a veteran player, probably be Madja. He's been playing for such a long time. 7-1.
That was such a good opportunity for FaZe to get the 1 or 2 that they need to give that breathing room to just kind of give a lot of relief to the team. But
oh yeah,
I think something else that you said to me off camera was the fact that one of the things that FaZe are known for is they get there oftentimes historically, but there is always a struggle.
Yes, that is in fact part of their brand in some sense. Now I don't know if that's still going to be true with this current roster, but obviously if you go back, that's the thing that they would do. Fall far behind and then make absolutely epic comebacks, which is, I think, one of the reasons why it's just so much fun to be a FaZe fan, and painful. 7-1. Round number 9. Unfortunately, we're getting close to the stage where FaZe need maybe a miracle or 2 here. They've got the AWP on Simple, and he's hanging around in that A bomb site, which is fine, because it looks like there's going to be an A split, but it still will be very hard to do this.
The bomb is on this side, though, Anders. This could be huge.
They're going for it. Like, Aurora definitely are, and there's a push coming in from the other side, too. So, again, a bit of a crunch, trying to set it up here. Madja, not quite getting the spray down. He's going to be good for the 1, but the trade is in. Another bomb is isolated. So, Akadi with 30 seconds, but that's the bomb up there. How does he get it to a site?
It's up to Simple's decision-making here. He's got to have good timing, and that's a good connection. Doesn't get the kill, though, but at least understands what he has to do, and he does it. Takes down Jota. And now, what is the response? 15 seconds, and the bomb is going away from the A side. It's making a mad dash to the B, but there's 2 players here. Karrigan and Frozen ready to stop this bomb from going down. It has to be planted immediately. It will make it around the corner. The bomb will be planted here.
Oh, no. Karrigan played it so well. He showed himself to set up Frozen. He was expecting the plant on the default, but instead they jump into that little cubby, and now Karrigan goes down. Simple. He has to run away for it. Oh, it was such a great mind game for Karrigan. There's a big question in that double setup with Frozen and Karrigan. Who's the first person to show on that CT side? And I think Karrigan is exactly right. If he shows himself, then chances are they just run and plant for the obelisk, and they don't try and hide it even any further. Fortunately here, Simple going to get hunted down as well. The
don't do it, don't knife him, don't knife him, no, don't do it to him.
Do it, can you?
Not Simple! Anders, that's
diabolical.
illegal.
Yeah, I I can't believe it. That's 2 rounds, Dan. 2 rounds where they've had the openings. The other one was the double kill for Simple in middle, and this one, they isolate the bomb, and it's so winnable. There's no time left at all.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. It is so heartbreaking, especially for Simple. You know, he's in this position with the AWP where, you know, with the AWP, the big question is, are you going to get the value for your team with that weapon? And Simple's doing everything asked of him at the moment. Oh, very aggressive push here from Frozen around the side of the smoke. This is a really nice position for Frozen. Did they expect it, though?
Well, there's already been a lot of aggression behind this kind of a smoke, and the fact that it's re-smoked again, I think it probably is a bit suspicious to them. Grenades set up, but they're boosted over that smoke to look for any kind of CT aggression out of A. So if Rain steps forward here, there's going to be a nasty surprise waiting on the other side. Elise still alone in middle here.
Rain's position is a good bait for Frozen. If they don't know where Frozen is, they might tunnel vision on that position instead, and opens up Rain for a potential multi-kill. But he does have a player above him, does Frozen.
Yeah, that's the 3rd smoke that's landing at the stairs, by the way. So if I'm Aurora, I'm definitely wondering why are they so insistent on that. More CTs are actually starting to get here. They're doubling and tripling down on this kind of aggression. Santara is hoping for the opening, but he's going to get killed. And now the trades are going to be set up. Like you said, it was Rain on the one side, Elige pushing on the other. Bomb, though, is going to make its way towards this B side. Caught in the air. Simple. Really reliable with these AWP shots at the moment. Jota's still trying to creep on in, but he walks straight into Elige, who's supposed to be in middle, right? That's his normal position. So probably a bit of a surprise for Jota to find him in that one. And Woxic, 1 versus 4, and with 20 seconds, cannot be won. So FaZe, oh man, if they can get 4. If they can get 4, Dan. We're back on the copium.
Yes. This was another great round from FaZe, but it's a round where they were able to close it, and I love that you have the finishing touch, because it's been that second stage reaction of Aurora after they get the disadvantage. What is the next thing they do? That's when Aurora have then won the round both times. But in this particular case, there's the setup for FaZe, because, hey, you're going to run into Simple. We're forcing you to run into Simple's AWP, and that is the absolute counter. As we can see the connection here with that just iconic, flicky, jittery aim.
I know. If you strip the hut, you'd still know who was playing somehow. You can just tell. Timeout being called here. Aurora, even though they're winning a lot, I think it's reasonable to take this kind of a timeout, because as much as we do, they definitely also know that if it turns into an 8-4, then there's every opportunity for FaZe to get back. All they have to do is win the pistol in the second half, and we're good to go.
Absolutely, and I think it's interesting too, Anders, because I don't feel like we're seeing, you know, FaZe, you know, play badly, for example. Like, you know, there's a bunch of stuff that's working, and we're seeing them problem solving on the fly, and we just got to see them win a round off of some of that problem solving, and they had to take some big risks. That mid aggression is very risky to do, but they executed it very well.
I agree. I don't think FaZe are playing badly right now, but they're also up against the fact that it's a 16-3 Centaurus that shows up, so that's, you have to factor that in. He's hitting some crazy shots at the moment. A nice grenade that gets dunked from inside of the E-bomb side. Yeah, Woxic, you're right. Investigation.
13 health, Anders.
Yeah, he's not enjoying life at the moment. Classic grenades as well. But is it enough to set them up for a bit of a victory is the question. 3 people at the B-bomb side.
Yeah, we have a new position for Simple again. He's moving around constantly with the AWP, which is... That's you know, one of the most dangerous things to be up against on the T side. You never know where the AWP is, and that changes fundamentally how you're supposed to clear those positions. So we'll see if they work that one out. As it looks like they want a B split here. If we're just looking at the positions on the minimap, that's what Aurora are gunning for, and the B side does look vulnerable.
Really does. Pretty good counter utility from Carrigan. It just slows it down. It means Elige can go in from middle and be a bit closer. That's what that grenade basically did. We're down to 45 seconds, and Elige is kind of, you know, taking a step in the right direction here. 40 seconds. It looks like Aurora want to hit this B-bomb site once again. They've been having such great success over here that I can't really blame them. Why not try and see if you can crack it open one more time? 30 seconds. They catch him running out of the Molotov. Carrigan getting the one in return, but a wild spray from Ricardia. They catch Rain. That's way on the other side. He was trying to exit the A-bomb site, but Frozen low on health here. In round number 11, it just doesn't seem that doable on the retake. He's so low on health already. I feel like you need these rifles.
Yeah, they really do. Throwing the running away. Might be a chance for Frozen. He's going to close the distance. He has managed to sneak quite deep here. Finds one player. They had no idea he's in this position. He's forcing the... He's going to force him out of position. They have to run it down. He's going for the stick. 0.7 seconds for Frozen. You have to respect the attempt. That was so close.
Oh, if Simple would have had anything, a flash, a smoke, anything to try and distract them. You're right, 0.7 seconds. It's such a great idea, but it doesn't work. 9 rounds now for Aurora. For their T side, this is great work.
It really is. This B side is a consistent problem for FaZe. It really is. You know, teams have different solutions as to how they deal with it, but the problem is there's trade-offs. If you try to invest in either being aggressive on B, well, that's risky, because if you end up dying with a B main aggression, well, then you're just starting off from a huge disadvantage. If you play heavy E-box, you're leaving like mid and A open as well to those A defaults. So there's just never, it's not a perfect solution.
Bit of mid aggression, Carrigan. Oh, look at him charging through. This is something new. I think it's one of the things that makes Carrigan such a fun player. He'll do this sometimes. Woxic loses the battle to Simple, and they are walking up behind him. He's got to be careful here. He's almost visible from the mid push. Aurora were right behind him. But they're checking middle, and they're saying, oh, there's nobody here in middle at all. So Carrigan just needs 1 kill right now, and he's isolating them, but having a hard time finding Wakadia. Oh, he does win the fight. Wakadia comes back out and takes him down, but they've got rid of Centaurus. It's still worth it.
And it resets the round now here for both teams. Oh, that labored spray that catches Rain, that could make the difference now. You've got Aurora working on an A split, going up the mid position with the bomb. Simple is going to be trying to make his way to find this, but it is a hard position for Simple. He won't have any support here, but he does have the AWP, and it might be perfect there. Another connection from Simple. His accuracy on the AWP this game has been very, very good. Barely misses the timing there. I need to be careful. They might be looking to try to push this.
Yeah, they want to see if they could do something.
That's the bomb there too, Anders.
Yeah, you're right. And isolated. Range 1 and 11 down.
What does Maja do here? I mean, we've got a push coming around from Wikadi, 16 HP into the B site, but that doesn't in of itself guarantee the entry for Maja.
No, it doesn't. Frozen hiding up on this plateau. Again, this should be a really strong position. They don't have any Molotovs to get rid of him here. They try to make the cross, but he gets shot in the face. How? Simple. Out-dueled by Wakadia, who's now working on an ace to try and steal this round away from FaZe. It doesn't seem fair, does it? Elige, he's getting real close now, walking up, and he's going to get this, but oh, he won't. Maja somehow lives through it. It's another stolen round in favor of Aurora at the end of the half. Second half is coming your way. It's FaZe with some frustration in the first half. They had so many opportunities to break kills from Simple in a round that they still end up losing. And that was true for a lot of it here. You could see Wakadia getting it, and yeah, definitely looking like it's getting to him at this stage. And who could blame him, Dan? I mean, this should have been a different half. They should have had so many more rounds.
Yeah, and I think, Simple, especially in that particular fight that he loses there, he's trying to take the extra split second because he was kind of caught moving to make sure that he can actually take the shot cleanly. Because if you watch him the entire game, he's missed basically no shots pretty much, and he's been super focused and dialed in. He obviously, I mean, as all of these players do, cares so much about this. So it's very frustrating for FaZe to be in this position. I think they could easily, especially after that clutch from Frozen that we saw, that 1v3 with the FAMAS, FaZe could definitely be in a world where they have 5 or 6 rounds here.
I agree.
And they had, very good openings, but they just could never seem to close.
There's Rain on that 1-11 scoreline, anchoring that A bomb site for a lot of it. But one of the issues is you have to play somewhat proactively as well on the A side. So you have to try and help out, and they did this a lot. I think it was one of the great gameplays that they were coming in with FaZe, with some of the aggression pushing towards Aurora, and it very nearly worked a bunch of rounds, but just wasn't enough. On top of that, they really couldn't hold the B bomb site, even when they had players there and there was low time and everything. It's just hard to explain. There were so many ridiculous rounds in the first half that FaZe should have won. That's really the end of it. Now, the pistol coming into the second half here. If FaZe can win it, then it's still a winnable game. They have not lost the map yet, but if they lose that, I just don't think there's a path back into it. So here we go. Second half is coming up. We're going to have Aurora now on the CT side. FaZe on the T side. And we're seeing some utility picked up here, so maybe they can find a way to get a bit of an execute. They will start out just testing the waters here. They're making sure no one's pushing outside of B. Maybe keeping an eye on middle as well.
Yeah, this A side does look very doable for FaZe, just due to the only 2 players who are currently defending it. But FaZe, they're waiting to see if there's a play. Often sometimes the CTs will try to make a play, especially on the side that they're more stacked on, so they can get players into position if they're wrong. So Magi playing anti-flash there towards the long position, also able to therefore spot at the same time into the mid position.
Yeah, so if it's a split, he wants to smoke off the one side so they can focus on main. But it's not going to be a split. Instead, he'll throw it down. That's actually pretty good. Still a minute on the clock here, so FaZe don't have any immediate pressure to run through that smoke. If it was 20 seconds, they probably just do it no matter what. And now they're going to retreat. That was the utility except for the flashbang on Woxic here, so pretty good job from FaZe, to be honest. They should be able to defeat Santaris. Dualies are good, yes, but just with so many swinging Glocks, we'll see. They take care of Jota. Oh, Santaris lining them up. He's going to get 2, and then 3 onto Rain. Simple finally shuts it down, and Frozen paves the way for a bomb plant by getting the headshot onto Wakadia. Santaris with 20-6 starting into the second half. That is beastly.
Glorious P250 shot from Frozen, though. However, the late timing from Magi coming from B main, that's really, I think, what Woxic has to try to play for here. He's just occupying the attention of the remaining players, but actually connects an unbelievable shot. Now down to Frozen again into a clutch. Frozen, can he do it again here? The P250. And now he's going to have to come out here. He's going to be forced to move out. Can he find this first player that's just occupying his attention as much as possible, being so annoying? Goes for the defuser. Can't get it connected. Oh my goodness, but actually he came off of it. Oh my god, Magi! He doesn't have time, that's unreal! What is that?
Yes, it was.
Carragher saying thank you. Oh my god. A gift from the heavens.
Is it possible, if we see the replay of his defuse, like holding down the button, is there like a flasher light that pushes him off it? He would have had it every single time. He had 1 health left. That shot, oh, he can't stop. There's no way.
What is that?
Unbelievable scenes.
That is such a gift.
We said FaZe like to take the hardest path possible. Now they are going to try to see if they can recover this game with a bit of divine intervention. Round number 14. And they have forced up into this one. Aurora, they really want to shut down FaZe before anything crazy happens, which is always bound to be the case. Wakadia, he goes down at the start here, jumped on by Carrigan at the Mac 10, and the pressure is on. I see that early player, and they will throw some deep utility here to just keep it going. Bomb is really far back. They're not committed to this at all, so they're just putting the pressure on here.
Yeah, you can't throw away a gift like that. You got to convert. And if Aurora end up losing this game, I mean, it's just, you're going to look back at that moment. Insane. But FaZe pausing in this mid position right now, definitely set up for a very strong A split. And you can see Aurora are looking at this reset, and they're gambling towards a B that FaZe might be going to. But we can see FaZe, they're picking this A site. It's definitely a great choice. A nice entry there from Elige, and that makes it all the easier.
It would be probably the most FaZe way that you could get back into a game. I'm just saying.
Yes.
There's always something going on. I think, if nothing else, they deserve to play some more rounds just so that Rain can actually do, you know, something more here. I'm not even sure if I saw Rain make a ton of mistakes. I just feel like that position just, you know, it got punished whenever they were trying to be aggressive, and, you know, ended up, trying to do a lot by pushing out to help the B bomb site, but got caught a couple of times there too. Everything else being saved, it's going to be a 10-4 scoreline.
Yeah, definitely very scary, I think, whenever the CTs can carry anything into the next round on a map like this. And the CT side, it is very challenging. So I'm just curious how good FaZe's T side will look in the first place here. You know, I think it's hard to know what to expect from them, just in general.
I think it'll look pretty good. Like, they have a lot to work with. I think especially with short in this round, but in general, I would say their mid pressure is really nice, and they have such a good understanding of how to make life uncomfortable. Also because they have somebody like Karrigan, who is just an elusive player to be up against. And if you're on the CT side, you always have to worry, what if Karrigan's knocked through one of those smokes? You know, either towards the back, you know, B hallways there towards CT spawn, or the other way. Like, it's just very annoying. So they definitely have that. We'll see if they can build, you know, even more beyond that. But I think this mid portion of the map is going to be fought for a lot by FaZe.
All right, we're about to find out. Obviously, FaZe are up against just the leftovers of the previous buy from Aurora.
Yeah.
Got a Deagle, a couple MP, well, 2 Deagles and 2 MP9s. So should be okay to deal with. No utility except a single flash as well from Aurora. So they might be trying to make a play around that. Potentially. They are thinking about this mid right now, looking to opt to defend this. And this is a position I've seen so many kills from these MP9s from, so that FaZe have to be very cautious in that spot.
I mean, that was really close, wasn't it? Elige put down the 13. Molotov, I think, burned a little bit, so they kind of are aware that someone is still pretty close to the walls, or at least was. Karrigan not going to shy away, even in spite of the fact that they run into a bit of resistance. They will really go and check this, and yeah, I think it's a core part of what they like to do. Just open up a lot of other opportunities. Molotov onto Madja will push him a bit further back here. Wacardia goes down. The timing was really good. I did like the D flashbang. It's a nice idea for Aurora to set up that peak in the middle. Looking like another A split is coming in. Rain looking to make an entry towards Madja, who's now his back turned here. Yeah, it's very hard to hold this. Running and gunning, though. He's actually, oh my god, it's the last bullet as well. How is that a headshot? I cannot believe it. Rain and Elige, 2 versus 2. 30 seconds left if they give this round back. That would be unforgivable. Shot from Santaris that doesn't connect, but Jota, he's creeping up behind him. He's got one more MP9 catching Elige mid-air, and Rain in full-on panic. He's going to get the first spray down here, but there's only 18 seconds left. And Santaris, one bullet would do it. He can't find it. Instead, it's a clutch for the Norwegian cowboy.
Oh my god, that is the stress. The stress of that round. The MP9 is, honestly, it should truly be outlawed. This weapon is unbelievable.
What is a 1 in a million situation? It is the last bullet.
Oh my god.
Spray while he's moving.
Oh my god.
Oh, Santaris.
It's actually so crazy that Santaris is also forcing the issue there. But either way, that's another gift for FaZe, being able to get back into that one. 5 to 10, if they're going to do it, it's the hardest possible way. Now, AWP's online for both sides. Woxic taking that A-long line, and Simple, the E-box line there as well outside A.
So Aurora have thrown all the utility that would suggest that normally Woxic is going to be orbing from that position. I said it in the first half, but the correlation between that stairs smoke on A and even the mid smoke here for Aurora, they've thrown all the utility that you would normally throw if Woxic was opening B bomb side. And instead now, because he's at the front of the A bomb side, I mean, that could be part of the plan here for Aurora, is to say, let's really sell this idea early on, and then in fact he's on the other side of the map. No one's biting though, so FaZe definitely, whatever they're reading in the map right now, they're not committed to going in quick towards that A side.
Yeah, they re-smoke there defensively for the hold of the box, and we've got FaZe now who are looking to potentially test this, and even just taking this position without committing to the B side. It is, the threat levels are massive for the CTs, and they often have to respect it because B is so vulnerable. So now E-Box is being taken. How far does Karrigan want to go with this one? So he's just making a lot of noise here. At the same time, his teammates are pushing along, looking to potentially catch someone, but this is indeed where Woxic has been set up, and he's gonna whiff. Beautiful, edging onto the angle, forcing the shot, but Woxic picks up the second, close range onto Rain, and now with the bomb down on the ground, it's a great shot from Simple, and he's gonna have to clutch it now. On the site, he's got some assistance, but there's 2 players for the trade. Make that 3, and make that a round for Aurora, 11-5.
Yeah, oh, if they could have punished Woxic there at the start. They had the opportunity, you're right, he whiffed that first shot, and they wanted to put the pressure on, but it just took a second too long, and he's able to turn it around. Bit of a tech timeout here. So, just to maybe follow up, because Karrigan, you're right, he was pushing that dark position, the connector. This is, I would say, the other strength that FaZe have on this map that they're pretty good on. Apart from the mid stuff that I was talking about earlier, they also do this thing a lot where they control front of A and connector at the same time. And because the rotation time for the Ts is so much shorter than it is for the CTs, if you control both those positions, you can essentially do both A and B fakes with some success. So I think that's probably something that we're going to be seeing. They're pretty good at doing these sort of half A executes phase, and then they fall back through the river and into the B bomb site, and it's just hard to catch them there. Simple, unfortunately, yeah, just jumped on Wacardius. That's action-packed.
That is quite the play. Aurora looking really good at the moment on the individual form. But, I mean, this is an opportunity for FaZe. Of course, they lose a round, but the silver lining is it can often be, if the CT economy is weak enough, that they are then susceptible to getting completely reset, because Aurora will have to spend all of their money pretty much in this round, and they will be in a situation where they can't properly rebuy if they lose it. So that gives FaZe, if they win this one, a chance back into the Anubis. But if they lose it, I mean, it's looking all over from there.
Yeah, this is another, you're right, this is another pivotal round that could decide the rest of the half in a big way. 11-5, Aurora, they do have 2 AKs, they got the AWP on Woxic. He's not been the most impactful player, not yet anyway. But he's definitely recovered a lot of his form in general. Look at this push. Karrigan trying to do the same in the first half, but they get caught falling back from that. Wacardius down. Jota already dinked up a little bit and low on health. He's going to go down. It's a team kill.
After the fact.
Yeah, you're right. But probably if you look at the replay, there's almost no way to avoid it, I'm assuming. Bomb going to be run for the smoke, and they set up even more grenades. Good work here. Going to be planted. Frozen. Doesn't care too much. Another deep nade. Oh, and a shot with a wall bang! No way!
That's outrageous, and that was the bomb planter. That's going to waste so much time, and it sets up this push in from the back from Madja to take down the planter, and it is a 1v3 here for Elige. He has to take down everyone by himself. Okay, knows there's a player B. He's trying to find the finish. Oh my goodness, he makes it. A good try, but it's simply too much, overwhelming. Xantares gets the defuse, and that's the 12th round.
Oh, you wanted to believe Elige is known for the mechanics. You could see it coming, but he just had no time to react. Xantares picking it in, but what a disgusting way to get the kill on Frozen. The first HE, who cares? The second one, okay, it's a bit uncomfortable, but that's it. But then they set it up afterwards with the wallbang shot. If I'm Frozen, I am snapping my keyboard over my knee at that point in time. That is frustrating.
Oh, Elige is so close. If he gets half a more second, he can likely win that one. 12-5, though. They at least got the bomb planted. That does give them a bit of a boost on that economy to have just a little extra util. 2 Galils. It's not looking good here for FaZe.
No smoke in the middle, and like I said, it's such a big indication that the AWP is here. And I think that's why FaZe are a little bit more careful now. They flash their way through. Re-peek is coming in, and the flick does not quite connect. But good work for FaZe to understand what was ahead. Do they have a Molotov for this one? They should be able to just put some more pressure on Woxic. Don't really want to be facing him without any utility, and they don't.
Do force him back a bit, but he does actually get another look into mid very quickly to re-clear it. So realizes that he can now move more safely to another position. Box gets challenged. It's a great challenge from Carrigan. Finds a fantastic timing, and he gets out.
Yeah.
Reaction from Arcadia.
Yeah, you're right. He's walking into the smoke. It's just now fading. It is being held. Simple is ready with the Galil, but it's not enough. Arcadia still takes him down. Jota picking up one more kill. It's coming undone here for FaZe. They're bleeding players on that T side and also running out of bullets there. Elige has to reload, and he heard it. Centaurus knew. He could hear the reload in action. Rain and Frozen, 2 versus 4 in the middle, and Arcadia just jiggling this position. Timing is everything. He's going to get the headshot and very nearly drops Frozen as well, who now finds himself in a very bad position. Makes the jump across here, and Centaurus on the other side. Another multi-kill. Aurora on their whole map, destroying FaZe.
Lots there for FaZe, but not enough close, and they'll be very frustrated with this one. Anubis, it is treacherous. I think that is such a perfect word that you've used to describe it time and again, and it's gonna punish FaZe massively here.
And this whole map is just one big what-if question. There are so many, I think maybe 8 or more rounds that you could look back on and say, that's a winnable round for FaZe. They have that, the whole game is different. What a shame. But ultimately, fantastic work out of the Turkish side, and a map where Centaurus just shows up. That's what I want every single time, because he is obviously one of the most mechanically gifted players in the space, and when he shows up like that, they can't stop him, and that's just beautiful to watch. It really is.
And a part of me thinks that you're going to see that from Centaurus, especially against a team like FaZe, because there's so many big names on the other end of the server.
Well, they are ready with the interview, so let's see if we can get something going here.
Aurora now 1-0 up after besting FaZe in very convincing fashion. Woxic, first of all, massive congratulations. That was a really lethal T-side. What allowed you to come so hot out the gates there?
Thank you so much. First of all, the congrats. And I think we just playing really good T side on this map. I think when we started T, like we knew like this game can be like this, but of course not like 10-2. But yeah, we played really nice. Our rifles did really good job. I didn't do anything, basically just throwing nades for them, and they were taking sides. Like in like 7 rounds in a row was something I didn't even see anybody in front of my face. So I'm glad that they were like on fire today. So we didn't do too much things on T side. So they just killed everybody.
Were you surprised that FaZe let this Anubis through, right? They had the choice of either being Dust 2 or Anubis. Were you expecting a different map to be in this best of 1?
I think we thought they will go to do Dust 2, not to Anubis. But when they, like, also we made the preparation for Dust 2, either Inferno. We didn't even do anything for Anubis.
Oh, wow.
And last 5 minutes after the veto, we just talked, this is gonna be the pistol round. This is how they play. Like, basically the in-game leader just watched the game, because we always watching the games that the possible that we will play. We didn't watch, and we just played our game, just communicating each other and playing, you know, throwing flash. So, yeah, that
paid off massively, Woxic. Final question. It's been no secret that you guys have attended pretty much every single tournament throughout 2025 so far. You've been absolutely grinding. You did have a little bit of time between Dallas and now. What did you guys get up to?
We did a bootcamp. We just make them renew about our player book, and also this like what we were doing as a mistake that we just talked about them, or like we had like some stress that people just doing it just a bit wrong right now that we fix, you know, like little mistakes that we had, and that's what we fixed. And also like many practices in the during the bootcamp time. I think also here when we arrived, we just did a bootcamp for 2 days. We didn't do any off day, and it's maybe pays off right now, you know.
Yeah, paying off in dividends. Thank you so much for your time, Woxic. Massive congratulations. Once again, Aurora now 1-0 up. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Aurora, as we spoke about, Peter, a team that has been grinding, a team that is stable in the playoff, but also a team that has hit a limit. This game, though, there was no limit to be found. They were miles ahead of FaZe Clan and made it somewhat easy against the OGs from FaZe.
A really great start here for Aurora. I think that their individuals are popping up, but the game actually looked closer than maybe the scoreline suggests. I think that there was a lot of rounds that could actually have turned the tides and actually have made a bigger impact for FaZe, but that was not the case. And, you know, Santaris, I talked about this guy coming into the game, and what a performance.
Within the first 8 rounds, there were a couple of 1v1s, a couple of 2v2s, and every single one of those went the way of Aurora. I fully agree with you. On the scoreboard, it looks very, very one-sided, and I guess it was at the end of the day, but FaZe definitely had opportunities in the beginning of the game to make this game way more competitive. You said yourself, Peter, Santaris playing with arguably the biggest balls on the server, but also the biggest crosser. Never seen a guy with that big of a gap in between the lines. What do you see against yours?
He gets it to work, right? I mean, FaZe Clan, they do look a little bit disappointing, but I actually like that FaZe Clan came in with what they did right in the beginning of the tournament, that they would go for the aggressive play. They were trying to play off each other. I feel like every time the FaZe Clan ended up in a position where they had to play passive, that is where they started lacking some of these agreements and some of the synergy that they talked so much about. But they actually tried to play aggressive by pushing out aim, and they tried to push out Cave at the same time, you know, try and squeeze them in, and it almost got them to a really good start of the round, but we just had Santaris showing up in a way better form.
That and Anubis, you know, a bit of a surprise on the side of Aurora, a bit of a surprise for us here on the desk as well. FaZe took a gamble, didn't really pay off, but I think if you are FaZe and you look at this game, they probably felt that we could have gotten much more out of it than it did.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of a Carrigan classic by now. You know,
It is,
a bit of a curveball in the
is.
veto. Did you agree with Wox's sentiment that he thought it was either going to be Dust 2 or Inferno to come up?
I've been in this situation multiple times with specifically playing against Carrigan, where you are, okay, we're going to probably play this map or this map, and then you end up in a completely different one. So it's not a surprise that Carrigan throws a curveball and wanted to play Anubis, and I think they played it twice this tournament already, where they had like a pretty comfortable wins. So in some sense, it could also like be that FaZe Clan felt very comfortable, and maybe they got a bit of a fake confidence. But looking at the scoreline, yeah, Aurora had like a really big win here, but it could have gotten closer. I still think that FaZe put up a fight in the majority of the rounds, and I actually thought that maybe there was a chance they could make a comeback on the T side, but obviously Aurora just seemed to be playing Greta, and I know that Aurora is a team that likes to play Anubis.
Yes.
So for them to go into that map instead of the likes of maybe Dust 2 or Inferno must have also felt like quite good for them.
Do you feel like it was any kind of similar issues we were seeing from FaZe, a la, you know, day 2 and day 3 back in stage 2? I know it's a very small sample size, but any kind of similar threads you can pull on there?
They just lag a little bit, yeah. I feel like, again, the game plan and the way into the rounds and the way they make aggressive plays on the CT side, it kind of worked out, but it's the individuals. You know, we need to see a bit more from Elish. We need to see a bit more from Rain in this game in particular as well. It feels like they're lacking that one kill more to give them the advantage. And that's kind of weird for me, because I felt like if FaZe weren't going to do well at this major, it wouldn't be down to the individuals. It'd be down to the lack of synergy, lack of tactical depth, lack of map pool, bringing in Simple. But so far, the individuals haven't really hit a level where they're far superior than their opponents, and that's a big surprise to me.
But the game plan was there. Like they had the approach, they had the right approach to the game, but they simply just lacked like the firepower. And you know, that is where Counter gets so simple that if your opponent kills you before you kill them, then obviously you just lose.
Right? They're not supposed to lack firepower.
No, but that's been the case for them. I feel like that is like the individuals has not been showing up, and then when they do, they take turns doing it. It's not like they do it on the full line, and that's one of their issues.
Speaking of one more, we do have one more round 1 best of 1. There's a whole lot of ones in there, so I think we should go in and check in with one of the players from the side of Na'Vi. It's Ime. Ime, considering that Na'Vi were crowned the best team of 2024, what are your expectations for yourself coming into stage 3 of the major?
That was straightforward, actually. I will say we had a rough season, and then maybe we are looking for redemption, let's say.
Has there been anything that you guys have been doing, you know, in the break between your last tournament to now, that has allowed you to work on the redemption arc, right? Getting back to the form that we know Na'Vi can show.
Yeah, we had 2 weeks bootcamp, and then obviously every time whenever we had a bootcamp before any tournament, we are like playing better at least. Not saying that we're gonna win or something, but we're playing definitely better, and then we're gonna see how the bootcamp works for us.
Yeah, let's talk a little bit about this version of Na'Vi coming in. Peter, you're talking about it, you know, 2024, Team of the Year for Na'Vi. Not so much in 2025.
No, like Na'Vi has everything to prove, right? Wow. They need to prove everyone wrong that they can still play good Counter-Strike. Other than that, then I think we've already touched the fact that then there's probably going to be changes, and that's just the story of it. Like if you have a team that performed really well last year, now coming into a new season, you don't get like the flow going, you don't create the results, and I mean, that's just the way that professional Counter-Strike goes.
See, that's interesting. We get to see a bit of Train being played out right here. Not a map that Na'Vi have played an awful lot. You said once, Peter, I think, looking it up, right?
Yep.
I love that, because that's also a sign of the boot camp has actually paid off for Na'Vi, or at least they've learned something during the boot camp. They tried to renovate the map pool, they tried to come in and have a look, fresh look. I agree with you. If they don't play well here at the Major, there will be roster changes. Even if they are playing decently well, I still think there'll be roster changes. The only thing that can save Na'Vi is arguably getting into a semi-final or final, and maybe having learned a lot during the boot camp. So it's a new, fresh look on the Na'Vi map pool. Hopefully a new, fresh look on Na'Vi, but that's what we want to see here. Let's not forget, the Na'Vi last couple of months have been struggling, sure, but if Na'Vi can rediscover the level they had in 2024, they are one of the contenders that could potentially go all the way into a final.
Yeah. And if they don't, should roster changes be on the horizon? Like, what's the bare minimum Na'Vi should achieve here?
Playoff.
At least playoffs. I mean, I think even if they reach a quarterfinal and they bomb out in quarterfinals, I still think there's like a case to it. I think they need to reach at least semifinals to have like a saying of why we should not make roster changes. And the train pick is just interesting, or the deciding map of train is just interesting also to the point that, Navi's going to play a best of one on train, and how comfortable they actually look. They have some data to go on with against Nimiga now. Like they played, I think, twice also in the previous stage, so they will have some details to go off with. Whereas Nimiga is more like, well, we don't have much details.
Yeah. Well, before we do dive into the action, I think it's only fair that we hear from the other side of the table. It's Lear from Nimiga. Lear, of course, we saw you guys qualifying on the last day of Stage 2. Can you tell me how the team spent yesterday preparing for Stage 3?
Yeah, we watched some demos of our game against Heroic. We tried to update our start book, maybe fix some mistakes when we did against Heroic, and of course we played some pracs to stay in form.
Are there any particular mistakes that you can share with us that you've been working on?
Can you repeat, please?
Are there any mistakes that you can share with us that you were working on?
I don't think so.
Fair enough. Na'Vi as your next opponents here. How do you rate Na'Vi at the moment?
I always rate Na'Vi as the best team in the world, as one of the best teams in the world, because they have good preparation, they have good players, they have a good coach, and for me, they're tier 1 team, which can play every tournament and try to win it, But I'm feeling comfortable to play against them. I'm happy to stay here, and I'm coming for every game for a win.
What do you need to do in the server today to have the best chance of taking down Na'Vi?
We have good preparation for every match. Just play our game, feel confidence, and boys need to listen to me inside the game.
Well, Nimiga holding Na'Vi in pretty high stead. That is what's going to be going down on the A stream very shortly. Over on the B stream, as you can see on the right-hand side of your screen, that is going quite the distance in the Mongols versus Furia. That's going down on Inferno, but I think it's time to hand it over to our casters for this game.
Yes, thank you, Freya. We're going to head into this one, the fourth best of one for the day here on the A stream. It's the third stage. The odds are going to be favoring Na'Vi, which again, if you look at the map, is kind of curious.
Yeah.
I had a whole Twitter discussion about this yesterday because they don't really play train, and I basically said I think Na'Vi have to reinvent their map pool coming into this major. I hope this is the first direction. I'm really excited. Nimiga, they don't play it a ton, but they have played it 5 times. And just for the pistol round, because they're going to be starting on the T side here, Dan, I do want to sort of point out every single pistol round I've seen from them so far in those 5 maps, they go B. If I'm Nimiga, I know Na'Vi have watched those games. It could be really fun to go A instead, just for the hell of it, because it's almost too predictable to end up at the B bomb side here. But let's see how this one plays out. Na'Vi on the CT side, and let's go. One more best of one.
Yeah, Nimiga, they're dangerous. Much like Legacy, they looked like they hit a new ceiling in that last stage, so not to be worried about for Na'Vi, but we'll see if they can.
Well, look at it.
Off to a good start here.
Already setting up for that A split coming in. Again, they're playing against what Na'Vi are expecting, maybe a little bit. 3 people on the site here. They are down in Pop Dog as well, Na'Vi, so they're going to be quick on the retake. Nice flash around the corner. It's Alexi to get the first kill onto Santa. And a 4 versus 5 now. And the rest of Na'Vi rotating in. They've got a great read and a little bit of a labored battle, but Jail gets the shot. Wonderful flicks Frisky Bob straight into the grave. And they win this round with relative ease.
There we go. So pistol on the CT side, always a comforting reality there. For the CTs, of course. But yeah, it's going to be interesting because I feel like with these teams, you're coming in as Na'Vi against Nimiga. It's similar to Vitality coming in against Legacy. It's hard to know precisely what to expect. In addition to that, you've got Nimiga that have gone perhaps much further than anybody expected and have performed much better than anyone has expected. And they're pumped. They have, as you were saying, the stage 1, stage 2 buff because they've been playing on the setups already for a long time. So to see what kind of variance is going to show itself to us in this game of Train now that they're on the pistols.
If really pressed way at the start of the major before we saw any games, if someone would have said who's going to go further, Nemiga or Legacy, I would have picked Nemiga, but I wouldn't have picked him to go into stage 3. Absolutely not. I did have Khan as my rookie to watch, so I'm happy about that. I'm glad that he's still here. I think kind of an underrated AWPer in some sense. But it's not the only one that's been playing well. The whole team has really been stepping it up. Like Lear as a captain, Santa in the last stage had some really cracking rounds, and obviously Shui, I think, is widely regarded as one of those future prospects. I think a lot of people have talked about it. Even the pro scene, he's got a couple of shout-outs from other players, so we kind of know that. It's a 4-1 split, which is super common on Train, and a flash and a peek. It doesn't really get any more standard than that, but it's good work. No investment in this round for Nemiga. They didn't get the bomb planted, so they're chilling out a little bit right now.
Yeah, not too much to talk about in the sense of this is the most standard of standard rounds. Santa has found himself a deep position that may actually catch somebody off guard. So that would be fun if Santa's able to do that.
Yeah, but the rotation is going to be caught with the bomb there, so it's really sick. Okay, yeah, why not make a little bit of extra cash? Immer is dead, but like I said, the problem is the bomb is never going to make its way there.
The damage, it could be nice. Another kill. Just keep that CT economy somewhat under control. It's going to be kind of interesting here. He gets shot in the side by Bit. So there we go. It's just amazing that he managed to get a knife. You don't see that very often in those scenarios, but now we get into the interesting counter-strike between these two teams, as we'll see Nemiga being on their first buy round. And again, I've been super impressed by them. Xanta actually, in that heroic match that qualified them through, he was hitting some insane form in that heroic matchup. So yeah, hopefully that continues for him as well.
So on this map, Nemiga are actually pretty big fans of hitting the B-bomb side, even with the rifles. But the other strategy they like a lot is the A from Pop Dog, where you sort of we split it up. We've seen it a lot already. The fact that you do both of those just means it's very hard on the CT side to read which one is happening, because you can turn a B attack into a Pop Dog attack pretty easily by running down that whole wave. So we'll see. They are certainly gearing up for an A split at the moment, but it's so early on that they're not under a lot of pressure to do a lot right here. They can just wait out some of the utility from the CT side. But this first round could really be important for Nemiga to establish some control. You also definitely don't want to see Na'Vi too fired up at the beginning.
Yes, it's minute 10 left on the clock now for Nemiga. 3 players on the B setup for Na'Vi on the defense, so they are really feeling B. But are they going to try to confirm that info? Or are they going to leave just that forward player on E-Box being the only defense they have in Yard, the only way to gather info?
I mean, this seems like an unbelievably risky setup. With that Molotov in main as well, I feel like they have to call people back, because that's the first sign that Nemiga are clearing main, which you would always have to do before you execute onto the A-bomb side. So, yeah, that one Molotov is basically what draws all of Na'Vi back to the Yard now. And they're just leaving Immer in the high ground. I love this setup from Na'Vi. And the smoke going down at 30 seconds, this is actually sick.
Very close position for JL. Who's there looking for that opening pick. Risky Bob gets taken out, but nice entry. Sway, but is even better coming in from the back. JL with the MP9 was there all along. Now Leah looking to do some damage. 10 seconds to go, but he's going to give this one up entirely. And he has the Galil and the, well, got to save the Kevlar helmet as well, I suppose, but not the best look here for Nemiga. Tried a really slow pace, Anders, and it seems like Na'Vi were able to read the movement very, very well.
This goes back to what I think is just more or less a permanent challenge to any T side. If you clear main with a Molotov, like they did in this round, then yes, you avoid the challenge of the MP9 on JL being close in T main, which is the other real threat. That happens a lot. But if you do it, you're also sending a massive signal to the CT side saying, yeah, we're clearing main so we can take A. Like, it's so telegraphed, and that's why Na'Vi know. The problem is, obviously, if you don't throw the Molotov, then very, very often CTs are in there. Like, they take main control all the time. So it's just not easy to solve that problem, and definitely Nemiga played right into the hands of Na'Vi in this round. Now, Bits being a bit aggressive. Don't know if I love this. He's got the rifle, and now he's donated it straight to the Nemiga side, as Santa will find that shot. So, just not necessary, in my opinion, at all.
And the interesting thing here for Na'Vi is that, Nemiga, they could try to reset cache info plays. And even if they go into a stack hit, it still doesn't look too bad for them. But they're going to try to challenge this upper site. upper part of the site, and they're going to keep taking down my Ima. So, oh my goodness, another one from Ima there in the upper position. It's just immovable. Trying to find something with that Eagle, the running gun eventually. It's going to yield success. 2v1 here, still doable for Nemiga, as GL's now locked out of the connector position for the moment, and that's going to free up the time for a plant. Yet another Molotov.
He has screwed it out. Bomb finally planted here. JL a big disadvantage in this one. They're actually inside of the smoke, practically hugging each other. Lear goes down. That would have been a sick play in any other round, but now instead it's a little bit of trouble. Khan under the cover of smoke. He should have the advantage. He barely wins the fight. It's so close there. But honestly, Nemiga, they should have never been in this round. I think just a lesson for everyone watching of what not to do if you're bit.
Yes. Yes, this is a great shot. I mean, you have to give it to Santa. That is a phenomenal shot, but
yes.
But still, the difficulty at which the round was closed after that point. I mean, you had such a great performance in the upper area by Imet to make it really sketchy. But it's great that Nemiga are able to close it nonetheless, and that's important, because if you allow a Na'Vi to run away with that CT side momentum, things are going to get very difficult for you very quickly.
Yes.
So Nemiga get the pressure on early here on train.
Yeah, quick timeout being called here. Blade wants, I'm sure, a conversation with the troops there. You are right, though. It was kind of a devastating shot from Santa, but it's not in any other, like later in the half, it's fine if you want to do that push on the CT side, but it's like a risk versus reward kind of calculation that you're making. And what's the reward for killing a couple of people with pistols? Like almost nothing, but yeah, the risk is unbelievable. Nice early grenade out of CT spawn being thrown. Lands very quickly in T main. Trading more utility here. Double grenade to land if you want to push. There's Bit back at it again. This time it's a lot better. Even traded, it's not necessarily that bad. Wonderful. It's going to be picking up Khan as well. 3 versus 4.
Oh, that's brutal, isn't it? It's still workable as the T side, but it's very annoying. And the CTs can settle into pretty passive setups. They could go 2 to a site, but they're actually going for a 1-3 here, expecting that Nemiga might rotate back out, but rotation out, they're creeping up. Nice shot there from Wonderful. So reliable on the AWP. Now it's just Lear. Gets the bomb down for the extra cash at least. But is there any headshots to follow here for Lear? Can he make this at least uncomfortable for Na'Vi? First fight, well, that's going to be lost, and Na'Vi are going to quickly reset Nemiga. And they are looking too clean with it right now.
Scary proposition as well for Nemiga if Wonderful is going to start to hit shots like that. Someone that's been, criticized and praised that in sort of, in a different weird mix, I would say.
Equal measure.
Yeah, it sort of, I feel like it almost depends on the week what the community, think of him. But I just got to remember as well, just to say, Wonderful had to fill Simple's shoes coming into this to the Na'Vi camp. That is such a ridiculous ask, like you're always going to be criticized. There's someone, or people are always going to be gunning for you. But yeah, good shots in this round regardless. Timeout called now. Nemiga want a chance to figure out what is up next. Just want to point out, we still haven't really seen those Pop Dog and A splits coming out from the Nemiga side. I think we all kind of know what they look like right now, but I think they've become a very common thing for the T side to try and do on the map, and it works super well, so why not?
Absolutely. I mean, I'm just hoping Nemiga gets some, good rounds that will then, as a byproduct, facilitate some Lear pop-off moments.
Right. Yeah, you're right. We've been missing that. Pretty quick into main. Tapping away is Alexi. Oh, it's going to be right for the smoke. Fair play, JL, but I guess they take one back. Risky Bob goes down. So Alexi successfully clicking away with that shot. 4 versus 4. And they are almost pulling back the 4th member of the team here, Na'Vi, at least towards C connector. So they're pretty quick on the rotation if they need to. It will be the split through Pop Dog as well. Alexi holding this forward position and actually being allowed to find that fight against Khan. That's a bit uncomfortable, but they've taken out Imma, and Alexi's dead as well. Wonderful. And Bit both smoked out for the minute.
What's the danger here? What a shot there. I don't even understand. We'll have to see the replay of that one.
That's a no-scope.
Oh my god. And back around the corner, Bit takes down the bomb, and now Xanta with it all to do. Lots of time, but Okay, he's found the back of one player, but surely this angle's being covered. You've got to realize, Xanta, how will he play this one? Looking to see where the other player is. He's found, he's read it. Oh, that's fantastic there from Xanta. That is what Nemiga needed to see.
So well played. And it's the information that he has. Like once he gets the other fight, he knows he's favored in the second one. Okay, scary round to be honest. Alexi with the smoke and then getting the other one. That's the no scope. That's so stupid. He's so far away as well. Fair enough, but Xanta here. And there's
there we go. That's what I was asking for, Anders.
Yeah, we get what we wanted. Okay, look at the pressure that it puts onto the Na'Vi economy. Already dropping a bit low here. We've got to remember, just to remind you if you joined a little bit late, Na'Vi have only really played this map once in the last 3 months, twice in the last 6 months. Just to be clear, it's not a map that they played.
Interesting spot there. The flash not kind of going where it's supposed to. And then the back away from the position. But that's still a position that, you know, Nemiga, like, well, they bot flash this. There could be someone close. Through the holes here for Nemiga. And 3-player setup again for Na'Vi.
Yeah, that's a pretty strong counter. I would expect this defense to hold. Actually, even if they're a little bit low on weapons, it's very easy on the T side here to lose. You know, you kill 1 or 2 and you just don't expect a 3rd player. And so we'll see if that happens. But yeah, the math is working against you just on its own. 45 seconds. And look at the rotation through T-spawn as well for Alexi. So they're getting more and more sure that something is happening. Bit goes down at the start, so that's a really nice entry. Xanta to pick it up, wonderful here, fighting for his life, and they lost Immer, so actually really good trade. I don't hate it, but now they're fighting even before the bomb is down, and they are so low on health, and that long flank from Alexi is going to start to close in behind him. Great move from JL not to fight. He wants to stay put. Now they're going to come fight him, and he's going to win it on both of them, so very nice conversion, but JL is actually playing it so smartly. He's waiting for Alexi to get there. Strong defense for Na'Vi, and a real pain for Nemiga to end up losing this round.
Yeah, it really is. I think, you know, those players, I mean, it's hard right now because Na'Vi, you know, no matter where Nemiga go, Na'Vi are going to have a pretty strong setup. You're not going to catch them off guard. That is part and parcel of playing Train. You know, I think it's one of the most difficult things on the T side is really confusing the CTs as to what you're going to be doing, and the rotation times are really fast for the CTs, so even if they figure it out late, they can still get there and have a good setup in time. And we've seen this now from Na'Vi a couple times where they'll put 3 on the B-bomb site, and it requires an argument, so they'll like keep it to util, like you described with the key main retake util, for them to then rotate, and then again, fast rotation times, so then they just have, it's like, you know, they're super safe against basically everything, because they always get the info they need to make a good choice.
And I like to see Lexi, you know, on those kind of flanks. I think it's a sign that you're starting to feel a bit more comfortable. Those Ivy pushes are so important to be able to do on the CT side. You don't have to do them every single round, but just the threat of it for the T side. If the T's all group up outside of B, they have to feel like it's a danger that, you know, that they're all there and that they don't know what's happening on Ivy or main. You want to make sure that they feel that pressure, as you know, if they're all grouped up somewhere else. Time it's going to be a couple of AKs, some MAC-10s, and speedy towards the B ramp. Straight down the stairs we go, and Bit overwhelmed in spite of the incendiary. They just power their way through. Wait a minute, Bit got the kill on Khan. An hour later, how? Jail with the spray down. They're so quick to retake this, Na'Vi. I don't understand it. They had a great job here at the beginning, Nemiga. They'd actually got their way through, and then it blows up in their face. That incendiary just kept burning forever.
They don't have any idea about Lear. He's managed to sneak his way. It's a subterfuge here in the enemy lines, and he's going to find Alexi P. He's so ready, actually. Lear unable to get anything extra done, but yes, the response time from Na'Vi is pretty insane. So here is that initial incendiary. And how does Carl die? Oh, he backs into it. He backs into it. That's so unfortunate.
Yeah, just trying to stay warm.
Oh, no. JL's been really, really reliable on the rifle, too, so far.
Yes. And having him, like, he's 12 and 2, the fact that he's playing that C connector means he's everywhere. You can't really avoid him, right? That's how the map is designed.
6-2. I think one of the most successful rounds that in of itself had a lot of drama was that fast outside take. Risky Bolt got that entry.
Yeah.
But also, nothing feels reliable for Nemiga. Every round where they get into a spot where maybe there's a bomb plant, it's just clutches that have to also then be won.
It's not been easy. Not at all. Wonderful's out there, still hitting shots with the AWP. I mean, yeah, it's slowly closing in around Nemiga. Should be a 7th round here without too much issue. Bit pushing this time. I don't like it. I realize I sound like I'm a bit crazy because I'm criticizing him when he's pushing sometimes, but not other times. But it was just that one round I didn't like it. Ever since then, it's been great. He's found the bomb as well.
Yeah, that's a good find.
Yeah.
They have to come back for that one. But also, for the tease, it's kind of nice because if you do want to go for damage, they're probably going to be protecting it. So, you can get some fights there, but yeah, not too much on this happening on this round. We've seen a lot of this, Anders, I think, on in the stage 1 and stage 2 at least. We saw a lot of train games where the T side was extraordinarily difficult for anyone who was playing it.
Yeah. Well, in my opinion, one of the reasons is just that we're still kind of living in a world where a lot of the Ivy branch of any kind of an attack just isn't there. Now, admittedly, Ivy is different from what it was in earlier versions of Train, and I think a lot of people still kind of hate it, even though it's been changed a little bit since release. I also don't like it. It just feels weird because if you're coming in on the T side, you're volunteering yourself into sort of a 3-way crossfire, and it just doesn't feel that good. But without Ivy, the map becomes a lot more, I don't want to say one-dimensional, but it's a lot easier to predict what's going to be happening. So I think on some level, if you want to be really good on this map, you have to find a way. There are some teams that do it, so yeah, it's definitely possible, but a lot of teams don't find it very comfortable to try and push Ivy, and it takes away an enormous amount of strats. JL with a laser shot on the sway, and unfortunately, that's a 4-on-5 to start with.
Really is everywhere. 14-2 now on the scoreboard for him.
And look at Wonderful. Pushing down towards the bottom here. The bomb, by the way, is back there. If he keeps swinging and he sees it on the ground, someone's going to have to go and pick it up. There's the pickup for a second. Risky Bob has to let go of the C4. And now it's 5 versus 3. Na'Vi showing up on a map that they have played, like I said, and I think Dupree said the same, once in the last 3 months. It's not something that you normally have to worry about with Na'Vi, them trying to pick this map, but to me, it's so obvious that they had to change their map pool coming into the major. So I'm actually really excited for this. It does make them a more unpredictable team now. Yeah, that's fun to see.
Yeah, Na'Vi looking in just such great form at the moment, which I think is really good to see. We're already getting to see, obviously, some of the top dogs, entering into stage 3, and we get to see in today's matches, what form are they walking into the tournament with. And, so far, we had on this stream, obviously, Vitality couldn't get going on that Inferno game against Legacy, but Legacy certainly good. But then you have Spirit with Dog and Shiro, both looked in fantastic form.
Yeah.
Now Na'Vi. Wonderful's hitting everything. JL's been absolutely a beast on the rifle, and they're looking like a complete brick wall for Nemiga so far.
Yeah, I think that's a fair way to describe it. 14-2 on JL, 13-4 on Wonderful, and who even cares what everyone else is doing? But the fact is, Bit's also got 11 kills, and him being the B anchor just makes it, or at least one of them, is going to be really, really hard to deal with. It feels like the opportunities are slipping away from Nemiga. They're running out of chances here. I mean, you're not even safe in T-spawn. That's the truth of it.
No, definitely not. Goodbye. Good sir. 8-2, Nemiga. We know they can definitely play the CT side. The T side highly laboured. Can they get anything extra? Just pistols on the board here mostly. Hero AK on to Khan, and there's a pop flash play in. Is this going to be exploited? Okay, well, there's nobody there. Voided the position, have Nemiga, that teammate, as have Na'Vi after taking it.
Yeah, but again, it's that very same conversation. It forces Nemiga now, if they want to retake it, to make a tough decision about what they're doing. Seems like they are happy Na'Vi with a bit of a 3-2 setup, but they've checked out Poplog as well. So they're just slowly gathering more and more and more information. See if they want to rotate back. Yes, they will. Emma reading it. And again, it's based off the same principles. And I guess that's maybe a point of criticism for Nemiga. It's just that it is a lot easier to read this game for Na'Vi right now. They're so sure, Na'Vi, that if anyone's going to be back now pushing A, we're going to hear it way before they come. We'll have 10 seconds of warning. We can rotate people back, and if not, we've got 3 people in the B-bomb side.
And we'll see if we get any entries here. Ime will go down as trade. Still XCB below. Oh, the spray's not going to really pay off there. Khan takes him down, but it's a problem. They have to deal with Bit very quickly. Bit, excellent rifle work here. Eventually will go down, but Shui will fall as well. Or rather, well, there we go. Bunderful's going to finish him off. Khan also not really standing a chance. And it's interesting, Anders, because Na'Vi, they're not even doing some of the more disruptive plays.
No.
Like, you know, the pop dog pushes or, you know, Ivy. There's like a lot of disruptive stuff that against, let's say, like a much higher tier team that I think you would expect to see them doing, but they're just keeping it simple here.
I think the challenge to Na'Vi's defense when they do the stuff that they've just done, right? Na'Vi clear, T-main and pop dog, and then they rotate a third man to the B-bomb side. That's the bread and butter of what they've been doing for a lot. The challenge to that should be a 3-way split coming through Ivy, main, and pop dog. So even if you get caught there, but like just the fact that you are playing, you know, 5v2 out in the yard, even if it's only for like 5 seconds, you're going to be doing that, and then the backup is going to be there. I still think that is the more exploitable way to do it. Nice clear here for Khan. That's not necessarily, that's actually a hard position to clear, to be honest. So I don't think Alexi was expecting to be peaked at all. But at the end of it, it is a 9-2 half so far, at least for Na'Vi, going to round number 12 here. Nemiga, even if they get this one, they're in so much trouble here. I don't think 2 or 3 or even 4 rounds is starting to kind of get there on the T side, but I kind of expect a little bit more here. They're trying to go quick out of main to put some pressure on, but they've been slowed down again. You can rush main. It's risky, but nothing else has been working.
Yeah, JL's gotten himself into that forward position right outside. Really awkward spot to deal with. For this last round, Nemiga carefully trying to find their way back to the B site now.
There's nobody on.
Entry on the upper side.
There's not a single defender on B. They're playing 5 early in the yard. That's how sure Na'Vi were, by the way, that it was going to be some sort of an early A execute. Wonderful takes a peek back in and realizes, oh dear, there's going to be a bomb plant here and a very tough retake. And by the way, retake grenades on this map are so hard to throw from the connector position. Yeah, very strange architecture going on there. Bit's going to be going down to Santa Jail on what has to be one of the longest flanks ever. He's still walking there. This should be an impossible retake.
Yeah, last round of the half though, so we're going to see them go for it. A couple kills coming the way of Na'Vi. So everyone's bunched up around connector here for Nemiga. This is the last stand for them on the defense. Can Na'Vi take him out? It's looking very difficult now. Just JL, who has been incredible, 16 and 2. Can he find anything else here? He makes
they know he's coming.
Really not very much time. 3 players. It's going to have to be the most insane rifle work ever to pull this one off, and he's going to fall away. Not even going to give them a chance to kill him. They're going to might run into him for an extra one. No, there we go. Receivable gets it, and that's going to be at least a 9-3 half. Is something to work with as we go into the next half here for Nemiga.
Welcome back, everybody. We are in the second half now. It's Nemiga versus Na'Vi. We're on Train, which, if you know anything about Na'Vi, should make you raise an eyebrow. How did we get to Train? Well, I think Na'Vi have been spending the last 4 weeks prepping some of these maps because their map pool is super weird. So they needed to improve on this one. They probably need to improve on a couple more because otherwise they're going to get blown up by some of the top-level teams. But yeah, testing it against Nemiga right now. And it's a great efficiency. Nemiga couldn't really do much in the first half, unfortunately, right? They end up with 3 rounds to the 9 of Na'Vi.
This is definitely where I think it's getting interesting because I think Nemiga, of course, will have a much easier time playing the CT side. See if they can start off with a pistol. Nice snipe!
Okay.
From Xanta.
Okay.
That's a big snipe. And that's going to give a decisive edge. However, much more work to be done. Not a lot of support if Xanta does get rushed down. There is a player from Connector, which I believe is Khan. He's going to be looking to find some assistance here. You can see looking at that slope, that ramp, the stairs there into the sites. But will Na'Vi actually commit to this? Looks like they're going to. They have all the nades for it. Got to keep it simple.
Yeah, you might as well. Cool little smoke being set up. Flash to try and create some space with. And they're pushing into Khan already. Xanta falling away. He's going to find one more. Great headshot. Okay, then. Some clicks coming up with the Glock. The bomb is being planted right now, so at least they're going to achieve that much. But there is a kit in play on Lear, even if he's kind of low on health here. Khan ends up going down, and suddenly this round is in question again. Amiga, in spite of the early kills going their way, it's not won already here. And that 9 health, you can't throw the kit over to a teammate. So Lear, he's going to try and get a bit closer here to see if he can do anything with it. Risky Bob and Sway, it's a nice setup for it. But now it's on JL, back there with the P250, and what a clean out. Sway hitting some great shots, and now the kit's going to be put into play, no issue. So they win the pistol on the second half. That's important.
I thought for sure that Connector setup would... There it is from there. He loves it, doesn't he? That's his signature move. I do think, I mean, obviously these shots from Xanta were really nice, but when we get to that position where Na'Vi have that 2-man setup, down here by the cog outside Connector, that's really hard to deal with. You can just see how awkward it is for the CTs, but seeing the shots connected, definitely a good sign of confidence there from Nemiga. So they get to start off with a pistol of their own. However, force spike out from Na'Vi, so a lot of danger on the board there for Nemiga to deal with.
You gotta appreciate the fact that Lear is doing this on 2 kills, but he's obviously not doing it for himself. He's doing it for the benefit of his team, right? He knows they have to be laughing their way through this. It has to be a good mood on the team. I think that's really great leadership. Like, don't mistake the fact that he thinks he's like, you know, I'm laughing at you. You've got 2 kills, haha. Like, I'm better. Like, that's not what it's about. He's definitely showing his team. Don't worry.
Consistent output.
Yes.
Because otherwise, if he goes quiet and he's being loud in all the other games, definitely doesn't signal good things.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's been a lot of fun. And I would say, I mean, apart from this one, individually, he's also been playing really, really well. But obviously, it was a tough first half all across the board for them. We'll see. The bomb plant allows for a buy, 3 Deagles and 2 Galils. And plenty of time on the clock still. We'll see what Nemiga decide to do. I mean, we talked a lot about it in the first half, how Navi's defense was constructed around forcing utility use if they wanted to go A. Could be a similar kind of thing here. We'll see if Na'Vi decide to grenade out that front position, or if they just walk in there. They certainly have the Molotovs if they want to, you know, Molotov out main. Khan playing close.
It can be very strong. First kill's a bit labored though, takes a bit too long, and that opens up bit for the trade. Good position from Risky Bob, but he is alone here. Got to be very careful not to give away a kill. Good hold. Risky Bob, I think he's done his job, but it's still a 2v2.
Should be enough.
Very risky. Right now from Nemiga. Oh, good headshot from Xanta. Turns it around. Now wonderful on 12 points of health. Has the M4, but that's going to be collected back up there for Nemiga.
So, I understand you. The timing there for Na'Vi is actually kind of interesting. They do Molotov out main. And as they're doing that, they flash their way in for the fight against Khan here, right? So you see the fire behind here? That's Na'Vi clearing out that position. So it's a nice timing to try and find where, you know, there's a lot of chaos happening, a lot of attention's being drawn away, but Khan just stood his ground, and obviously Risky Bob to follow it up. And again, Na'Vi running into a similar kind of issue, which is, again, when you throw those Molotovs in main, you get slowed down. Like, yes, there might be a CT there, but either way, you have to wait out your own Molotov, and that's annoying.
Well, here's a push on Ivy. This could be very nice here for Nemiga. See, there's a follow-up flash. That's actually so nice.
Okay.
The timing on that one. 5v3 early here for Namiga, and it's going to be a 6-9 scoreline if they keep this up. Unless there is a disaster of some kind. And, you know, I think this is the test for Na'Vi, Anders, is that, again, like I said, the the T side is so much more difficult to understand how to play super well. And
Yes.
so, and Namiga have a good CT side, so getting back into it on the economy, it's going to be a real test here for Na'Vi. I can't wait to see what they have to show.
Now, if you remember early on, Namiga, I think, played Bedboom on this map right at the start of the whole major, and they ended up losing because Bedboom are really, really good on this one. But just again, sort of, you know, CIS region Counter-Strike, I kind of expect that that they will know and have borrowed some stuff here. And this kind of thing, pushing Ivy this aggressively with the flash follow-up, it's a very Bedboom-esque kind of play. So hopefully they can sort of borrow and steal even more of it. We'll know that they're really stealing for Bedboom if we start to see a bunch of orcs coming out on the CT side. That'll be the immediate sign that something is up. But it's 9-6, and honestly, Namiga have kind of managed to revive this game a little bit. And now again comes the question, how much do Na'Vi know about playing the T side of this? We don't know, because we've only seen one game in the last 3 months.
Totally, and we're going to get the outside hit coming on through. And, oh, big position there from Risky Bob. Up close, gets traded out, though. And there is the response from Lear. He's going to go down. Trades galore for both sides. Down to a 2 versus 3 for Namiga on the defense. Big damage on the spray through the smoke to drop Xanta. Khan with the AWP would love to clutch this. 1v3. I don't know how doable it is. Oh, my God. How has that not spread to Khan? That's outrageous. It's like on his head.
It's actually on him. Just CS2 things. Well, yeah, Alive gets the shot onto Immer. Still so much work to be done, and he's already down to 48, so you gotta wonder if it's worth it. Even tried, he's not sure. He's hoping that he's gonna bait someone into it. It's a nice idea. If somebody was there, maybe they peek into it, but as it is, he's gonna have to make a bit of an escape. And JL knows he's hunting him down. Khan realizing his footsteps probably were heard, so pretty good read to take down JL. But honestly, an even better call for Na'Vi. It's the sheer speed with which they get out. And you can just tell that Namiga aren't quite ready for it. In spite of the fact that they had good positioning, it's just so fast.
And the thing about it that's interesting too is that it's hard for Na'Vi to know how replicable that round is, because there's a lot of variance here, trades upon trades upon trades, and so it could have been very winnable for Namiga. And Na'Vi's position now is that they lost 4 players, so they could get reset on the economy very easily if they lose a round by just trying to run it again and the variance doesn't hit their way. So, you know, logic stands, and is that it's unlikely they would try to do just a super fast rush again. And it seems more likely they'll try to play the map a bit slower.
Yeah, but the cool thing is that same strategy can be repeated, but just in a slow version. There's nothing stopping you from doing that a little bit later on. Yes, you have that main problem that we keep just harping on about, but apart from that, like, it's definitely doable. Timeout now. Blade wants a chance to have his say. A player that himself, when he was active, you know, didn't always have the strongest resources on his teams in terms of like getting all the star players and, you know, building all that stuff. And even then, he was so highly regarded in the space as being, you know, a fantastic in-game leader. You could say he did a lot with very little. And now that he's coaching, obviously, not a lot of people can question what he's able to do.
He got simple at the start of his career as well.
Yeah, but that was uncontrollable simple, you know?
Yes, it was. It was so amazing. We can go back into that later, because it was actually so
the early
amazing.
Blade simple interactions are wild, aren't
Yes.
they? All right, failed smoke. That's a bit funny. Probably doesn't have a really big impact, to be honest, at this stage. But could we please see the split through CT spawn? Train is probably my second favorite map. Wow, stumbling or having a seizure, I don't know. But regardless, it's probably my second favorite map of all time. And it's specifically because of the potential splits coming through CT spawn. Shui, though, ruining my day by taking out JL. Might be ruining his day as well. Bit's going to be going down early on.
This is huge.
Yeah, Khan hitting shots.
Again, the money for both teams is wrecked. This is a massive advantage for Namiga. What a round this would be to win, especially if they can do it clean. And now Na'Vi looking to go for the Hail Mary play. 3 players left. 2 upper into this B site. There's 2 players to respond to this. There's not a player that's super fast to connect to right now, but as I say that, we are getting a move here from Nemiga. If they play delay on the site, that's going to make things very hard for Na'Vi. The help is on the way here through connector. Sway gets Alexi beat. Lear in, as is Sway, to finish off the remainder of Na'Vi. That's fantastic work.
Na'Vi look a little bit muted right now. Lear shouting at them from across the room. And this is as exciting as it is to see Na'Vi veto into this map. It's also scary. Yes, you've had like 3 or 4 weeks to do this in secret, right? Like you could have prepped this map and nobody knows about it. Obviously, what's the idea? But also, you haven't tested it in a real setting. So how does that play out? Nobody knows.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I'm excited for this. 10-7.
I know, it's so close now.
This is totally winnable for Nemiga right now. You can tell even individually, apart from Leah who's still at 4 kills, everybody else has stepped it up now. They are ready. Santa's hitting crazy shots straight at the end of it. They're even trying to get wallbangs. Khan is there with the AWP. A lot is working out. Now taking that front main position. Na'Vi will have heard this going on, right? It's pretty close to where they are, so they know that much. Santa, pretty good snipe away. Probably don't want to repeat it. No.
Yeah, that's one of those spots where, are you trying to play for info or are you trying to play for kills? Usually I think the info, get your teammates in position, but of course fast rotation. Whoa, okay, wonderful. Finds one from downtown into Risky Bob, and now there's problems. There are problems. You need a big performance from the remainder here of Nemiga. They've got to find these kills here. Around the side though, Bit, he's going to catch a second. 2 players for free, basically, just off of position alone. And in comes Lear. It's now his time to get kills. 90 health removed from Lear as Bit goes down with a dink.
He's got the dink. Just go for the smoke defuse. There's a pistol on top. If he just crouches in there, there's a chance that Imma has no idea where it is. He's on the high ground still with that P250. Look, how does he know the angle? He can't easily find it. Knife is out and he stabs him right in the nick of time.
Oh, that's catastrophe, Anders. That is an absolute catastrophe. And perhaps all coming down to an over. Again, you either are indexing to get information on a peak, or you're indexing to take a fight, and it looked like Xanta wanted more. It looked like he was not sure about what his job was.
Yes, I'll confidently say that is a mistake. And it's the same kind of mistake that Bit made in the first half. So both teams now, a painful lesson in what not to do. He already had the first kill. There's nothing to win by re-peeking it. And even if you just get the information, even if that's all you wanted, I would still say, well, yeah, but who cares where they are? You've got a 4 and 5 with all the rifles. I don't really care where the T's are running.
You're the lonely player on the side. With that said, we do have that more close-up play here up the pop dog from Nemiga, looking to try to find an early opening. Heavy Ivy though for Na'Vi,
which is great because they've just been hurt. They've just been called in by Bit. He knows that there's so many people pushing that pop dog position. They're going to clear it wide open. It's a very good time for Na'Vi to make this call, and it's based off of Bit's information, I believe, early on. Pushing into main, a bit desperate here. Nemiga shut down as Khan unable to find the kill onto Imma. Santa, it's nice close range, but it leaves Risky Bob. They're coming for him. Either way, he's completely locked in here. It's Alexi with a finishing headshot, but if not him, it would have been somebody else. There's nothing that Risky Bob can really do to escape that. So Na'Vi, just when it's about to spiral way out of control, which it really was, they've turned it around now. And honestly, unfortunately, in part due to that Santa repeat.
It is so sad for Nemiga. Just that one play. They were set up to look so good into this one, and losing to the pistols there, 12-7. Definitely not over just yet, but look at their buy.
Yeah.
Speaking of pistols, my goodness.
What a painful lesson to have to learn. First game in the 3rd stage of the major before playoffs, and okay.
Hello.
That's different.
Different indeed. It's a 5v3. All right, so maybe the drama is not over just yet here, and it's on train. Nemiga, they pick up 2 AKs there. That's massive work. Heavy committing to Ivy. Heavy commit to Ivy. They get the opening at least onto Sway. Oh, that JL is looking absolutely savage on these entries.
He's got 20 kills and only 9 deaths. He really does not want to get a chance here for Nemiga to get back in, crouching through, landing a 3rd headshot there. It's Imma to help out, and in spite of a potential recovery, it's going to be too late now. 1 versus 3. in Santa. They know that he was playing over on that B ramp, so they're not going to be too surprised by this. Peeking right into it as Emma will just slap that out of his hands. And Na'Vi recover a dangerous position in the second half as they take down Amiga on Train.
Yes, Na'Vi experimental train, and that is good to get in there so they have more data to work with as early stages. They're looking to win this tournament after all, Anders, testing out that map pool, and they will deal handily with Namiga.
Yeah, it's really, really well played. I think it's a nice position for them to be allowed to test this map early on against a team like Namiga, and they definitely were tested. I so would have loved to have seen what would have happened if they hadn't lost that one pivotal round. I think there was a big opportunity there for Namiga, but at the end of it, 13-7, so we're not going to criticize Na'Vi too much. And obviously Jail and Wonderful playing super well. Bit had that one mistake that we ended up talking a lot about, but at the end of it, like, he still played a really good game. So yeah, Na'Vi looking, I would say, pretty strong early on. And I would say there are 3 other maps right now that they sort of need to improve on some level. So it's curious to see. Obviously Nuke is another map that they don't really play. Say Ancient, some of the defaults are pretty good, but both Ancient and Anubis are maps that Na'Vi also need to improve. So hopefully it just means they're going to be a difficult team to exploit in the veto. We'll find out, and there's a bit of an interview coming up as well.
Yes, indeed. I do have JL down on the sidelines. First of all, congratulations. It's been proven not easy for all teams to get this 1-0, but you did so pretty handedly on a map that we haven't really seen you play too much. What was the thought process of, allowing Train to be floated in this?
It wasn't really floated. And it was a conscious decision that we wanted to play Train against Amiga, and yeah, the veto worked out really perfect for us in that scenario.
Was it specifically just for Namiga that you wanted to play Train, or has it been a map that you've been, having a little bit more practice and preparation on?
Specifically for Namiga.
Okay.
No practice on the map, 0.
Zero practice? I don't know whether I believe that, JL. What else have you guys been working on? I was discussing with Ime beforehand. You had a bit of a boot camp. You've had a little bit of an extended time because you guys weren't IM Dallas. What's been the big focus of the Na'Vi team kind of post-Astana?
Focusing on fundamentals, that's one, because if you don't have great fundamentals, no matter how deep or wide your trap book is, you're not going to play well. So focusing on fundamentals and changing our game in a way that we're not so predictable, and that we know what we're doing in every scenario. So yeah, this 3 versus 5, that was kind of a protocol for us. So yeah, just having good fundamentals.
Sounds good. Final question, just because, Na'Vi, obviously, you won a major just over a year ago back in Copenhagen, and kind of since then you've been sitting outside the top 5 teams in the world. What's the goal coming into Austin?
Maybe join the top 5 teams, not sitting outside. It's kind of cold. No, but other than that, I don't know, playing our best game. I feel like it's never about the rating or the ranking. If you're top 1, top 5, it doesn't matter. As long as you are proud of yourself and you feel like you're doing your best and you're putting in the most amount of hours that you can possibly do, and you're happy with the results, so all that matters.
And you feel like Na'Vi been doing that?
No.
No?
One bullet point was missed. Happy about the results. So we're not happy, so we're working even harder.
Well, looking forward to seeing you guys in that 1-0 game later on today. Thank you so much for your time. Congratulations.
That's more like the Na'Vi we know, Peter. Jokes coming out from Jail. Not quite sure if I believe his story either, that Train hasn't been practiced during the boot camp. None of that matters, Peter. On Train right here against Namiga, they look somewhat solid. I know it got close at the end of it, but Na'Vi in more or less full control and getting off to a good start.
A little bit of a test for Na'Vi. They didn't look as comfortable on the T side as they did on the CT side. So obviously they did put in the work, and it was for me it's more about Na'Vi just taking one step at a time. I think they are in a progress where they touching on the things that Jail also talked about, that they are now working a little bit more on the fundamentals. Maybe they've actually taken a step back to try and visualize themselves in where do we actually see our biggest issues.
I like that. I like the focus on the fundamentals. I like the focus on the basics, because I do think that's where Na'Vi have gotten lost as of late. We spoke about the body language, the frustrations. I think a lot of that comes down to, and you know that as well, Peter, when you fail the fundamentals, when you mess up, what's supposed to be easy, winnable situations, that's the most frustrating part of Counter-Strike. So eliminate that, and Na'Vi is a different looking team. Early signs here, but a good start at the major.
Anything we can take away from the Namiga side of the equation is JL kind of, I don't know whether I'm buying into it. The Train was just specifically for Namiga, but kind of any takeaways from this?
I think Train was specifically for Namiga in the sense that we have seen Namiga play the map a couple of times during the major, and they haven't been that impressive, to be completely honest. The Bedboom loss wasn't that impressive. So I feel like Na'Vi saw an opportunity to go into the major, test their own Train, get some playing experience in official against a team that hasn't played that well on the map. So I didn't really learn anything new from Namiga. They're still a decent team, and we've been, I guess, surprised every single time that they can bounce bounce back, but now we're in the big league. Now we're in stage 3, now against the top dog, and maybe that's where the ceiling's at.
Yeah, like the opportunity for Navi to go in, and sure, maybe it's a little bit dangerous to also go and grab train inside of a best of one where you actually don't know specifically where it is, but obviously with the story of Nemiga already playing and that they could actually prepare for it and cater this train specifically for this matchup, maybe have given Navi the edge in thinking this is actually doable.
I like that. I like that approach from Navi, right? Because it's something that we always used to give props to Alexi B and Blade for. We know they're some of like the brightest minds in the business. So when you have that opportunity to go, okay, specifically for this team, we notice a weakness, why not pounce on it?
Why not pounce on it? Why not give ourselves some experience in the map? Again, if they've been practicing a lot during the boot camp and if they've been feeling comfortable on it, it's not a cheap way of doing it, because obviously we're at the major and every game matters, but the 0-0 status right here, whether you go 1-0 or 0-1, is not the end of the world in that sense. And if Navi can get a little bit of playing experience and maybe heading into the playoffs, then Train could be a potential pick against some of these other teams that don't play the map at a high level. So I like it from Navi, but also, as we spoke about, Peter, them coming into the tournament, they have to deliver now. They have to do something now before they make roster changes. So it's also a different mentality probably, where they're willing to lose a bit more.
And also just the fact that now that will make Navi look like they can play Train. You know, it's also a good card to have on your hand for moving into the best of 3s, where they hopefully end up. So for them to also work on the map pool and get a more grip of where they see their own strengths, and that they're maybe not as predictable in the map pool or whatever they would actually go for, as Jay also talked in terms of their playstyle. And this is also a nice direction for Navi to head to.
Any individuals that you want to pick out? We're just kind of seeing a package from a lot of different Navi individuals, but any players that really stood out for you?
Wonderful has been a big point of concern for me. I think he's been inconsistent, hasn't been living up to what we know he can do. Got off to a good start right here. Obviously, JL and Bit have been delivering in this game as well, but I don't really see them as a worrying sign for me. To me, it's always been wonderful. His ability of picking up the AWP and making a difference, especially in the clutch moment. Not the most aggressive AWPer out there. If he can find his footing within Navi now after the boot camp, then that's a massive step in the right direction. So for him to get off to a good start, that's the most positive sign for me.
And I'm always happy to see Bit perform. You know, he's rock solid inside of this team, but also the likes of JL. I think JL is this type of player that has gotten to my attention over the last couple of years. I remember playing against him in the grand final of the major, like the Paris major, and obviously him coming and then going into this Navi lineup and being such a force to be reckoned with when he's actually happy and enjoying the game. I think that is maybe the most important piece for JL sometimes within this roster, that he needs to enjoy his time playing Counter-Strike, and I can only see myself in that kind of department, that you need to have fun and have a good time within the team. And the whole fun part and having a good time have maybe been one of the issues inside the Navi camp, that there has been some frustration that has been led to some disputes within the camp. So it's good to see him have a good showing here, and also him cracking a smile both inside the game but also inside the interview.
He seemed happy despite having to speak to you, so that must be a positive sign.
You really went there.
Yeah, I really did.
Maybe I was a little bit harsh on him. I said, you know, he's sitting outside the top 5 teams, but sometimes you got to just give it to the man, right? You've got to just be upfront. In terms of, you know, he kind of he was a bit ambiguous in the answer to what placement do you want here at the major. Sure. Obviously, like, everyone's going to say we want to lift the trophy, but what's realistic for a team? I'm curious as to what you guys think, because you said, you know, playoffs, bare minimum if they want to not make a roster change. Are you saying quarterfinals? Is this a semifinals finish? Like, what is that? What's the level you want to see from them?
I mean, like, we talked about they have to make probably semifinals to be in a contention where they don't make the roster changes. So I think the quarterfinal actually would still do the thing. It's just one best of ones against Nvidia. I still think there's so much more to prove for Navi. So it's like, it's so early to say already, but obviously making a deep run here is going to be instrumental in the way forward.
In terms of where Navi is at right now, a quarterfinal would be acceptable. They haven't had a great season so far. Fully agree with you. A semifinal or even a final is what it takes in order for them to be, I guess, considering sticking together. But let's see, it's still a long tournament ahead.
And where we are right now is we've wrapped up the games on the A-Stream side of things. The round 1 matchups, that is. You can see on our screens right now. This is the B-Stream, Lin Vision versus
How did it go to
Liquid.
Dust 2? Yeah. How did they allow themselves to play Dust 2 against Lin Vision? I feel like if there's anything we've learned so far, Peter, for Lin Vision, it's them, and that Dust 2 is
they can play Dust 2.
A force to be reckoned with. Yeah.
It's interesting. I mean, like, Lin Vision just keeps surprising me. I don't know why I keep going against Lin Vision. It's because you look at the name and look at the team and you're like, they're not going to make anything. And
surely this is the limit.
They're just going to go break everyone's neck. Like, I don't know.
I don't want to spoil it, you know. I just want to say that if Lin Vision beats Liquid, which it very much looks like they will right now, guess who you're going to have for the 0-1 matchup against each other? It's going to be Vitality versus FaZe Clan in that 0-1 game. If I'm not mistaken, if Linvision beats Liquid, that's going to be an 0-1 game. That's a tough one. That's a tough one.
I mean, that's not what you want to see when you're Vitality.
Not if you're face.
If you're well, for either team, right? I don't think any of them feels like, man, this is a good matchup for us.
Well,
but then again, I
either
think
way,
Vitality's feeling
we
better.
are going to throw things over to the B stream so you get the commentators in your ears, and then you're going to join us back afterwards where we're going to reveal the second round of matchups. So we'll see you in a few.
There were 4 rounds in that first half that came down to 1v1s or 2 players surviving for the side of Linvision. Like, those are close rounds. Rounds where 1 kill makes a world of difference, and suddenly it could have been a very different first half. And so Liquid, if they can find some success here, if they can actually convert on this pistol, a feat they weren't able to achieve on their T side, there's still a world they can get back into this.
Scared of this B hold though, because 4 on 2. It's the Canadian side by side. That turn back in time, but Sue gets a trade. And Nafly is full blind here. He needs to be rock hard in this B site, and he falls immediately. 3 on 2, and Liquid might just feel like they have to try. And that could cost them everything here, so they allow it. Both pistols for Liquid, both Force Buys for Linvision. Dear oh dear.
Yeah, I mean, that's really rough. And that undoes anything I said about that first half being, you know, at least close, like moments in there where you could have broke through, losing all those swing rounds. But yeah, you lose both the Force Buys in addition to every clutch round of the game. There's only so much mileage you can expect to have.
Let them know. I think they already did though, 10-4.
It's also been sick with the rise of Chinese Counter-Strike, seeing more personality from the Chinese teams. That's been a real delight. I know everyone's been enjoying it.
Yeah, G and Amelia kind of in the spirit level to that. Some quieter guys in there as well, but glad to see them putting themselves out there. And backing up their smack talk as well. Gee, it's not even smack talk, it's just wholesome. For Amelia, it's personal.
I mean, in the interview at the end of the game that sent them into stage 3, Amelia treated like him while the game's live, and the guy left at the end of it all are 2 different people. And they've got the competitive, fired up Amelia up against them right now. Force buy back for Team Liquid. Feels like they need this if they want to recover Dust 2. That's not a bad start from Twistig. Quick return from Zaka at least brings this back into a 4v4 straight away. And Linvision might just group up immediately here. All 4 players in the upper tunnels ready to run back this B play. They're giving Liquid a taste of their own medicine. This was exactly how the Liquid T side started. These incessant back-to-back B hits.
It's only a pistol. How are you meant to hold on to this? Naf again needs that first headshot and it won't come through. Running and gunning into this B bomb site. Linvision roll out the red carpet. And that smoke is a closed door on this round. Liquid can't go for this. Even an attempt is wasteful. Ooh, don't give them the kill. Linvision don't need to let them back in. So block on the smoke. And that signs the death warrant for Liquid. Out they go, 11-4 for Linvision. What a clean upset this is turning out to be. And I don't see any reason it should stop right now.
That was actually like also a carbon copy repeat of how Liquid's anti-force spy went, running into a solo 5-7, holding onto the tunnels. If you remember in that first half, went Westmelon put up 3 kills in Naf's position and stopped that B hit in its tracks. Liquid are not able to replicate that same degree of success. Not by a long shot, and now they're left in this horrible position where you almost feel like you're just force buying till the game is over.
You're not really getting to show what you wanted in this matchup. It's getting taken away from you, especially when you have B hits like that and you solo B. Of course, he's going to go down. Even if Naf takes one with him there, it's not going to make much difference. Vision play with pace now. Up the ante out long. Good flashes, a counter, and Twist gets 2. Shui comes through the smoke, and he doubles up as well. So Liquid shut down the long side. They give us something in this game.
It's Liquid, so you have to stay switched on. But Naf, going back in through the spawn, keeps it all in check.
I like that you mentioned it, though. And luckily enough for Vision, they can write that off. They don't need to worry about it at all. One little long pop that gets countered by a 3-man hold with flashes. They know they have the depth on this T side. So as Liquid try and wake up in this game, Vision look to put it down.
I mean, of the 10 games they've played here, half those series have contained the Dust 2 games, so you're dead on about the depth. The Vision have had a lot of time to put their Dust 2 to work here at the Major. And they've been given a lot of room over on Cat. And they're not going to overthink this. Flash in. Oh dear, hang on. They're going back. Only 2 players in the A site for Liquid. That one flash has put a bit of fear in the Liquid squad, and so Twist has crossed over. Him getting to this side of the double doors makes him available quicker for that rotate. Doesn't have to run any risks either to help out at the A site. But it will be this A finish. Util in. They're already ahead of Ultimate here, who's got to start dropping in some defensive util. There's the flash from the long side, but they're far too close. It's clean openers across the board for Lin Vision.
I don't think Liquid realized how quick they were scaling there, and how would they know without peeking for info, right? Ultimate's holding that molly. He's holding it, holding it. Finally goes out, but by the time Shui's flash comes over the top for him to peek, they're already on default. 3 guys crossing into Ultimate. So blind or not, they're running, gunning, and they're close enough to get that kill. Lin Vision, explosive, decisive, and clean on this victory. They've won both Force Buys post-pistol, and as soon as you start to believe in Liquid, after a clean gun round, the response is immediate. Su's return to form has been great as well. He was 0-6. He's now 11-8. With 2 big clutches in that first half.
I mean, literally every clutch in the game has been won by Call Me Su. He's nailed both of the attempts at it. A 1 versus 2 in there, and a 1v1. And he got both of those while being bottom of the board, now climbing through the ranks on Lin Vision. And they've got a lot of opportunities to lay this game to rest. A non-stop from Team Liquid. I mean, this is going to leave both Liquid and FaZe in that 0-1 position. The 2 squads with NA representation.
I've had enough. That would be a terrifying matchup to draw. One that Liquid have won back in Dallas, but albeit a slightly different phase to the one we're getting now. This is a Lin Vision that are leveling up every step of the way, every stage of the tournament, every map we see. something new.
Also said coming into this, right, about how for Lin Vision to be the furthest placing Chinese team, they have to get one win to match up Tai Lu from the major in 2018. And they might be about to get that one win now as Liquid pounded on the long side, fall apart. Zaka plucking players from the back, spots both of them on this reposition into the catwalk. That's given Lin Vision time to plant this bomb and get set up. Ready at the long wrap, Naf will have a hard time embarking on this flank. 2 1v1s decide the outcome of this round. And they ice Naf out as he tries to play first. They know about ultimate over on short. Bomb set up to be watched from the long side. Starry in position to win the round. Ultimate chasing this one man, can't find Su, let alone call him. And it's the end of the line for Ultimate, and he knows it. Done deal. Lin Vision dominance on Dust 2 to open up stage 3.
Oh, Amelia having fun every step of the way. And yeah, his star showed up today. There were some great performances from Su in the clutch. And even Zaka woke up. Westmelon looking like a beast from the first round of the game. And Liquid, a very, very underwhelming debut here in the major on home soil for the North Americans as they go out without a bang, without a wallop, but with a whimper. 13-5 on Dust 2. Hoping Liquid can step it up moving forward, because that is
13-5 is how the series is settled for Lin Vision. We only got to catch, the tail end of the matchup.
Yeah.
That looks like a clinic. I don't really know where to be placing Liquid now, but I know that Lin Vision, they are continuing that form from stage.
I think people have learned it by now. Don't play Dust 2 against Lin Vision, and especially don't play Dust 2 against Lin Vision in a best of one. Liquid, what the hell?
What to say? I mean, I feel like I was this meme, I was with the stick, like, do something, poking Liquid. Nothing really happened. That's like, okay, well, just like Lin Vision, again, they just showcased that they are really good at playing Counter-Strike, and they once again showed it against an opposition that we didn't expect them to beat.
But it's kind of worrisome, right? Because we saw them in Dallas as well, Liquid, where we had high expectations, them coming into the tournament. They had a decent break leading up to the tournament, plenty of time to practice. We think to ourselves, maybe Liquid can do something in Dallas. They did nothing, as in absolutely nothing. Bowed out of the tournament, left no impression whatsoever. Again, then having an extended break coming into this tournament, you think to yourself, 2-3 weeks of practice, maybe they can integrate Shuhei, maybe it can be interesting. I know it's just the best of one, it's just us two versus Lin Vision, but definitely not the start they were hoping for. So I'm slowly but surely already by now, based on Dallas and the start here, starting to lose faith in this whole project that is Team Liquid.
Just looking back at, we've been talking about it a lot because this has been the first time a Chinese team have made it into the top 16 since 2018. When Tai Lu did it, they were 12th to 14th. So Lin Vision have at least tied with that record. They can even go one better if they win just one more game. And by the looks of it, Emilia's got his bow and arrow out, and he's ready to take down whoever they're facing in that next round.
He keeps bringing so many good vibes. I love it. But there's a case they would do it. I'm confident by now. I've been sleeping on Lin Vision multiple times now. I'm not going to do it again.
Vito does too, and let's see what happens in a best of 3 against the big boys. If they can overcome that as well, if they can manage that one more time, which essentially they have done in this tournament in stage 2, then I'll also stop sleeping on them. Rest in peace, 0-3 Pick'em.
Should we find out who they're playing and who every other team is playing as we move into round 2 of those best of 1 matchups? This is exactly what we have on the cards. A stream at the top, B stream at the bottom. No, sorry, it's the other way around. Yes, sorry, it is the other way around.
Yeah, you're right.
Legacy versus Pro. That's going to be the first. That's going to be the first game we're going to be seeing going down. Do Legacy have what it takes to take down VP, who we haven't really caught too much of because they were so damn fast in stage 2 that we didn't really get to watch them.
Yeah, true. I mean, that's a golden opportunity for both VP and Legacy, to be completely honest. I think Legacy at this point have so much confidence. They believe they can beat VP. I think VP are still in the state of mind where they are the heavy favorites going up against Legacy, despite how well they've been playing. So to go 2-0 after the first day for either Legacy or VP, that's a perfect start.
I'm in a position now where I'm just going to go complete opposite of what I've been doing so far. I'm going to completely leave out names. So yes, Virtus Pro has been playing pretty good. Legacy, in my opinion, has been playing better. So I'm going to go with Legacy in this one.
See the big game right here. The one that catches your eye first and foremost, FaZe versus Mouse. 0-1 game, FaZe versus Mouse. One of those two teams are going to go 0-2. day one at the major. That's a massive game.
Jacob, hold your horses. I know you've been in the presenter role for a little bit, but we need to go in a certain order.
No, we don't have
yes,
to.
Yes, we do. Aurora, Furia. That's a 1-0 matchup, rather. What were your takeaways from seeing Aurora, first of all?
I don't know, but Face versus Mouse is going to be... Aurora Face is going to be a fine game. It's going to be a cool game. I
think Aurora, like... Yeah. Pretty heavy favorites, no?
Favorites, at least, you know. I don't know about Furia. I feel like every time I watch them play good, they play bad, they play good, they play bad. They leave a bit of a mixed bag of signals. But the cool thing for Furia is that it used to be bad all the time. Now it's good sometimes. So they can most likely put up a fight against Aurora.
There's barely anything called favorites in this tournament anymore. Like, the only one that's been...
You lost faith, huh?
I've lost completely faith in all the favorites right now. So the only one that I have faith in right now is obviously Spirit and the likes of Navi. But I'm going to have to go Aurora.
Okay, so you said that you were believing in the opposite of what you thought you would believe in, but Lin Vision got up against Spirit. You were going to take Spirit, so you're taking Lin Vision?
That's some super deep math.
Triangles go?
It's like quantum mathematics. So.
Should we put it actually into practice over on the Blast TV simulator? Because we've got all the games now in our 0-1 and 1-0s. Let's take it from the top once again. So, go on, tell me your logic, Peter. Tell me your logic.
Spirit is going to win against Lin Vision. Let's stop this, Matt.
Let's go Lin Vision.
They're not going to... Shut up. They're not going to play Dust 2. It's going to be Spirit winning. Nope.
Okay.
Spirit.
Yeah, I think it's Spirit.
I'll prove you wrong.
Dupree, love you, but I don't love this logic.
Same for Aurora. Aurora is going to beat Furia in a competitive game. Furia have looked much better, but they're not going to beat Aurora.
Aurora as well, yeah. I'm down.
Okay, Navi 3D Max.
3D Max. 100%.
No.
Yes.
Really?
Yeah,
what do you mean?
Go on.
Guaranteed.
Why?
Why?
Tell me for why.
You're just trolling at this point.
No, I'm not trolling. I'm just going against all logic because that is what is going on right now. And to be completely fair, I think 3D Max has played pretty well this tournament, and I'm sure we've only seen one man from Navi, so there is a case where 3D Max can pull this one out of its best of one. Why wouldn't they?
There's always a case. Pick Navi, please, because Navi is going to beat 3D
How much stock do you put in that G2 result, though, for 3D Max, considering we know that G2, I mean, they're a dead team walking at this point?
I don't know, it's just the fashion they did it in. I mean, it's not, sure, G2's a dead team walking, but it's like when you look at the names, then there should be plenty of times for them to play better counts than what they just showcased. But I think that 3D Max is a team that can definitely do it. They like to play teams that they feel like they're lower rated and they think they want to go up and make the upset.
Let's go Navi.
Yeah, let's go Navi. You know, I buy to your point. They can do it. It can be a competitive game, but Navi's going to win that one. See, that one right there, that's interesting.
Legacy?
Why
not?
Why? But why?
Because they've played really great counts. Did you see how they smacked Vitality?
They ended the Vitality win streak, Jacob.
It's just,
put some
I don't know,
respect
it's
on
just
that
names,
name.
but like the way that they approached
let's give that one to Peter then.
Let's go Legacy. Ooh, okay, this is our 0-1s, which we were just talking about it.
Yeah, so come on, continue your trend.
Names
You think Nemiga is going to beat Vitality?
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
No way.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna go with the flow. I'm gonna go with Vitality in this one. But if they lose, then you will remember this conversation for the end of your life.
No. Mouse versus Face. Can I talk about it now, Mrs. Presenter? Yeah, I'm allowed to. Is that okay? Okay, great. That's a cool game. That's a really, really cool game. I think Mouse came dangerously close coming up against VP. I saw some of that game as well on the B stream. I think Mouse is a better team, and I think Face, they're just not here. You know, individually speaking, we said that the win condition for them is the individuals, and the individuals are not showing up. I think Mouse is going to beat Face, and Face will go 0-2 and have to do it the Face way at the majors.
It's not the first time they do it.
Nope.
So, yeah, Mouse, I'm all on
gonna
board.
take down Dad, apparently.
G2 Pain?
G2 Pain.
Someone has to win.
Pain.
Ooh.
Pain.
Yeah?
Pain?
Pain.
Okay, I can
Let's
go with
bring
that.
the pain.
Yeah. I think G2 is a dead team in more than one session.
Yeah.
Fashion.
Go on. How many?
Pain.
Do we have time? Do you want to list them all?
I think like I have 5. They're dead team in 5 different ways.
I'm all in for Mongols.
Ooh, Mongols Liquid. This is I feel like a matchup I've seen quite a lot recently.
We just had Mongols as the 4th best team in the world on the power ranking.
Yeah, it's gotta be Mongols.
It has to be Mongols.
And what we just saw from Liquid was not pretty.
And look at that. If that happens, if that is going to be the case, look at the 0-2.
Oh my lord.
Face Liquid in an 0-2 game. Brother EU. Brother EU. Vitality Lin Vision, potentially?
How are your pick'ems looking, just in general? Just put that out there. Cooked? Yeah, me too.
Yeah, super cooked.
I'm okay. I need Spirit to go 3-0 and Nemiga to go 0-3, and I'm good.
Okay.
Yeah.
I lost both my 3-0s and also my Lin Vision one for...
You may have won 5 majors, but you're not a pick'em expert, are you?
Definitely not.
No.
Well, I know that we're, kind of cooked in the pick'ems department. Maybe you are the last hope. I am completely ruined. Let's check in with the schedule, though, to see exactly what order those matchups will be coming in. Of course, we're going to be continuing with that A stream and B stream.
Oh, that Face Mouse game, that looks very interesting.
I haven't talked about that one.
No, we haven't.
So explain to me in 5,000 words why that's
5,000 words.
It's a 20-marker question.
I can do that in 10 minutes.
Well, unfortunately, we don't have time to be doing that because we do need to switch shifts. We are done for the day, but we're going to leave you in the capable hands of Jason, Maui, and Banks to be guiding them through the second round of Best of Ones. Don't go anywhere.
Capable.
Hello and welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We like to discuss the cultural implications of Counter-Strike plays. That's something that's quite close and near to our heart.
Yes, no play is created equal.
So my submission to the Culture Clubhouse is something a bit different. We're going more modern day.
Okay.
I'm talking first CS2 major. I'm talking a team that lost more rounds than they won but still lifted the trophy. I'm talking an MVP for JL out of nowhere. Okay, we're going to Copenhagen.
All right, let's roll the bad boy.
Let's roll the bad boy and get into this one. So Na'Vi versus FaZe. So it was the first map, Na'Vi on match point, and the CTs are on an Eco. So it should just be over. You're casting this one.
It is David v. Goliath.
This round was wild. Scrappy had everything.
Na'Vi can feel this. They want this. Just a pistol of Brokey.
It felt like this was going to keep going, right? But then JL had other ideas.
JL, can he save the day? Can he cook something up here?
I mean, picking up the bomb, how long has he got now? So 30, no, less, 18. I see this little Brokey hesitation there. He's going back, he changed his mind, which gives him this little gap to slip out short. Gets that bomb down, and then he's running at him.
A haunting clip. That causes too much pain to me. If that had just been, a second different, it could have been a whole different story.
All the pressure is on Rain's shoulders. No kit means he needs the kill. And JL has arrived in the Royal Arena.
JL gets an MVP at the end of this major, lifts the trophy. That's also after kind of making even just like a debut in Paris at the end of CSGO. He comes in a CS2 with a vengeance.
This isn't the history club, though.
No, you're dead on.
This is the culture.
Yes. Cultural impact builds up over the course of the game, right? And so this one, is it a good play? Yeah.
Yes.
But is it the defining play that won them the major? I don't think you can say it is.
Would you say that it's fair that it cannot be more than a 6 when that is the case?
Yeah. I'm thinking that too.
But something you haven't considered is that individual brilliance is kind of in the fabric of Counter-Strike culture.
So I'm willing to say, for individual brilliance, a 6.
4 for the culture score. 6 for the individual brilliance.
All right.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, that's just another great day in our lovely Culture Clubhouse. Thank you, Harry. Thank you, good sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Good
show. Ribbity pep.
Stage 1 of the Blast TV Austin Major is done, and now we're going to look back and rank the best pop-offs from the Major. It's time for the Roar Roundup. Okay, you know what? We're starting off with a very normal one. I'm liking the volume. I'm liking the length. I'm liking the lung capacity here. This is like a solid middle ground. There's nothing too exciting. There's nothing creative. There's a medium amount of passion into it. I'm going to start us off low with this one. I'm going to go in with 3.7. 3.7 out of 10. Nice red in the face reaction, but nothing extraordinary, nothing exceptional, nothing too special. I'm sure we're going to have better clips in here.
Guys, we are not in Australia! Step up!
See, this is what I'm looking for. Player popping off, IGL next to you, reminding you what the strat is in the next round. We're not in Australia. We're getting personal, presumably about FlyQuest. But that's, we're getting a little bit more of a personal attack. Just nice volume, nice loud, immediately pop-offing off after presumably the round ends. I'm going to say that's a solid 5.3.
Not again! Guys, you have to win those! Come on!
Oof. That's a classic shit talk strategy there, which is to show mock sympathy for your opponent. We don't know the exact context, but I have to assume they failed a man-up situation, maybe lost to ecos a couple of times. So Cruzen showing them just a little bit of sympathy and reminding them that you really do. You gotta win those. That's a classic. Nothing too special, nothing too complicated there, but personalized to the moment, which I always do enjoy. So we're gonna give that a 5.6. 5.6 there. I don't even know which one to rate. I think it's the team synergy there. I mean, you always love seeing G on your screen. You really do. Good mouth shape there to get maximum volume out on your pop-off. Full extension. Speaking from the chest there, little diaphragmatic projection, so you know your opponents are going to hear it. We'll give it a 5.2. 5.2 out of 10. What? Is he playing Counter-Strike or did he see a mouse? Can I get that one more time? I don't know if that's going to inspire fear or if that's going to see if they should call an exterminator. Good for comedic value. I don't know if that's putting fear in the hearts of your opponents. We're going to 2.4 on that there, Viddy. Roll it. He's letting the dogs bark. Dogs off the train. Letting them know. Letting them hear. We'll go 7.1. 7.1, great idea. Maybe a little bit more commitment to the bit. A little bit more of the... Get guttural with it. Get guttural with it. I want to believe that you're hungry to chew up your opponent. What do we got?
Suck my fucking ass! Okay, wait, chill. Don't do that.
I heard this live in studio. Important couple of bits of context around this. First off, it was just after the pistol. Second off, G was setting up in the next booth over. He heard this, and I just heard him go, suck my fucking ass. You know, if he'd committed to the bit, I think this would be a top-notch pop-off. But because he retracted immediately afterwards, gives it an 8.2. Well done, Hexed. That's top-notch. That's top-notch. Tailoring your trash talk to the location that you're in, hitting the yee-haws here for Austin. We love that. Localized here, nice volume, pure joy on his face as well, just immediately comes through the player cam, and then hitting the Bora afterwards. Is that going to break a 9, though? We're going just below. Got to leave ourselves room to grow here. 8.9 for Che on that one. That's what you love to see. Well done from Lear. I mean, excellent lung capacity there. I'm going to give that an 8.8. Very strong. Well done. God damn. That was masterful. I mean, that's power in the pop-off. That's not just shit talk. You could tell he was pissed off at them. That's just a timeless. We just gotta... That's a beautiful pop-off. That's what competition is all about at the end of the day. Passion, excitement, glory. You know what? I'm not even gonna pretend. That's a perfect 10. He got up on the desk. You could see the anger in his eyes. You could see the passion in his eyes. You could see what that moment meant to him. And that's what a pop-off is all about. So that is a perfect 10. No decimals. Now look, we already had some strong pop-offs here, but the emotions only run higher as we go longer on into the tournament. So we're gonna have to check back in after the next few stages and see if anyone's beat that perfect 10.
Oh, Kaique. I'm not feeling too well. At least, was I good to you?
Yeah, you were. You were.
Do you think I was a good leader?
I prefer art, to be honest.
Work of art, you said?
Yeah, work of art. Gabriel, you're a symbol for Brazil, CS. Without you, there is no me, there is no SK, there is no luminosity.
Oh, man. That takes me back.
Gabriel, you are so much more than all those who came before you. You played with fire in your heart and tricks in your sleeve. The whole world knew to listen when fallen, and he's up wearing the clutch.
Then it was all worth it.
I'd give anything to have you back, my friend.
What the hell is this?
Bro, you just died, bro.
No. It wasn't me. That was Bad Fallen.
Yeah! Bad Fallen, really?
Yeah, and I'm Good Fallen.
Okay.
I left you a friend, I came back as a prophet. I went far and beyond.
Alright.
I saw everything. Now I know what I need to do to win next major.
Please tell me.
First, we need a better helper.
Okay. Who?
I got us Molotov.
Molotov? Motoboy? Who is this guy?
Calm down, wait. I also revived the top 10 rifle in the world.
Cold Zero, let's go.
You wish, kid. Yekindar.
Oh boy, Bad Fallen, please come back.
Hey folks, welcome to the Culture Clubhouse. We got some
clip I think we have to watch. Let's get to it.
Ooh, Shanghai Major.
I predicted that already, Finn.
Mm-hmm. David, you want the flash?
Yeah, flash
sure,
me
let's
in.
go.
Oh, what?
He's blind, he's blind, he's blind. Insane flash. Why you don't commit, David?
Yeah, man.
That's fine, we got this.
Yeah.
I think. Oh, peek long now? Oh,
That's impressive, bro.
unlucky. I mean, it's pretty important round, some might say no. But I wasn't nervous here. I think there was like 75% chance to win this round still. Oh, but honestly, this round is insane. Yeah, and this jump shot. It was completely quiet on TeamSpeak. No, he didn't even say he killed side, no?
You could just hear the crowd going wild.
Yeah. I remember there wasn't that much of a count between the two. But here, Magus thinks Rob's 1 HP, bro.
Oh my god.
1 HP. Not even close. But meanwhile, Brokey's biting his fingers off. Making a jump shot in a tight moment where if he doesn't hit the shot, he probably dies. We lose the round if he dies or gets spammed through the smoke. So Pew remember this round just because it's 12-10. If we lose the round, we out. But that round is, in my eyes, one of the highlights from the last few majors, and I think therefore it should be a high culture rating.
Would be probably way higher if you actually would have won the major, but
the impact it had and the arena, how loud it was, because I don't see what's happening, I just see the crowd goes really wild. So for culture rating, you don't get a more exciting clip in the most important round of a major. It's third map, it's 12-10, but I would give it 8 out of 10, just for the impact and how many people talked about the round, and I think people will still remember this round in 4 years.
It would get much higher, you know, if you would have won.
That would be a 10 out of 10. If you won that in overtime, that would be 10 out of 10 as one of the most memorable moments of the major.
I think 8 is pretty fair. So what, moving to the individual brilliance, I would go like 7. 7 for me is...
I think it makes sense with 7. I think Rain hit some good shots, and Rob's deciding at what moment he wants to jump. He jumps after Rain gets the kill, so he's playing off his teammate, try to get the second. So yeah, I think 7 makes sense. So more culture impact than individually performance.
This was Culture Clubhouse.
Checkmate.
An iconic major needs an iconic trophy. And after the reaction to the last Blast Major trophy, we figured we might need to do some focus group testing. So we've got a little bit of a backstage peek that we're going to be doing here. We're going to be letting some of the players, some of the talent in to take a look at the trophy to let us know their honest thoughts. Let's go. Let's get it started. We've got a little bit of a secret for you here. We got a little bit of a teaser. So we want to know your raw, unvarnished take here.
This bin is the trophy.
It's the bin. You figured it out.
Damn, Blast did it again. Wait.
Waiting.
3, 2, 1! What the fuck? What the fuck?
What do you think? What do you think?
What do you think? What the hell? Too small. Too small.
Wait. I think it's cool.
What do you think?
I don't think I like it.
No?
I'd love to see a player lift this up like this and then it just breaks.
By the horns?
Moo!
Yes.
And why is this? Is it because of Texas or what?
The Longhorns.
I mean, I think it's cool. I think it's really different from what I have ever seen.
I don't know if you remember the reaction to the Paris trophy, but we're maybe looking to avoid some of that.
And then what, we got some like, what is that? Fire eyes on it? You know, it couldn't be worse than the Paris major one, so, you know, it's just a step in the right direction.
I don't know, but I think I want my idol Monastic get hit.
The whole thing?
Yeah, the whole thing. I don't like it. It's like 6 out of 10.
It's very American.
Yeah?
It needs a cowboy hat.
Now, I do have a secret to tell you. This is not the trophy.
Okay, thank God.
This is a fake we made.
So you just trolled me.
We are trolling you. We made it in Blender. Honestly, it came out better than we thought. There is a different one.
It's mine. It's mine.
You can't keep it yet. But maybe after the event we'll give
It's mine, it's mine. I'm the Austin Major champion.
Is this like the city of Austin?
Yeah, it's the city of Austin skyline.
Ah, you got real creative with this. So what is the real trophy?
I don't know, we're gonna have to see. It's apparently massive.
You do know, don't you?
I haven't seen it yet. I've just heard that it's huge. So stay tuned for the playoffs, because when we get to the arena, we're gonna be revealing the real thing, and I promise this one's going to be Titanic.
It's mine, bro. It's mine. It's mine. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, guys. Bye-bye.
We're here for the second round of matches in our opening day of Stage 3 of the Blast TV Austin Major, and it has already got wild, it has already got crazy, and some of these players definitely won't be touching that outside world for a long time when they need to level up and work a bit harder in order to get the results and get through to playoffs, which is the dream for all of these teams. We've changed things up on the desk. I'm here to host, sadly, and then we've got Maui and Moses having the best time of their lives right now.
What's with the self-deprecation, James? Like,
I know.
That's what I'm best at.
Don't start the day like that. That's gonna color everything you do from here on out.
I thought I would make you happy.
No, man, I don't like to see that.
Oh,
we believe in you, okay? Despite what they say, we believe in you.
That's good. I'm glad you've got some belief in that.
You'd probably feel a little bit better if you were wearing like a suit or something, if you didn't wear your pajamas into work.
Bro, this is nice and comfy. What do you mean pajamas?
It looks good.
I'm gonna buy him some, force him to wear it, and he will see how comfy he could be.
Sure.
Just don't understand this level of comfort.
Yeah, I'll never understand.
You will never.
You will never understand.
You'll never understand.
What we need to do is look through the schedule and see where we're at for this, because already looking at this bracket, things have got pretty wild, and it's given us some very interesting matchups, guys. I don't know what to say anymore. This is just major magic, right?
I mean, this is just ridiculous, isn't it? I mean, if you thought stage 1 was crazy, stage 2 got even crazier. This just upped the ante even more. I mean, it's like Heath Ledger's going to pop out any second now, and you have no idea what he's going to do next.
Yeah, one man's magic is another man's best of one format. So I mean, however you want to look at it, but either way, it's given us some interesting places to go with this. I think obviously the biggest upset would be Legacy taking down Vitality. Would be the one that shocks us to see them playing against Virtus Pro now. So they just keep going. I don't know what's up with Legacy. I don't know what they found, what gear they've kind of flipped and switched. Whatever they do with gears, they're doing it. It's great.
They're doing it, and it's working very well. But before we get into that, because we will be covering that game a little bit later on, I want to look at Mongols versus Liquid in this matchup here, because Mongols were supposed to be favorites in their game, Liquid was supposed to be favorites in their game, and at least Mongols looked like they had some fight in theirs. But Liquid, let's start with them, because that looked bad, boys.
Well, can I ask you a question to open this up?
Yeah,
What was your first initial thought when you saw Liquid as playing Lin Vision?
This is a trap game.
Yeah, exactly. This is exactly the thing what I thought of as well. I was like, oh, that is a game that's going to be perfect for Team Liquid to lose.
They have the chance to do what nobody's done before and lose to 2 Asian teams in the same day. I don't think we've gone to that sort of territory before. In this
At least
kind
we're
of event.
setting records, man. We have that going for us.
What problems were we seeing when this comes into it, though, right? Because, I don't know, was it the map or was it giving Lin Vision dust? People keep giving Lin Vision maps they really like.
They like 2 maps, as far as I can tell. They like Dust 2 and they like Nuke. If you can't get them off of those 2, well, I feel like that's kind of been the fate being just met by a lot of the top teams that seem to just be okay with giving... I don't know, like, there's underdog teams, and the reason BO1s are weird is just because they get to play something in the middle of their map pool, but don't give them something that they really love.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always an interesting one, especially for a team like Liquid coming into this after a little bit of a boot camp who had the extended break, right? Because I know, like, teams in that usually work on specific maps that they want to improve upon, and they come into it saying, you know what, we don't want to come into the major letting our opponents dictate where we decide to take things. We want to play what we feel comfortable on, and it's probably what you should do as the favorite, and they just get punished here. I mean, look, I think mostly it was a bad game. I think it's hard to kind of draw any like significant conclusions about Liquid because we need to see more games out of them with Shuhei more integrated after the boot camp. But I thought they played very poorly inside the server in terms of decision making, in terms of post plants. I think the team cohesion and teamwork just wasn't there.
Yeah, and that is a problem to start things off with, but something that can quickly turn around at these best of ones. Hopefully they'll be able to do it today. But they then are facing the Mongols, who is supposed to be the best team from Asia. And obviously, Mongols, they went up against Furia. There has been so much of this back and forth battle between these two teams. Right? They always match up with each other at events, and finally Furia did it.
with their new lineup that's looking really sharp.
Yeah.
Molodoi looked incredible in this game, and he's a big reason why Mongols are now in the 0-1 pool, despite the heroics of people like Techno and Mazinho, who tried to bring this one back. A couple of the heavy hitters were sort of missing for me for Mongols. Like, I didn't really get as much oomph out of 9-10 or Senzu, and yet those are the guys that usually carry them through the group stages.
And you're hoping it's not a sign that they're kind of running out of steam right at the point where it feels like Asian Counter-Strike is taking its biggest leap forward. And now you don't want to be overtaken by the other Asian teams that are like Lin Vision, who's obviously playing really well. But certainly, yeah, you know, someone like Senzu can usually do a good carry. 9-10's really strong with the op, but I think more than anything, I think we're seeing how good a Furia team can be when their pieces have, you know, a strong opera within the team, which is something they've struggled to find. Like that piece alone can elevate the team so much, and Molodoi's playing like he's providing that impact to the squad.
When you look at that matchup, because I know we're not covering it yet, but just how much of a problem do you think Mongols can be for Liquid?
Mongols is going to win that.
Yeah, Mongols are going to win that
for sure. It's not about being a problem. Mongols is going to win that.
If Lin Vision were a problem for Liquid, I feel like they're gone already. Like, this is a 0-2 in the making for Liquid, because what Jason already mentioned on Liquid for Dust 2, like, they were so out of sorts. I mean, the coordination was not there for them.
As soon as I saw the 2v1 of Nertz and Twists against the long player and them split up in that 2v1, I was like, well, here we go.
And Mongols shoot way harder than Lin Vision. I'll just be real. So if you give them those kinds of opportunities, Senzu's just going to beam you out.
Okay, so if you want to give North America some hope, if you're already saying the Mongols are going to win this, so Liquid's in 0-2, they're going to pull off some incredible comeback and go make it.
Cloud9 did it.
Root for Call Me Sue.
We root for Elysian. Call Me Sue is the last remaining people to grow up in America. Huh? That's what we got. We're holding on to threads right now.
We're scraping the bottom of the barrel. We're doing our best out here.
Well, as you're talking about some North American hope in there, we'll go on to the schedule and remind you guys of what we got coming up, because we do get a bit of North American representation, at least on FaZe in this one, right? They'll be going up against MOUZ now, and that's always been a great matchup in here, but MOUZ obviously the massive favorites coming into this one, and this is a FaZe where, you know what, I expected more from them against Aurora.
I expected more from Rain. I feel like watching him play on the A-bomb side of Anubis was just watching a fish out of water. Like, he had no idea how to handle any of the mid-round situations, any of the execs being thrown at him. You know, we've called him a rock for probably 7 years leading up to this one, but I feel like he has been smoothed down by the current constantly, and now he's just been whittled away at. Now you're getting a shell of who he used to be.
I think that's a big problem too, is like without Frozen at this event, I think FaZe would be in a lot of trouble. I feel like Frozen's been the guy keeping him in a lot of these games. But yeah, you have a couple players now that feel like they're kind of shelves of their former selves. So, and I think, you know, coming out of stage 2, and we mentioned vibes on day 1 when they went, you know, 2-0 to start things out. Well, vibe check is the complete opposite now, and it better not be a bad day. That is a better change going into the next best of 1. I don't think this FaZe can win 3 best of 3s to come back in stage 2.
And then they're going up against MOUZ, who, okay, they fought as best they could against this VP in the opening game, right? That one, obviously, we saw this level up from VP that continues. Even when the game started to get a bit tight, they held their own in it. But it was MOUZ who struggled, who probably should have been a happier team, considering there's no Falcons here anymore.
Some people think that, you know, a win is a win no matter what, and a loss is a loss no matter what. But the quality of losses between both MOUZ and FaZe were drastically different. MOUZ lost to a VP team that had really tight sight hits. They were playing off of each other really well. MOUZ gave them a deep battle. I saw the quality in the MOUZ loss in a way that I didn't see it in the FaZe loss. So I have a lot higher hopes and expectations for MOUZ, even if I'm just taking what we saw so far today.
Yeah, and you can even, I mean, even if you go past that, you can lean back on the pedigree of MOUZ and the performances we know they've had in the past. So I'm not super concerned about MOUZ. Obviously, going 0-2 is going to make you concerned about pretty much anyone at this point in the tournament. But looking at this FaZe team, I think MOUZ should be fine going up into this matchup. They shouldn't feel any intimidation, scared at all. This should be a match they're very comfortable winning.
Yeah, it's not the same matchup we had like last year when it was FaZe versus MOUZ, and you'd go, oh, this is going to be a great one.
I mean, the win condition for FaZe is you need magic. You need Simple to return to form. You need a couple players to roll back the years to maybe even just 1 year ago. Not even that far. We're not asking too much, but like it is going to be just like you need individual players having a pop-off that can ignite that team. Without it, FaZe is in trouble.
We'll continue to look back at the schedule and remind everyone at home of the great games we've got coming your way. Still plenty of best of 1s in there. Next, we're going to move to, I would call, 2 of Jason's favorite teams so far throughout this major.
You know me.
Pro and Legacy.
Yep.
You're on the Legacy hype train. You started to buy in a little bit more to the VP hype train.
Yeah, well, I mean, look, I'm not in yet. It's looking great. It's looking really good, but this is usually when it gets disappointing. Either way, both these teams are kind of fulfilling the promises that we had for them at various various points over the past recent time. Legacy, obviously, like the 4-year promise of Lotto and Dumao being this next generation of Brazilian players. Finally seeing that come to fruition with some extra added pieces in there. But for Virtus Pro, we saw that this was a level they could hit and a quality they could bring to the table back in Katowice. They didn't get to play in the playoffs with their full 5 due to visa issues, but now it took another 4 months after that to get to this point. But this team, when the players that they have and the experience they have, this is kind of a Virtus Pro that we expected to see much earlier in the year. Playing smart, playing really sharp executes, good calling from Electronic, Flit and Fame playing well with the rifles. Like you have all the ingredients necessary. For whatever reason, it just hasn't been working up until now. So it took some time off and things look great after this little boot camp and conversation they had.
And this was a game that they were completely tested in. It wasn't like the BO1 wins that they had to kick off stage 2, where I think they won 13-3, 13-4 versus what, Pain and Bait. Like this was a hard-fought battle that they got through against Maus, and they were still able to weather the storm, because the aspect of VP that has been most concerning this season has been the mentality side. They've had some cool strategies. We know the players are good, but when the going gets tough, we've seen them break down because people begin to lose trust in each other. But that was not what I saw when I watched them earlier today.
And that's where, for me personally, the conversation changed a little bit just in this matchup, because we saw them have to struggle and fight for this one, and yet it still didn't break. You know, that didn't work out, where some of the players like Icy or Flamus would get very quiet in the game because things weren't going well. Electronic was being loud and maybe shouting at him or whatever he was saying to him. We're sat in a good spot right now, and if this continues, right, do you think this is like a team that can be in playoff form? Is this a team you have going through the playoffs?
I have them going through. I figured that they were going to be able to carry some of the momentum, and also the fact that I just think it's an issue that they had where they would just break when a game got to 10-9. If they lost 3 or 4 rounds in a row earlier this season, I was like, oh, just count them out. Even if the scoreline's relatively equal.
3 or 4 rounds or the wrong round.
Yeah, the wrong round. That's a good way to put it too. And now I think they just kind of shrug off those disappointments a little bit more easily. I think Finn has done a great job as a coach in getting some of the individuals up to a higher level of form. Like, I'm seeing Electronic get like 2 important kills in a post plant regularly now. That's not something I could say was happening for the last 4 months.
Yeah, no, Electronic's fragging felt like it kind of slipped a little bit during the start of this year, so it's good to see that back. But yeah, I think that's what kind of a streak of this win through stage 2 and now stage 3 should do for you if you're a team. Like, it should give you the strength to be able to outlast the frustrations. You should be able to say, man, we're playing really well. We breezed through stage 2. We had no problem in this initial game. If we run into difficulties, I know this team has my back. I know this team can perform, so no cause for concern.
That belief is so important as well, right? Knowing that they have your back and you can come out of.
And I'm with Mel. I think Finn should probably start getting a lot of credit, because him joining the team is really coinciding with quite a nice turnaround.
But I want to touch on that actually, because when I was speaking to the VP guys, Finn's conversation around him was that he's very good at working with the individuals to be the best that they can be, you know? So maybe less on the tactical side, but whatever he's done in that sense, you're seeing it's working. That belief is there. They are making this magic happen on there. And if they can keep going and he can keep them happy and he can keep them performing, like, look at Icy, used to be the most inconsistent player you could ever look at in this. If you can bring him to more shots or have some games like he had earlier, that's a huge win.
Finn, as a reminder to people who weren't following the Eastern European scene as closely, was the coach of Gambit youngsters as they were on the rise with Supra, with Axile, with Shiro, and they became top players in the world. Like, Nafany was not even in my eyes calling the best system. It's that Shiro and Axile were just unplayable. They were always able to just beat everybody. It was an online format, sure, but he helped those guys who kind of came out of relative obscurity to become world greats. And now he's getting to work with pieces who maybe fell off a little bit, but have the potential.
Yeah, and that resume is starting to look really good. If he can bring Icy back up, if he can bring some of his VP players back up and start getting results with them as well, yeah, his stocks are about to skyrocket.
Well, stocks that are skyrocketing and continue to skyrocket is on the other side of things for Legacy right now. They are getting it done, and you've got to start respecting them massively now. This win against Vitality, yeah, okay, breaking the streak's one thing, but it's the fact that they challenged it on Inferno and got it done.
I think Pimp said that it was 20 out of maybe 21 Infernos that Vitality won on their streak, and I mean, Legacy made them look pedestrian. The way they were able to crunch onto bomb sites, the B executes that they had, the fire that they showed, even though they lost the pistol, they just started shouting back at them after winning their first round. So it was a really fun game to watch, because the energy that I thought was going to be snuffed out completely by a real world #1 in Vitality did not happen. Like, Legacy just ran once they hit the ground running.
Yeah, they've just, I mean, it's like everything they've been working on for like the last like year and a half, 2 years has been like, oh, this shit actually does work. Like, it's all just kind of fallen into place when they least probably expected it, because they've come into this major not supposed to be here and haven't really had to think about it, and they just kind of been playing the game. I'll tell you what, too, outside of the server as well, This is probably the first Brazilian team since like 2017, 28, where I've like seen that like Brazilian fire that we always speak about. Like all the other Brazilian teams have kind of scaled that back and have been like, okay, let's take the European professional approach. It's cool seeing it get back with these young guys who, I mean, I guess quote unquote, like don't really know any better. Like maybe in the future they adapt things, but I just enjoy seeing it. Dumal is like the emotional leader of that team, and he's doing a phenomenal job.
Yeah, if it's working right, don't change it at this point. But let's have a look at some more details of what is working for Legacy as we're back with the incredible Mahone Zone.
Legacy were able to beat Vitality, and the reason why is because of their B hits on Inferno. They came in prepared, and they were able to adapt on the fly. Let me show you what I mean. So I've got one example right here on their T side, round 2. This is the context of the round. Legacy, they're grouped up here. Behind the bottom, Banana Smoke. Vitality, they have Banana Control. Now what we're going to see here initially is that Legacy, they're going to push through this bottom Banana Smoke with a bunch of utility. What this does is it pushes Flames back, and it forces them to use a bit of utility, drops the smoke down towards the entrance, and now Legacy, it seems like they're blocked. They're not going to want to push in. But what actually happens here is that Legacy, they're prepared to push past the smoke. And the reason why they're prepared to push past the smoke is because even before they entered towards that banana side, Sadzin actually has some utility lined up. The important piece of the utility here is actually the smoke. This smoke is thrown all the way from the T steps, and it lands here towards the entrance or the CT spawn entrance of B. And what that does is it allows these Ts who are coming in to push past the smoke, knowing that the CT area will be covered. At the same time, as they're scaling up, you'll see that Nissim, he tosses this flash over the roof, and this flash pops high in the sky so that it blinds anybody playing towards orange, anybody playing towards spools, and this also allows the players to flood in towards the site. Now Vitality do a good job of defending the site. Flames gets 1 kill, Apex finds another here towards the fountain, but here's where things change. You'll see that from Nissim's point of view, as he comes in, he catches a player towards New Box. Now when he gets this kill towards New Box, typically teams are going to want to try to push in towards that fountain side and try to capture the site right away. But look at what Legacy do. Instead, they take a pause. By taking a pause, they know that there's a chance that somebody could peek out from the spools area or make a play through CT. And it pays off for them because when they take this pause, they take a moment, they wait for the re-aggression, and you'll see that Mezzi, he comes straight up. Nissim catches him off guard. Now at this point, they know that Apex is still here towards that spool side, and instead of just trying to rush him down one by one, they group up. You'll see that all 3 players, they group up here towards this default position, they call a 3-2-1 peek, and Apex gets taken down. You'll see that from Apex's point of view, there's almost no chance that he gets more than 1 kill here. And from this point on, they capture the site, and the 3v2, the rotates far away. Legacy end up converting this round. And that's why Legacy were able to beat Vitality here. It was their calculated, measured B hits where they were able to be prepared and as well adapt on the fly.
A lot of success found on B for Legacy, but let's see what they can do when they're going up against VP. The hype is still rolling, and I caught up with Lux a little bit earlier.
Lux, what an incredible way to start off stage 3 for you guys. I noticed when it was on this Inferno, there was a lot of B hits coming out from you guys, and just the way you were playing was obviously full of confidence still. Was this some like extra insight you had? Was it a weakness you saw from Vitality? Was it just you guys playing well? Talk me through it.
I mean, like winning a team that was 30 wins in a row, we need to use everything in our favor, you know? So we use the shout, the scream, the confidence, the happiness, I know, everything that we could to beat those guys, but all with respect, for sure.
Did you notice, though, that the B side was maybe weaker? Is that why you were attacking it more on your T side?
Actually, they play a lot of 3Bs, and, well, we use like a mix of going A and going B, but I think the thing that we did to win the match was the HEs, you know, the grenades. You use it very well, and I think that helped us a lot.
Now coming into this, obviously there's less time to prepare for Virtus Pro and get yourselves ready for this one. How has it gone? How have you got ready? Where are you at right now as a team?
I think like to this match, we need to show everything we are showing and more, because I think this is making us a better team every day. So we are developing every day in all matches, and yeah, this we can continue. We need to continue this.
Did you expect the map that you got now against Virtus Pro? Were you ready for this?
Yeah, I'm ready for this. We did the videos. It was really quick. Not these videos, the videos like in the prep room, because we have like 15 minutes, you know, that was Virtus Pro, and we yeah, we expected this match. This map isn't a map that we play in this major. So yeah, let's show the legacy, the ancients of legacy.
And in terms of that, looking at their play, do you have an understanding of what they do on it, or because of the limited time, you're going in a bit more blind?
I already knew because we studied them to make our ancient. So yeah, I saw a lot of demos, including Virtus Pro. So yeah, I think I will use this kind of study to this game.
Studying VP's Ancient to have a look at their own plans of this, but both teams have not played this map so far in the major.
Which is kind of cool in the sense that, like, that'd be a concern I had for Legacy coming into this, saying, like, you had 3 days to prepare for Vitality.
Yeah.
Probably had a good idea, an indication of where that was going to head to. You got to prep some things. Virtus Pro is going to be a lot more different. But now that he says he actually studied Virtus Pro to improve their Ancient with the year that Virtus Pros have, I'm a little bit concerned now.
No, it's
gone the other direction.
That's a bad thing.
It's really changed my entire outlook.
That's a bad thing. Watching VP closely at PGL Astana was like listening actively to nails on a chalkboard. Okay, I was every time watching them, their T sides are just so jumbled. They would always try to do 2 or 3 things in the same round instead of just going for a simplistic approach. Like they would take mid control, they would leave mid control, they would take B lane control, they would leave it, try to play to punish, then they would try to create some kind of split onto a bomb site, and then you're wondering, like, you had all the space, then you lost the space, and then you tried regaining the space. It was a mess. Okay, so if Legacy,
well, hopefully they took the good things and left the bad things.
That's what I mean. Like if Legacy was able to see some of the bright spots out of that, like the simple hits, like the A execs and everything like that, I have faith in Legacy to actually pull off an upset in this matchup. But if they try taking the basis of their default, I'm a little worried that this game's going to get incredibly messy.
It very well could, yeah.
Wouldn't we be also looking at the fact, though, from what we've seen from VP so far, that they've been making improvements to their own game, right? We should expect a better fight from them. If they've allowed this to get to Ancient, they should see a big improvement on this.
Absolutely. I'm hoping we end this interview with an interview from Lux being like, all that research we did trying to figure out how to play Ancient, watching Virtus Pro, everything was completely different. That's what I would hope to hear said after this match is done, that Virtus Pro has made enough steps forward and changes that Ancient is a completely different map for them.
Well, let's discover if that is going to be the case or not. It's Virtus Pro going up against Legacy in this 1-0 game. And we've got our legendary commentators, Machine and Sponge.
Thank you very much for that one, boys. Yeah, they've set the scene nicely. Legacy, this story just keeps on going.
Yeah, quintessential Cinderella run. Every major needs one, and this one is the team that's not even meant to be here. I want to quickly hone in on the vetoes. Sure. I can't believe that we're on a map that neither of these teams have played, and that's especially so because of legacies they've started in stage 1. Odds on screen favoring VP, understandable, but when you take a look at VP's Ancient, I can't believe that they've allowed it to even end up this late in the pool, because in the last 9 Ancient games they've played, they've won it once. And I've been critical of their Ancient throughout the year, but the same was said with their Mirage. So that was actually the 2 maps that ended up at the end of the veto. So for VP, we've obviously seen them in some fine form. 3-0 for both of these teams coming out of stage 2 going into stage 3, and both picking up upset victories in the first round. Another game of disbelief. Legacy ending the Vitality 30-0.
I can't believe it. I can't believe we're here. You know, a 1-0 game in the 3rd stage, and it's Legacy still fighting, and they're just playing with such confidence. They've got that luxury.
Let's see if VP have tidied up their Ancient at all. 3-man B start on the defense with Sadson cheating over to be that 4th piece. They've got a good read of the situation. Nothing through middle. Demal to deal with A main and mid on his own, and they're starting to live forward on the ramp as the nades are lined up.
Yeah, he only gets a couple of pot shots, does Nissim. He has got a flash though, and the dual Berettas could pair nicely with it. Turning that commitment. Lovely play there from Flammers. Wasn't going to get caught off by the swing, and everyone's hit their shots on the way in. Sands in and Doom-Mound, there's very little options for them into this one. I think had Sansin had a Kevlar vest, he probably wouldn't be playing so forward. He just wants to try and get something. 300 bucks would be nice. And he's out of bullets.
Well, not the start that Legacy were looking for by any means. However, we're able to win the force spy against Vitality. Just had Mahone there with the Mahone zone for stage 3, breaking down exactly what went right and what went wrong, depending on which side of the spectrum you find yourself. So we'll see if they're able to do so on the CT side. It's always going to be tough. Doom out, hoping to hold on to these dual Berettas with the Kevlar, but currently being pinned down upon from multiple different trajectories. Back turn, Electronic finds it, and all 5 staying alive. So this is beautiful work for VP. The big change for them has been their demeanor to one another. Not having Electronic needing to rinse you after you make a misplay. They've been I guess, keeping the mood at an all-time high, and it's reflected in the results. They've played 4 matches so far from stage 1 now into, stage 2 now into stage 3, and undefeated. The Mao's upset was another one added to the tally.
Yeah, that's a big scalp. That is a big scalp.
And they got put under pressure. They actually had quite the lead. I think at one point we're talking 10-4 as far as the score, and then ended up being 13-11 on Mirage. And Mirage is one where they've definitely made their game look a whole lot better. Laid out mid.
Yeah, and it's worked out wonderfully for the first. This loss of Lux will already hurt. Nissim forced away. Satin. Oh, what? That's a 5-7 spamming the red smoke. Long range, he finds the head of Flit.
Okay, well, the 2 players on B, one donut, one rotating back over towards A. So still plenty of options for the finish. Mao was just talking about how hodgepodge these T-sides were, trying to do maybe too much in a round. Well, right now they're left with a molly, 2 smokes, and a flash, and rerouting over towards the B ramp. So Cave is blocked at least for another 15 seconds. Flams is able to lead their way, and they can smoke long and short, molly the pillar, and go.
3 in that Cave side. It's important that Satin maintains a little bit of info around that. Missed molly on the back of the site does give him some freedoms. Don't forget, though, it is just that 5-7 with no Kevlar behind it. Gets run down by the Mac-10. Flammers. Oh, gets drove by. Lato does well to put one in the side of his dome, but there you go.
Comfy start. This is going to be now into the eco against the Brazilians. So beautiful work to avoid having to deal with the 4-spy wars early. This is great from VP. One of the best pistol teams within the top 4 from stage 2 with a 75% win rate, and they find the conversion off the back of it.
I mean, they found a fantastic time to find their footing, haven't they?
Yeah, you know what's crazy? They had a 100% conversion rate in second rounds after their pistol wins in that opening stage. So that's always a nice stat. They were one of a handful of teams to have that, but highest as far as the pistols were concerned.
Sure,
now it will just be the
like
eco. But you're bang on, right? Because when we were talking about the 2-0 match in stage 2 against Pain for VP, both of those teams have had a very disappointing season. And I think they would even be able to admit that, right? Pain, not always their own fault. Big Uzera needing to have some surgery. You obviously had DGT not being able to get into Kazakhstan, the coach having to stand in. For VP at the start of the year, Flamus was unable to play the Katowice playoffs, had to leave, fortunately because of some visa situations. And then for them, it's just been what seemed like fighting, right? A bit of infighting in a lot of these games and never really playing on meta Counter-Strike. But you can wash that all away if you have a strong result at the major.
100%. And I mean, it is a team whose performance regularly doesn't meet those high expectations set of them. But to be doing so now here in the most important event of the season, that's certainly peaking at the right time.
Yeah, well, we know that the players in this team can deliver. Fame on the screen right now. We'll see how many of these ecos he can get. Former major winner going back to Rio 2022 alongside a Flit in the Outsiders jersey. Well, they know likely a stack elsewhere. They're going to send this Macton in towards A as if he can farm. Little does Fame know they've all pushed through main. Electronic might get the opportunity to grab a couple as Fame draws first blood. This one is done. It will be the 3-0 now for VP.
Where's that Mac-10? Here we go. Nothing. Flit would have liked a couple, but they're not really going to be too satisfied with saving onto that Mac-10. So VP, risk averse, don't lose anything of note.
Okay, well, what does this first gun round have in store? CT side, we could expect Lux and Nissim fighting over towards middle. Sadzin is the AWP. He can be supporting that or playing over towards A, but, well, first gun rounds, he is able to equip his weapon of choice. The B defense is a combination of Lato and Dumao, the journeyman in this roster, or at least alongside one another under the management of Dead for all these years.
We haven't seen Legacy win around yet, but I do wonder if Dumao's going to keep that same raw as he has been throughout his time here in Austin. Electronic versus Lato. Chips in the night round the smoke. Hectic for Electronic. Safe from mid by virtue of his cover from Flit. Lux's position now noted. Ooh, forced out. You're going to have to push that. Burns down. Missed thrown on the smoke extinguish. So that's an opening kill manufactured by IC and Flit.
Okay, taking the space is Flit. Just need to stall out these B pushes. This is the only way back in for info. Down the ramp they go. Flash is great, and Flamus wards them away for now.
Yeah, that's going to keep them busy, keep them in the dark. No info as to what lies on the other side of mid and lane.
At least, fortunately, there's 3 of them here. And Dumao sweeps in, draws one back, 4v4.
That's a perfectly timed swing out of Dumao.
Pivoting A into Nissim. He's the only man here. He's on an island.
Yeah, and I'm sure he'll be cognizant of CT. Yeah, you can see even just tucking tempo. Good push from Dumao. He's had a great round here. Chips in 2 on the lingering lane. Now, Flit has that CT rotation, but for how long? Sure, you've got the man advantage on this retake legacy, but how many casualties will you sustain up against Flit? Furrowed brow, little bit of a flashbang, does connect perfectly, but he stays tucked. Sad's in, presents his back. Oh, 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 it gets horrible. It gets hideous. 3 on his screen, and none of them go down.
Flit flanking again.
Did the damage, a double flank, okay, but that really is hinging off of Fame not getting sniped in the first 5 seconds, just like that. Nice shot from Icy, they are going to stick it. It's a 10-second defuse, and the fights are coming his way. Looks like he's accepted this round's not going their way. VP, after the 3-0 start, guns come out, and Legacy enter their domain. They pick themselves up there first.
It really just comes down to that kill, and there's that roar you were talking about. You love it or you hate it. Either way, Dumao's going to be making noise. It's been a consistent fixture of this dream run for Legacy. A team coming in with absolutely no pressure. They weren't meant to be here. What's dead may never die. They're just approaching every single game. It doesn't matter who they're against, with the same level of intensity. No regrets. You already had the heartbreak of not qualifying. Then you get the ticket. Then now you come in, you've beaten some of Counter-Strike's top names.
I think that's a big driving force for them. You know, you talk about being on the same page, how VP look better when they are all 5 fingers on a fist. It feels like Legacy have been really united by this adversity and then euphoria of actually getting a second chance.
Oh, through the smoke.
Again with the Lato smoke pushes. I'm sure they're getting mad at this. He keeps getting away with cheeky moves. First Doom out, now Lato. Satin's built the round around it. They are into the site, good flash, but Fame didn't clear. He gets a free frag to the back of the skull. A nice multi-kill from Electronic. He's got the round on line once more. Orp is posted for the cover and provides. Icy connecting. They are both low. Lato, this one is attainable, especially when the Orb's missing shots. Pressure onto Icy. He thinks he's got him trapped. Jiggles out for the shot, and Icy condemned. Lovely work. A clutch to close. It's Lato, draws first blood and comes up clutch.
And they're yelling back at you again. A couple of statement moments there. That triple from Dennis the Menace, in-game leader. Electronic thought he had done enough. Steps out. Icy misses the shot. Electronic goes down in another clutch.
I don't know how egregious of a miss it was from Icy. But Electronic's done so much work to get that bomb down. He even does provide the initial covering shot. This one, that miss right there onto Lato's swing, it opened up Electronic to that isolated duel. A second miss from Icy. He's going to be feeling a bit hot under the collar after that one.
No strangers are making some noise, are they? They're keeping this up, and understandably so. And you spoke about the smoke push. If you go back and you look at every match that Legacy have played, that's what I'm talking about with the team, the pressure not being there. They're approaching every game. It doesn't matter who they're against, and they're happy to play without risk, right? Well, actually, risk isn't a word in their vocabulary.
Yes.
It's probably the way I should frame it. Anytime they feel like pushing a smoke, any moment of pouncing into the action, even what Mahone broke down, they're willing to brave through. That confidence, it is through the roof, and that's going to catch these top teams off. And has been. The proof is in the pudding right now as Legacy continue to write this story.
Yeah, I mean, you want a list of the names, big names. Of course, Vitality today, FaZe, 3D Max. No one has been able to touch them. And VP are going to give it a damn good go, that's for sure. Quick boost to try and look for a pick on long as they just waltz towards a rather unguarded site. Dumal playing retake, slips long. Oh no, he wants to fight. He's got the whole team coming his way. Info! And that's all he gets. As well as a bullet between his eyes, because that is the sight lost, and I'd say the round done.
Yeah, considering the finances, that coming down to a 1v1 in the last, you have to save in this one. So they've gotten away with some crazy moments, sure, but this time they have to back off and play Counter-Strike by the book. Give VP the fourth as they continue to really bewilder this B-bomb site. Able to biff their way in, they're not afraid. You can see that there's been a couple of different CT stances from Legacy, and VP know they should have won the previous. Wow. Actually, with the way the round started, no. With what Electronic gave you, yeah. So back and forth we've gone, as the 2 consecutive rounds with diffusers have now fallen flat for Legacy. They're going to save these 3 guns. Dumal's going to get 1,900 into the bank balance, so he'll be able to buy something, and Sadzin might be able to drop as well. So they can still get out a decent-looking purchase. Maybe we see Dumal go into a Famus. Or he might get dropped a gun, and then the cave player of Lado can take an MP9. So just speculating of the investments right now. It's going to be 2,400 into the next, so they could also just use the 3 guns they have saved, not invest anything on Lux and Dumal, and then buy into the next if they want to make sure that they can have a pattern of at least threatening moments. And it appears That was the option they were taking. A tactical timeout has been taken, and someone who I haven't seen talking an awful lot in their timeouts is Chucky. He definitely contributes to the team. He isn't just there to be a cheerleader by any stretch of the imagination, but right now, again, I think you're just going to be happy with the way things are unfolding. Your team was able to go 3-0 in Stage 2. You look at the teams that they lost to in Stage 1, right? If you scroll down the list, and it's a long list now because they're on a 6-match winning streak, they're not the biggest names at all. They lost to Lin Vision, who are also on a magnificent little moment, and Bet Boom. So the names that they've scalped are definitely up the upper echelons, at least in recent times.
Yeah, they've just been powering up.
Okay, so they took the extra 30 seconds, but the buys didn't really change. So it is going to be using the 2,400 loss going into the next to make sure that they can get back-to-back threatening rounds. So a saved AWP, 2 M4s.
Something I'm going to look out for is the way in which Lux utilizes his HE. He's just gone USP and that HE. I wonder if he's going to be breaking a smoke for the AWP line or something of that ilk. Will he be setting up his sniper? Are they even partnered together? No. Yeah, they are. On B. Okay, so Sadson will walk ramp. Lux throws out his HE just for that heaven cross, and it's only Flammus. The rest of VP gathering for a mid-crawl.
Having to respect that deep bottle of flames. Flit will get the red control again.
I love this angle. I wonder if Fame's going to have a pre-aim on this. He does not. Saul comes back in, Nissim. His patience rewarded and info that someone flashed for him. Opening kill found.
Dumar can actually come over and try and get that rifle back. He's got Kevlar to work with, so it wouldn't be too bad to try and grab that gun. Nissim still has it under his control. Lado worried about red. He knows that Flit likes to push through. Icy going to rejoin the B with Flammus and Electronic around the world through T-spawn. So Nissim has pushed.
Flit heard that leave, and a leg shot from Sadson, aiming a little low, knocks on the knees of Electronic.
Flit's timing.
Oh, good hold from Icy.
There's a way back now.
Yeah, you're right, they can pivot. Dumau finding Flit is everything. They're about to pivot A, but he's caught that info. That beacon is cut down. Dumau arrives just in time to disrupt what could be a plot. Not sure about that one. Mr. Birchall flying out of the temple. Maybe misread the timing.
Well, Flammer spotted one.
Yeah, he knows where Lux is. Hoping that they would be baited in by that AK and peeking into Sadzin. Yeah, they are going to go for the retake. 2 on site. An unusual approach with Donut occupied by Icy's AWP. And that's what he was waiting for. Confirmation of presence. Lato hits them both. Down they go, and they know where the last is. Legacy on this retake. Still not a guarantee. It is now. Lato crouch peeks in. And Legacy take the retake. That was a partial investment. They make it look easy.
Damn, okay, well, Lux out of his seat with that one. The type of shots that they're hitting, right? Even with Dumau jumping to his demise right there, the type of rounds that VP are losing, these are the ones that brew the frustrations that might get an angry-looking Electronic in the server.
I just can't understand the double up on site and how confident and comfortable it was for Lato on the way back in. Look at this. Oh, there's one. Oh, there's another one. Okay, well, we've basically won the round.
I think the issue was Flammer saw the player in Temple and they didn't want to take that duel. So he moved away from big box so he couldn't be isolated. So instead of looking for that fight, they turtled up. The last thing you want to do is play 3 donut, because what if there's a smoke? Then you lose the round anyway. So instead of using their balls and taking the fight, they gave over the space, and that lost them the round. And that wasn't even the full investment. That was just 3 saved guns. And take a look at this. They've actually opted in CT side Ancient with double AWPs. So Nissim as well as Sadson are going to be rocking the big greens.
Interesting.
Coming out mid.
Just Lux.
Ahead of the smokes for now. He's just dipped back through. Oh! Lato. Guess he thought that the molly was going to be respected. But Dumau's taken space over towards B lane. Pockets called clear because of the molly. Electronic in towards A, but remember the double AWPs.
Yeah, and Nissim is going to be here well ahead of the curve.
They're reading the play because Dumau has the space. If they execute, a couple of smokes to work with, this is going to help them out a lot. Donut smoking a CT smoke, but they still have to get past the AWP line. Flit's lining those up now. Lobbing them out. Good flashes, they're in.
Yeah, that's the important
Oh, Donut missed.
Lux using that smoke and punishing them. Electronic emerges through it. Now he reaggresses, gets active. Doesn't hit the shot he needed. Instead, that bomb plant will go down. VP with a man advantage in the post plant. Satin's going for Hail Marys, and these AWPs are not connecting. Nissim's emptied his magazine. has to back away, and it will be the save. You put so much cash into this round, you don't want to be letting it all go.
Needs to get out of there now. You would hate to lose one of the two of these because it's going to be great to use in the next. Gives you some flexibility for Sadzin, especially because if you know that Nissim's just going to lock down A with the AWP, then it means that Sadzin, if he gets a good cave spawn or a good B spawn, he can take those type of fights.
Is it safe to assume that VP will have processed that there's double AWPs in play? Do you think?
I think so.
They'll have heard 2 AWPs, different directions or something along those lines. So that's going to inform their next call, I presume.
Yeah, I think that, yeah, obviously they're using their utility quite well to make sure they're getting mid control anyway, right? We're seeing Donut Smokes in play. Okay, well, keeping the energy high on the other side of the server too. So there aren't issues there, but some of the traps that you can fall into if you think, okay, well, let's just go for a B execute, but you don't actually know that the AWP's starting B, then there can be a lot of rifles, 5.7s. It's a full buy. So yeah, rifles are going to be the biggest problem you have to worry about right now. So even with the information, they had the stack in the right place, but they couldn't stick the landing, some missed utility as well, and we go back in the favor of VP 5-3. How many more can they get on this T side? Door smoke in play. Run boost. Don't.
Yeah, Braves the just one singular point of damage. Positions himself on ramp and parks it. Electronic with a spam trying to find Dumao on Cubby. And Flammers, yeah, he didn't clear it. Didn't anticipate Dumao tucked in. Nice opening kill. Flammers is cut down.
So it's both AWPs in some way having to deal with A. Sadzin from this angle and Nissim in Donut. If there's smokes, they're going to both be cut off. That's if they can land them.
Yeah, and checking the boost now is Sadzin on this sweep through. Already tucked. Oh, the timing.
Lux is playing forward.
Could get caught by the boost. He's got a very good understanding that it is open.
Have to sweep into this.
Yeah, now they isolate that boosted player. That's beautiful. Lovely from Lux.
Hey, reading the play very well. There's 50 seconds left on the clock. Loss bonus is only 1,400 going into the next for VP, so there might be a conversation about a save. I know it feels early, but what have they really got to work with?
I mean, if you had hit that, you might have had a look. Instead, Electronic just runs to his death.
He should call it off now, ref. I think that'll be the round. So we'll continue this back and forth nature. It was 3 out the gates with the pistol and the conversions for VP. It was 2 back with the diffusers and a nice clutch in there from Lato from Legacy. Then back and forth for now 4 straight rounds. Icy just holding on to this Galil for now, but will get himself that ult before the round expires. So 10 seconds on the clock. And a nice little buffer to work with down the stretch for Legacy. They can still win out the half, 7-5. Do we get something a little bit more? Oh no, it's just an AK. Okay, so AK Galil, no AWP for the T side, don't you worry. Okay, so right now you could get an AK drop from Icy. Electronic goes into a Mac 10. So it's a Galil, 3 AKs, a Mac 10, lighter on util, which might see something with pace. Now they might try and punish those double AWPs with something a little bit more explosive. And everybody's heading over towards B. Icy the tail of the pack. It's a 3-2 start with nobody towards A, so they're in a good position to lock this down.
Yeah, they are just running knife out up the ramp, and they've been spotted. They've been orbed. Sadzin connect onto the first. That's what you wanted to see as well. Lato springs to action, removes another. Fame and Flit sideline. Sadzin's AWP, Molotov the way. They're isolating Jules. They've managed to find the Dumao, and they've built a round around it. With Flammers gone, Flammers peeking into the AWP wouldn't be ill-advised. Lato not going to connect on the spam. Ooh, Sadzin will, through the floor on ramp, connect more damage. Look at the health on Flammers and Icy. A rifle would be lovely, but they have neither. It's 2 AWPs on a retake. Good luck against a Mac 10. Electronic just runs at him. And that is clean. Flammers, 4 kills on B.
Okay, well, that pace change didn't start very well, did it? They lose the 2 opening kills, but they walk away with the other 3 alive. So very well done, avenging their fallen comrades there on the way in towards that B site. Now, there's still money for the purchase available as far as Legacy is concerned, but if they lose this, the final round of the half, they're going to have nothing to work with. Not going to run those double AWPs again. Sadzin will still get his. There's a kit, there's util. Let's see if this tussle can continue.
It's got to feel good for Fame and Flit to watch after going down. Is your team close it out?
It was a good setup too, right? The way that those kills came in were great, but here's aggression. They've got full mid control. The AWP is boosted up.
Yeah, just leaving the AWP on site.
Yeah, it's off angle right now from Sadzen.
I mean, you'd expect them to be really paranoid about losing B after that last round. But Sadzen, he's managed to hold it solo. Still has vision. You better have some good flashes, boys. Good Molotovs. And the flames do land, but an extinguish. He can play around this. He realizes, yeah, I can stick around. You haven't forced me out. Gets another pot shot. They're up the ramp. He's missing shots. He's got one left in the chamber. And still braves it for another attempt. Sadzen empty-handed, but still up for debate. VP down to Lato. 2 from him. Baits the shot. Icy missing. Oh, it's just Icy in the clutch. Quickly swaps out to the AK-47. Who did he connect? Gets the info. Opts for the AWP in the 1v1.
He could run A.
He certainly could.
Oh, maybe Lux thought he was going to. So the bomb's just going to get planted on B. Lux has gone around the world either way. He could have cut him off at the pass, but Icy's not ready for this. Icy's back turn. Icy's back turn. He's going to go down to Lux. Another clutch comes through.
Oh, he gets away with that one. I thought Icy kind of outbrained him with this quick plant on B.
I don't think there's any way that Icy's expecting him to reroute like that. So I think Lux in that situation, he's gone, okay, well, if he does try and run towards A, I can beat him there, right? Or at least I can meet him there.
Yeah.
And if he does come, yeah, it's a fair fight for me. But Icy just back turn, not ready for that type of a move. And a couple of key clutches within this first half going in the favor of Legacy.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. 4 of their 5 CT rounds have been retakes as well. Diffuse has been involved in them.
So since round 5, we've gone back and forth the whole way. So if we stick true to the course, the final round of this half will go in favor of VP.
And it looks like it shouldn't when you see a Tech 9, when you see a Mac 10.
Well, they're hedging for A right now, Legacy. They're expecting a full pace change towards A. Nissan pushing straight into main. Sadzen with him, Lado too.
Yeah,
3 players pushing
pressure,
into main.
though.
This is crazy. Nissan's just full W.
It does mean that if they don't hurry up into B, blocked at the ramp, do you dare? Do you dare?
Well, you'd never expect this. There's a player who's almost in T-spawn at 1 minute and 30 on the clock.
Yeah, but Flamus is going to push through. Rotation from Sadzen Lux, both cantering over with this info from that push through spawn. Nissim and Lato need to get here quick. Sadzen's been kept away. A Mac 10 up close. Careful, watch your back. Doom out. Oh no, Flamus just comes alive, gets 2. Speedway locked down. Finally, Nissim arrives. Burst the back of the head, needed them both, and he does significant damage to Fame. Lato a bit too much bait. And true to the trend, we will see VP take this last one unless Lato's got a 3-1v3 in him. Needed the headshot. Okay, 7-5 on the half. VP with a slight lead.
Blast Austin TV, well, Blast TV, Austin Major. That's the way it's meant to go. You don't want to get it in the sandwich the other way around. But either way, these are the 2-3-0 teams from Stage 2. We're in Stage 3, and they're locking horns to see which one of them will be 2-0 up after the first day of play. You've got Legacy. They're on a Cinderella run here in Austin, Texas, the team that wasn't meant to be, going up against the bipolar bear. Well, right now, they've gotten out of the right side of the bed, and they're playing some great Counter-Strike. They took down Mouse to start off the day.
Yeah, I mean, this Cinderella didn't even qualify for the ball. And yet here they stand, looking for another undefeated first day at a new stage. I can't quite believe it. VP certainly have impressed as well. A 3-0 run from both of these teams, and now looking to do the same with their first day in the new stage. 3-star on B for the defense.
Yeah, there's a full execute coming right now. You can see the smokes that were dropped there, but are these just going to be short and long and they get the plant, or are they going to go for maybe a deeper smoke and a cave smoke and then try and force in and take that long control? That's the question. Let's wait and see, because they're biding their time. Lux gets out middle, sees nothing, worried about an A push. There's going to be 2 from 2 pistols if VP can convert it, and it's a best of 1, so that's a recipe for success as the first contact is taken.
Yeah, Electronics kind of calling Lux's bluff here, saying, I know you're alone. I know I can take this duel.
Here comes the execute.
Oh, it's a fully stacked site, Chad. We're about to have some deathmatch. Here we go. Smokes are in. Here come the bodies. Lato trying to be the spearhead. Lux has investigated cave and found an awful lot. They're coming for him. Confirms multiple bodies. Leading with their butt cheeks around the corner. Nice find. Fame coming in from Ramp's side. They're going, hey, they're going,
yeah,
hey.
He's heard this. Do they chase them, or do they try and rotate back through middle? Chase them's crazy just because of the amount of angles. So they get into B with their execute. They don't plant the bomb, and they rotate over towards the A side. Here comes the fight.
Yeah, Satsin spotted him. He realizes they are coming through red side.
No kit, bomb planted, 40 seconds.
They're going to have to be quick. Fame realizes he's going to have to just brute force through Temple, just start to unload. 2 dual Beretta pairs, running them down, looking good. Good find for the first of the retake. Needs something from these blocks to connect, but Flammers.
Flit's coming late, donut.
Late from Flit. Lato hits it, necessary. Bomb still ticking in their favor. That 10-second defuse sounding more and more out of reach. There's no chance. Even just by existing, just by staying alive, all Dumao needs to do now is hit 1 bullet onto IC. Oh, 1 bullet onto IC! He can't find it! VP, both pistols, okay!
Damn, that was a crazy round. The B execute, they're chasing the cave player, they deal with him, they're running through, Flit's screaming, they're running towards the A side. Flit's coming late, donut behind them, he fluffs his lines, it's a 2v2, and they get across the line. VP, 8 rounds to the good.
Wow, really felt like that was legacies for the taking there. Fair play. Like you said, like no kit retaking the A site. Not easy.
That was tough. Unfortunately for them, the response time was there, and it was, I think it was a 4v4 in that moment.
Yeah.
So they had an even player advantage. It's a good jump again from Flammers to draw the crosshair of that Temple player, and then they're able to deal with him. But it felt like it was going to spiral out of control, but left with a tough clutch. Dumao couldn't get the job done. That would have been the 3rd massive clutch for them so far, just within this map. So they're in at...
So that's the opening from Dumao.
That's ridiculous.
That is a joke.
Okay, well, Electronic would have felt pretty hard done by if they had lost that one, all things considered.
They really needed to find this just in time, and Dumao couldn't hit that 1 single bullet. Icy was within 1 bullet, 1 tap of the Glock, and he would have won it.
Well, they forced in, elbow smokes missed, and that's going to cost them.
Oh my God, an unforced error to start the 2nd round forced by.
You can't be missing those.
You certainly cannot. Flit's going to be very upset about that one. And Flammers actually got tagged by the scout. He's limping already with 30 points of health left.
It's fun getting to see these 2 teams tussle on Ancient. Neither of them have played this map in the run so far. The last 3 months. Oh, there's a spam kill. They're just coming so easy. Another one hits the deck, and well, the action's already over. Electronic, Fame, you guys both have to go huge to make this one a conversation.
Wow, this is already impressive from Legacy. Oh, we didn't win the pistol. No worries, we'll just win the 2nd round. Unless Fame hits more of those, they're not gonna happen. Some Deagles on top. Immediately wrestling for that economic supremacy to start off their 2nd half. This is best of 1. These are those rounds. These are those massive rounds as far as it's converting best of 1s goes.
Well, if we weigh them up right now, so it's both pistols for VP, but the clutches have gone against them.
Yeah.
And now a force buy's gone against them. So I'd say we're quite even because VP got pistol with conversion in the 1st half. So we've leveled up the playing field now, but it's the CT side force. It's a UMP for Fame. 5.7s, P250s for the rest. Just going to start Flamus over towards B on his own, and that looks like it's going to be a problem because Legacy, they're all congregated over towards B lane, outside doors, you two at the ready. The rotation's coming back. Icy and Electronic should be able to get here in time.
Flamus, he is up close, but very nice flashes. It doesn't matter if he still gets one while spamming blind. Now the flashes return the favor. Doomel does well onto Flamus.
They can play out this 3v3 now. They don't just need to keep forcing the issue.
Yeah, but Flip wants to. I think he's got a perfect opportunity. A jump scare for Sadzin trying to punch in the code. He goes 1 for 1. Fame working on ramp.
Yeah, but the bomb wasn't planted. This allows Fame to work. He's coming in.
Uh-oh, Nissim, great awareness.
Oh,
great awareness.
2 HP.
Him down. Icy in the clutch. Winnable. Winnable. Far from easy, but certainly not impossible. Nissim, 1 bullet will take him down. Icy. Oh, he had a vision of his leg. He could have just tapped him out. Now he's still going to get the first. Oh, God, hit it. Icy can, though.
Hey, even Icy has something to say.
That's going to G up the VP boys. You know when, like, your quiet friend suddenly starts cracking jokes? That's when everyone's feeling extra good.
Yeah, the smack talk's contagious, so back and forth we go. The bomb does go down, so we're likely to see the force buy once more. But just being these annoying barbs, and this 5-7, if you're not buying it on the forces, what are you doing? Because it is featuring in so many highlight reels throughout the major.
I can't believe it gets that close. It looked so perfect as far as Legacy were concerned. 1 guy on the site, 5 of you ready to go and pounce. But, I mean, VP, they move their pieces around the map quick.
It's so crazy. Flamus even got that first kill. A completely flash. That's going to be his, I think, 4th opening so far. So the young gun finding openings for his team. 9-6, 3-round gap, working their way out middle. Even over the space, VP have allowed Legacy to take control.
Flamus wants to ask questions with Electronic down lane, and there's no one visible yet. Lato, the other side of that smoke. And Flamus on high alert that that's a possibility. This is surely going to be a bit of a jump scare for Lato, though. So close, so quick.
Yeah, but they have info. They can start understanding it's going to be either mid or A-centric right now. A-split lined up with the bomb in main.
Smoke available for Fame. How does he play this? Okay. Gives himself a backdrop of smoke. Doesn't want to concern himself with Donut just yet. Nissim might be tempted to push through that on a timing. It's dead silent on Ancient. Fame and Icy working on info main. That is where the bomb resides. Remains hidden. Lux. Wins it out. Galil versus Famas. A necessary catch. That's the bomb now spotted. Info flows, but through Red Room. Electronic nearly gets one.
Rerouting.
Rotation through.
Yeah, it could go back
Flamus
to B
is
here.
heaven. Flamus is heaven.
That's the bomb, though. The bomb's coming through middle. He's on his own.
Yeah, he's going to lose the bomb.
This is crazy.
I think Flamus has got it. Oh, great work. Bomb down. Now you've got 25 seconds and you're on the bomb site, but you ain't got the bomb. Flamus just
needs
through
another.
patience. Yes, he does. Yes, he does. And gets it.
Icy again in the clutch. 1v2.
Has he got it in him? He's been having a great game. 16 frags, and now he just needs 2 more. Dumau on the dismount.
Alex, hit tab. Take a look at the round recount. Ever since round 5 of the game, nobody has won a consecutive set of rounds since round 5 of the game.
This is baffling.
This is the type of Counter-Strike you want to see in a best of 1. Back and forth, no one relenting. In with these broken buys, getting it done with less. Clutch moments, crazy moments, pivots when the chips are down. Whoever breaks streak first, they're going to give themselves a real opportunity to close this one down.
Chad, I'm looking. I pressed tab like you told me, and then I looked at the money that VP are working with. I mean, this is ugly now.
They just did it with 5-7s before. Sure. And the way that this game's going, don't worry about the money, right?
Sure.
This is coming down to the minutia of the duels, right? They're executing into sides, they're getting in, and then they're losing the rounds because VP is saying so pesky. But that conversation we had on the other side too. So both of them finding impactful moments. A great call on this reroute. It's just unfortunate that he's on his own with the bomb. But Doomau, he makes sure it doesn't get out of control. And we go again. There's those frustrations. Electronic has to keep a lid on that. It's something that he's done a great job of throughout the tournament so far of not tearing his teammates apart. Well, they're going to call B lane completely clear. They're playing with aggression. They're being flashed forward. Mid's clear, B lane's clear, and they're just spamming away. That's going to force the acceleration into A. Fame's waiting.
Oh, it's a perfect smoke, is it? You can still work around it. How aware are they of that possibility, that exploit? And its availability, yeah, I think Satin once again, caught punching in the code. It becomes a real reality for him. Oh, he hits it. A headshot from the P250 has him low and then converted upon by a flying MP9.
Electronic's on his own. No one can help him.
No. Is this where that trend that started in round 5 of trading rounds, trading blows, finally is bucked?
It is. It's over. Finally. Oof. Okay, well, the last team to get consecutive rounds was Legacy. They'll be the first one too since then. So, I'm just going to hold on to the FAMAS, the MP9 and the 5.7. This time, the opening call, it wasn't in the right place. The rotation couldn't get there in time, and FAMAS, you can't be giving this one away. The call was to save. That is going to cause some frustrations. That was the best weapon that you had, and you just gave it away for what?
And you're at this, you know, rather pointy end of the game. 9-8.
The most consecutive rounds we've had so far was 3, and that was out the gates with the pistol from VP and the conversions. That is likely to happen again now, because VP, other than the save pistol and the SMG, will have to take a save. Can't risk investing in again. They need the 2,400 loss bonus into the next with the cash left over now to get the guns out. But their buy is still going to have blemishes. So if VP can get a kill and save an AK, I think that would be recommended in a scenario like this.
Blitz just charged into a flash Doomau, and we have to point at his output, another one from Doomau.
And Flit's struggling. He was a huge fixture in that Pain series to go 3-0 in stage 2.
Yes, sir. Oh, wow. He even tags up the second as well. Icy catching strays. But they can't get past him. There's every wall, every smoke. There's bullets flying through him from the Brazilians. All tied up now, 9-9.
That's a flawless round as well. So the extra cash is going to be massive down the stretch. And again, there's just going to be problems with this CT purchase. I think if I'm VP, this type of a buy with the context and what's on the line is probably worth the 30-second timeout, just to make sure everybody understands what's about to go down. But 4, 3, 2, 1, they haven't taken it. They're about to get underway with a FAMAS, no kit, 4 A1Ss, and light in the util department. So this is going to be very tough for VP. Feels like a do-or-die round in a lot of ways. Coming through a mid-push from Donut. It's going to be Fame. Partnered up with Icy.
Ooh, they swing and actually respect the smoke as Fame does start his. Turns the flash, lots of bodies on his screen. Quick trade out of Lux, that's important. Now Icy's low. Turns tail, gets himself tucked on Donut. Flit in support. Aggression from Electronic claims lane for VP.
If they pivot back, he's in a very strong position, but Electronic might feel he has to do a little bit more. He's actually playing to contain right now. Flamus has been called to join this A defense, but he's going to have to get past Nissan first, who's tucked in red. They've dropped the smoke behind him, so Flamus might not expect this.
Yeah, it could come as a surprise. Nissim for now just draws the line.
Flamus looks aware, and now he's across.
Okay, well, Flit forced away. Ooh, they weren't ready for Icy, but still Lux is doing everything in this round for Legacy. Triple kill from their captain. Nade destined for damage. Lato chunked. Softened up for an M4A1S. Yes, indeed. Electronic, or rather, sorry, Nissim is flanking onto Flamus. It's Electronic late behind the smoke, and nothing they can do about it. Great round from Lux.
You can see how awkward that was on A as well. They get the info from Tree, but then he drops off, and then he's clustered up against Icy, and they're not in strong positions. They didn't have the territory necessary to work with in that scenario, and they even had a nice approach there to take the mid-control late. They knew on the CT side that they didn't have all the nades, right? Think about it. You'll see an elbow smoke with a molly, maybe double molly. You get the HEs, the flashes behind the box. That's the only way you can really contend with the Ts early if they're going to go for a heaven and mid-crunch. They allowed them to take control. They did a late smoke that plumed deeper, right? So normally they play in that little corner, that little pocket. There they had to have the question, do we come through? And they did. Fame gets the first, but the Heaven player's too strong. They get the mid-control regardless. And then again, something that Lux has been great into calling is these reroutes. And there it is, 3 consecutive rounds. The money's in trouble. It's going to have to be this saved M4 with light upgrades. There's that deeper smoke I was talking about, coming on a later timing.
Instantaneous trade. So both of like the initial deaths, you can see Lux, he gets the trade instantly. Flick gets traded, and Fame. Nissim with the finishing touch. Electronic forced to save. He doesn't even mute his mic this time. He wants his boys to know we have taken the lead. 3 away from being undefeated in the 3rd stage of the Blast TV Austin Major.
It's so crazy, right? The opening stage wasn't easy for them. They lost to Linvision and Betburn. And then they get 3-0 in the 2nd stage where it's meant to be harder. There's the gun, gone already. Electronic first death.
I can't quite put words into how impressive of a run we're getting out of Legacy. You used the word quintessential major underdog story, and it is. It really is. The difference being this time Cinderella wasn't even invited, didn't even qualify to the ball. Unlike fairy tales, you need visas.
Just think in this situation that it's truly worked out for them, the fact that they are seizing the opportunity that was gifted to them by someone else's misfortune, and they're playing with no fear. They're not afraid to push smokes. They're not afraid to take duels against players who should be, by all accounts, knocking them down. Those 5-7s again. Can Flammers get another?
Oh, he certainly can, Chad. And now this round starts to fall into disarray. Icy good output. There's Lato. And puts Fame into a winnable, manageable 1v2. No one's looking at him. They're worried about Cave. They're worried about Short. And so exposed on the plant. Doesn't even get it down. Doomau isolated. It's Lato that has to step up for the Legacy boys to avoid VP sealing up the lead. Making it a 10-10 half.
Lato's going to go for the rotation over towards A.
Okay, but he's kind of ahead of the rotation already. Fame's knife out. He'll beat him to it.
Yeah, Lato can plant safe CT side, so that should secure the bomb going down.
Yeah, but he can walk in his blind spot. He's going to be way further forward. Oh, confirmation of presence. Lato, you have to step up. Whoa! Wow, Fame does it for VP. A double from Flammers on the 5-7. Fame matches the output. And just when it looked like Legacy were running away with it, a 4 consecutive round run, someone, man like Fame, steps up to equalize.
I can't believe Electronic cracking a smile there as well. This has just been a crazy run around from both of these teams. And the amount of low buys, the clutches we've had in this one is delivering massively. So that was just a light investment. Now their buy is going to be full. You won't miss anything. The Icy Orc comes out. But because it was 4 on the trot and you had Legacy getting away with a full clean against the Eco, it means that they have more than enough cash to do the same. So finally, we're locking horns with both teams with everything they could possibly desire. Full nades, kits. You've got orbs on both sides of the server. Can't let those frustrations boil on either side. Double mollies mid for the fight.
Big round. A whole lot at stake. Doomau just surfing through. The initial elbow util.
Standard opener. T's get all this control. Off on the line. Misses. You can't re-pick that.
No, he wouldn't dare. It's an audacious opening to go for.
So Fame's just playing on the jiggle from Donut. Now this information, once he gets blocked, is okay, they can cross red. That's going to have Flit having to rotate back, or at least somebody having to rotate back to deal with the red leak. Fame's going to continue to play for blocking. If they walk through the donut smoke, Icy's posted on A, but they're going to pipe 3 players through red. And if you get the AWP in this position, it's very strong. It completely denies any rotation point unless they can smoke, flash, or just hit him with an absolute blinder. This is going to put the A defense of Icy and Fame under a lot of pressure. Lato picks up the bomb. He's going to join Nissim in main, and it looks with a minute on the clock likely to be an A finish.
The question is how do you get your boys through? You're just going to risk it?
Doomau just jumped. He's just launching.
Oh, yep. Now the penny drops. Satson's going to hold the line.
Flanked.
You are in trouble, boys. Icy completely forced away. Nice catch from Doomau on the flank. Lux arrives. A site is theirs.
Save.
Perfect calling again from Lux.
I don't. This is the bravery again. The lack of fear. The no hesitation. And they might lose it all. They're just running at him. Nissim, left main, takes down Electronic. It's just Flit and Flammus right now to find. But Doomau just jumped across. A leap of faith.
Yeah, that's exactly what that was.
They're not giving up anything right now. And this is the Counter-Strike that has gotten Legacy this far, and they're continuing to do so. They put another map now in the ranks of their map pool by bringing Ancient in. They played everything other than Ancient and Train so far in this run. We've got 3 teams from Stage 1 in Stage 3. Namiga, Linvision, and Legacy. And Legacy just keeps on delivering. We've had some baffling results. Obviously, Falcons falling. Legacy offering a loss to Vitality. And holding on to things will be Flammus. So Flit and Flammus will retain. Doomau's not going to get there in time. And they're just 2 rounds away now.
Holy moly.
Doomau has 21. Lato has 17. These 2 individuals continue to find the output in the firepower department as Virtus Pro will burn their final tactical timeout. And this is crazy. They have to have known that the split was open, unless Flit didn't say anything, right? He was just jiggling. He was playing a tighter line, and they were able to pip that gap. So forcing them into the turtle, right? The AWP showing itself in cave early. They're on high alert. You know, you got your jiggler. He's already had to burn his smoke. And Chucky's brought down the mic, so this time he feels the need to contribute. They can buy. They haven't purchased just yet. Flamus could drop. Flick could drop as well. It's like a Famus and an M4. Fame can buy himself. Okay, it is. It's very late, though. They had a lot of time to talk this one through.
Yeah, go straight into actually a legacy time.
Okay. Well, both teams burning their final tactical timeouts for this round. It shows you just the level of importance on this one. For the CTs, they get 2,900 after this. So they're likely to be some saves again if they lose the site quickly. For the T's, I guess Legacy feel like they can put them away right here, right now. The shoe's on the other foot in that sense is they only get the 1,400 loss, but they have cash on 4 out of their 5 members, so they're going to be a lot safer in the buy department. So the conversation was just had. I think Finn thought, all right, away we go. I actually like the fact for VP that they got those extra 30 seconds because their buy was coming so late. It's like 8 seconds left as they started to invest. So will that come back to haunt Legacy? Let's find out. The difference in the purchases is going to be an SMG for Electronic, and Sadson still has that AWP. So those are the big difference makers between the two going into round number 22.
Okay, well, 3B start.
And 5 players for Legacy heading over there directly.
Yeah, they molly at the top of the ramp, boost up the AWP. Sadson, couple of misses so far on Ancient. This one just whistles past that long anchor in Flamus. Icy as well, the Joker, as, oh my god, Lato just paid such a heavy price just to be trying to take early fights. It's Flamus and Flit. Solid defense so far. Lux asking questions of short side. Oh, good headshot onto Icy. More where that came from. Sadson takes down Flamus.
Big flank again from Fame, but he's still miles away.
They got time to plant this time. They have to start punching in that code. Lux will do so.
Flit needs to live, needs to allow Fame to work in. He's now just getting towards the doors. 2v2, there's a kit in play.
So they're not going to move. They're backing their aim on this one, Chad. So Lux just holds ramp with the AWP. Picks it up off and ready to use. Oh, peeked in by Fame. Clean headshot. Sadson hoping that Short doesn't peek first, because if he does, he just shoots you in the side of the head. A convincing one to end it. VP, they're not letting this one slip away.
And that was crazy. They essentially started 4B on the start of the round for the CT side defense. So they've gone with a bit of a gamble call, and it's worked off perfectly. So we're all tied up again.
Stark contrast in the decibels when VP went around. It's more composed. 11 each.
Oh, this one kind of feels like it deserves overtime considering the type of rounds that we've had. That's a great shot from Fame, just picking into the AWP. And Flit, imagine if he steps back out and then Sadson's looking his way.
I thought that might be happening.
All right, well, both teams with a bye. You win this one, VP, and there'll be no money for Legacy in the next round. Ooh. This could win you the game right here, right now. Back to what's tried and tested. This classic mid control. 2 towards B lane, 2 out the guts of mid. Set up by Nissan with the util.
Doom out. Oh, he's having a duel. Big duel to win. Takes down Flit. That was all of their mid info gone. The edge of the smoke. Flamus gets spotted out. Connects some bullets. It's Electronic and Flamus in cave. Is that not information? Valuable information for Legacy. They quickly pivot, realizing that's the case.
But remember what the gap was, right? They were able to pip through red before and flank Icy. So you feel like you're going to want to fortify red room a little bit more so. Icy over towards A. Big box pivoting. Currently on his lonesome. Electronic cheating over. Flamus playing for info and spots one. Big kill.
That's a great catch. Now they've not only got the man advantage.
Icy can't miss one of these. It's all 3-3 main. Needs to hit the first.
And hit it, he shall. Nissim put down. Electronic overlooked. Headshot provided. And don't forget about the cash. You've already highlighted, Chad. Legacy will have nothing. Unless Lato can do something. They group up, ensuring this round is theirs.
They're aware he's across.
Yeah, they've got the bomb. Electronic standing on it.
Flamus is ready for this with Fame, ready to swing.
It's the perfect setup to deal with this walk through Temple. And Flamus connects. They got no pennies in the bank account, and they must fight for overtime with it. VP know this is a golden opportunity. They can take it in regulation right here and now and end the day with a spotless record. That's an electronic headshot. We've had some BS on both sides of the server. I see this was a necessary shot, highlighted by Mr. Birchall, and then the rest just fell into place.
Yeah, good stuff from Icy. 18 kills for him in total. Flamus with 20, so it's the two young guns delivering in the firepower department right now.
It's so ugly, Chad. Look at this.
Just has to be an all-in maneuver.
Okay, what have you got? Lato, can you deliver when your team needs you most? In the open, no red smoke. It's too easy for him. 1 by 1, nearly 1 for 2 there. Collateral damage, Sajin's had his boots knocked off, and Legacy down to VP in convincing fashion to end it. Every round required, but VP, they show they can do what Vitality couldn't. 13-11, Legacy, humble, up against the Virtus Plow.
Yeah, and Ancient coming in for both of these teams. It was a struggle, it was a tug of war, but VP, they stand up and they let Doomau know, the 3-0 team, someone had to be going down to the 1-1 bucket today, but continuing to play that Counter-Strike that's gotten them through to this point. Respect being shown once things have come undone, but what a game of CS. That one had it all. Clutch moments, 5-7s coming into play.
Dude, that round timeline, you just don't see games like that all too often where they do truly trade blows for what was like, 10 rounds in a row, just taking it back and forth. Finally, it buckled, and still not enough. You can see a little bit of a frustration on the face of Legacy, but at this point, you're so familiar with victory. This is an uncommon feeling for Legacy.
Yeah, so close, but so far. And right there, they took down Vitality, sure, but VP was a step too far for today. VP are going to be 2-0 up. Let's throw it over to James Banks.
A 2-0 start here for Virtus Pro. A very excited team that you can still hear going after that one. I got Finn with me, the coach of VP. This game, there was so much back and forth in it. How stressful was that for you standing behind the team and just going through these small moments?
It's always stressful because you cannot do it, nothing, you cannot talk, you just can see, and all the drama is going on, and it was a really tough one. And really nice that we found out the key to finish this map and go to 2-0 to the next stage.
Finding out that key was very important, but your Ancient previous to this tournament was not looking good at all. How much have you guys worked on it?
Yeah, we spent some time on Ancient. Of course, we realized that people are gonna pick it against us and so on. That is our weak map. So yeah, some job was made, and I think like we decided to not play Mirage, you know, and play the Ancient to shock the guys and almost shocked ourselves, but it worked finally.
So I want to talk about you coaching this team right now and what you're adding to it. When I spoke to some of the players before, they were saying you were trying to help more of the individual level of the players and rise them up. We're seeing this happen, so can you explain to me some of what you've been doing?
We've been watching demos, been doing some, I don't know how it's called, exercises and so on, working on like on the map without enemies, and watch demos, our demos, good demos of opponents and so on, and this paid off. But anyway, we had not much time to do that, only like 3 weeks, and we'll see how it goes.
Are you happy with the improvements you're seeing from the guys and how they're taking your advice and what you want to share with them?
Yeah, I'm really happy, and I'm glad that guys listen to me and they're trying to do what I say if I say something, you know?
That's what you want as a coach. VP right now looking damn good. Potential for the 3-0.
Looking damn good and looking good in 2 very close games. They were tested down the stretch, all 24 rounds required. Virtus Pro comes out on top, move on to 2-0 on the opening day of Stage 1. Legacy's going to fall to 1-1, but a good hard-fought battle from them as well.
An unprecedented turnaround for how VP are looking at their own Ancient, the fact that they're going to veto down to it instead of letting it be a punish pick into them. I like the way that some of the T-side rounds were a little bit more simplified. They just went for bomb sites hits, and when you have the entry fragging potential that some of these VP players have, I mean, I feel like going a little bit more simplistic is not that bad.
No, not at all. Unleash the skill. Let them play a standard game. Yeah, well, it looked good today. Riflers were on point. Icy played a really good game as well.
I'll give you one little tidbit as well. We saw the VP guys shouting and screaming. Well, my wife just told me what they said exactly was that you're not shouting now, are you? So they wanted to quiet them down. Obviously, it was a crazy back and forth game in there. But you could see how much this one meant for VP, right? There was a lot of emotion in it, and just this success they were able to have on Ancient.
It was so tense, and one crazy stat from this game that surprised me when looking back is it went all 24 rounds, 8 of which were retakes. Like, that's how close some of these rounds got. Like, so many moments where both of the guys are shouting at each other, people are winning 1v2s that they're not supposed to win. Like, all of the micro decisions in the last 20 seconds of every round were so magnified, and that's why VP, they wanted to shut them up because they knew that they had experience on their side.
And I actually like it from a big picture perspective as well for Virtus.pro in this tournament. When you hear Finn talking of saying like, yeah, well, like we knew teams were going to pick this against us. We had to actually improve on the map. They put a lot of work to do just that. And then when it gets down to the veto between Mirage and Ancient, they make the decision to go to Ancient. And now you've established something where the other teams are going to look at this and say, okay, they worked on their Ancient. Maybe it's not the go-to map that we have. Maybe we have to think about something else. We have to consider a second option. So in that sense, a huge objective accomplished by Virtus.pro by saying we can play Ancient now, and we're willing to play Ancient now.
Yeah, big improvements being shown from VP. We're starting to like what we're seeing from them. Let's see how far they can go with it all. But our next match we're going to start getting into, it's Spirit going up against Lin Vision. Now, Spirit, you know, obviously heavy favorites. It's a scary team to go up against it here. And some of the go-to maps for Lin Vision are still great maps for Spirit here. This is maybe where they get humbled a little bit.
Hey, that's true. I mean, Lin Vision really like Dust 2. They really like Nuke. Those are really the first picks of Spirit anytime they can bring them into a series. I don't, however, think that anybody can match the firepower of Donk, okay? Like Lin Vision has done a
what
great
about top to bottom, Spirit versus Lin Vision?
Oh.
I would still take the team that won the last major, Jason. I don't think there's a lot of debate for me in that capacity. I just think that Lin Vision's shown that they can play a couple different styles. They can get aggressive if they need to. They can play back and hold nades if they want to. So if they can read Spirit's game plan and Gum can humble Zonic and Holly, he's going to just etch his name in a stone after
You went for Zonic and Holly over Zywoo and Donk?
Why would Zywoo be in this? I'm saying the coaches that he would have defeated.
Yeah.
That's all right, guys. You can workshop that, and I can give us a Zontics interview. Zontics, a very clean game for you guys opening from it, but I know you guys always focus on, we made some mistakes, we didn't play the way we wanted to play. How do you review that game you played here at the Austin Major?
Well, at first felt like it probably is going to be a hard game after we lost the pistol, but it wasn't like that. We won some rounds in a row, and I understand that we control the map. We control everything, and it's going to be very hard to lose that map only if we like do some stupid stuff. And in the end, it ended pretty well for us. So yeah, it was a pretty clean game. But anyways, Dust 2 can be tough sometimes, but I think at the moment it's the best map for us, and now we play Dust 2 again against Lin Vision, so we will see if that's the case.
Best map for you guys is Dust 2 in your eyes, what you're thinking, and you are playing Lin Vision again on it. Is that a risk? Because they don't play maybe the way that the other teams you play against do, and how prepared are you for that?
Like, we watched their Dust 2, and I wouldn't say there's something unique. I think it's pretty much how a lot of teams play. I would even say they have less rounds that they can like.
Are the defaults?
Yeah, I think they could play a lot of more different stuff than they do. So yeah, I think it's just going to be a tough game. Only if we do some best stuff, or either they will just play their best.
Did you notice anything, though, like where they play a bit more random or a bit more things that are hard to read outside of the defaults? You know, something that you guys need to be prepared for if they start pushing some smokes or pushing some moments where the timing's off?
I don't think there's something unique. It just comes to them doing, like, you know, they have some ideas how they want to play, and they have some patterns that they used to do. And if they're able to do that, if they find open kill, of course it's going to be easy for them. But if you're not doing mistakes, it's going to be hard for them. Like, that's how the game pretty much works.
All logically put together by Zontics, as always there. But it is Dust 2 for both teams that they've already played.
Yeah, and I know from the media day, I heard from some of the other guys who did some content with Donk, they talked about the map veto philosophy, and his kind of idea was like, if you believe you are the best team on the map, just pick it, even if it's a strong team for your opponent. If you think you're the best team on the map, go for like that. That's what you should do. You should pick the map that you're going to be most comfortable on, which is cool in this situation because obviously Lin Vision is going to be super happy it went to Dust 2 as well. I think they're going to be pleased to go and test themselves against the best team in the world on a very strong map for them. And if you hear Zontics in an interview talking about doing a lot of defaults and they don't change things up and there's a lot of default style, to me that rings out that a game plan would be Donk, go disrupt everything. Go just be a destroyer, get in their face, and ruin the flow of their entire round.
That's really been the MO of Spirit on Dust 2 for the entirety of them playing it with this 5. I mean, Donk is just every round a wild card. He goes everywhere he wants on the map, anytime he wants to do it. If he has a read that they're going to go long, he just sends himself long, and he's, for whatever reason, rarely wrong about it.
It's hard to read as the opposition, though, because I've seen some games where I'm with you where I've seen Donk like push lower like 5 or 6 rounds and a half, be aggressive up middle, 2 or 3 rounds and a half. And then I've seen games where he goes passive for the whole time, doesn't do any of those pushes. So there's like this little mix-up that he likes to throw in there, and that can very much catch Lin Vision off guard because it's not going to be every single round.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen. We're going to Dust 2 again.
They can hit hard. These individuals have delivered. And Sue can finish it. You don't want to let Chopper be getting that bomb down, so a clean headshot. And some elation visible. Look at their faces. I mean, just like Christmas morning here. Playing up against Spirit on a comfortable map for you. International competition. It's just a good vibe tribe. Oh, and the contrast is apparent.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if we get a force buy right now because you can't even get Donk and AK. Right, if we've got enough kills. All right, let's give Donk and AK. But I think in this situation, take the save and make sure Donk can get the AK out in the next. Why go for Deagles and Tech 9s when you don't have to? So this should be the 2-0 start for Lin Vision. Going to bring in a couple of M4s and a couple of MP9s as we see their CT defense starting to take shape. So the odds draw ever closer just off the back of a pistol win, but we'll see how far Lin Vision can truly push the issue. Now, you mentioned their opening game. It was against Liquid, and I don't think that people have any expectations of Liquid. This is obviously an organization that is North American, and I think the fans would love to see them in the arena, but with the amount of roster changes that these guys have had within the last, 3 or 4 years, you'd never really know what you're going to get. Whereas for Spirit, I think coming into this, they won Astana, they won Bounty at the start of the year. They're not going to be content with the way the year's gone. Everybody saw Donk in the interview after he won in Astana, and well, he wasn't elated at all. This is a kid who won Shanghai last year. He's the defending major champion. He's one of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. Last year, he was the best Counter-Strike player in the world. He expects the very best as they do get into the B site. Can they plan?
Oh, lovely attempt to bring down the bomb carrier. Shepherded across is Shiro, so they will get the plant out of this. It should be all they get, and it will be.
An extra $600. It shouldn't be getting Shiro and AWP unless there's a glass cannon in the mix. So he actually, he can get out the AWP right now. So will be a glass cannon because he'll only have $600 left after the AWP will be invested upon. So how badly does he want it?
Knowing Shiro, I would have said really badly.
It looks like he's just gone for the AK, and maybe that's informed by some of these spawns. They don't have great long spawns right now, so we're likely to see them go into a default. 2 to 3 players likely going tunnel. Maybe someone suicide throwing out some nades and likely back cat. So, okay. Gonna get Donk and Zontix over towards B. Magic's listening for the util thrown out long. That'll help inform what type of defense that they're dealing with. If you hear the smokes, molly, spams, you know it's unlikely to be a short push. So you should be able to go through the paces to get that space. Going through the block utility over towards B. It's very quiet. Linvision don't know exactly where Spirit are, so worried about a potential B pop, and it looks like it could be a B split.
Does, yeah. Zontix was just trying to catch any aggressor. So playing a very passive game just with the jiggle.
The key for me is Starry in CT spawn has a HE to clear the smoke. It's just going to come down to the timing of that, and has a couple to work with, actually. So they feel short pressure at the same time, but this is definitely a B split.
Yeah, it's keeping the CTs busy, so Westmelon and Asu have got their work really cut out for them here.
Chopper's already out.
Yeah, Chopper's going to be asking questions. Su is a sitting duck, a clean headshot from Chopper. Westmelon needed to finish that, doesn't get the kill. Significant damage inflicted onto Zontix, but perfectly executed by Spirit.
I really love the way that they did that, right? They actually pressured mid to B first. Then they did the short util. So at that point, Starry's like, I'm between two minds. My job as the A rotating rifler is to help both of these ports a call, but Short's the one screaming for help because Zaka gets pushed back off the lip. Amelia has a couple just around the corner and would love to get an upgrade, so wouldn't be too surprised if he actually... Oh, wow. Okay, this is very diligent stuff. Boosting Donk to make sure that nobody can be over towards T-Spawn. This is a cheeky way to get it done.
Yeah, Amelia's going to be pretty frustrated when he sees this.
Yeah, that's very tough.
Cheeky.
All right, well, it will be Zaka and Starry staying alive. The AWP, the most important piece to carry through. Zaka's had some fantastic moments in the AWP so far.
Terrorists win. Yeah, it's been wonderful to see, you know, every major circuit, you kind of get to tune back into Asian CS. See their development, and I mean, this major has been one for the history books for Asian Counter-Strike.
China especially, right?
Yep.
Mongols is obviously the revelation of this year and late last year making their first big playoffs over in Shanghai. But for Linvision and Tyloo, actually putting up some decent results. Linvision joining the top 16 for the first time since 2018. But the first time for these five as we go into same style of rounds. Zontix, Donk, upper tunnels. Magic's outside long, back cat. Chopper supporting, and Shiro over towards T-Spawn Suicide lobbing out the smokes. Zach has posted up on long quite early, so if there is a jiggle, should be good for one, and might even facilitate an Amelia push. So right now, what Linvision are giving up is this cat crawl, and because Spirit are defaulting, it's not going to hurt them just yet.
Oh, hit that. Actually connected. Through two doors.
Might accelerate up catwalk now. I love that, right? Amelia was jump spotting to bait in that type of a peak, but still, Magic's, he's not just going to swing into it.
Well, Chopper wants another smoke, and he's going to give him the X-Egg.
Who's going to bring that over? Looks like it'll be Magic's. So Short's blocked for now. That's going to fade at about the 40-second mark. Starry's going to get up into Goose. Donk's already out the mid doors, so there are some real problems right now for Linvision.
Yeah, I like the way they've structured this round, and just more fakery, more manipulation.
On the B split.
This time with AXEC util. That's not the model you were looking for, is it?
Gonna slow things down. into the game plan quite early, and you'd understand so when you're an AWPer of Shiro's caliber. Now Chopper has a decent long spawn. Shiro doesn't have any nades unless dropped across to him to try and help set this up. So I think we'll just see Shiro go for the mid pick. But this is what it's all about. You can see both those volleys on the screen, and easy as you like for Sue and Westmelon on the screen, and easy as you like though for Sue and Westmelon.
Yeah.
It's important though that still making the noise. Yeah, but it's making the noise. It's really important that the B defenders either both fight. It's really important that the B defenders either both fight. You can't really get split up in that. You can't really get split up in that. Head to head. Head to head.
Bang. Easy as that. Easy as that. Puts himself into the jaws of Shiro's AWP.
Okay, well think about how this is for his T side now. We go towards A, we won't have to worry about all over towards car. Unless Westmelon was able to grab that. So he's just going to cheat over towards A. So you could go for a gamble stack on this CT side.
Donk ate a HE earlier, which will limit his aggression through that incendiary. Does look like there's going to be bodies committing though this time off of the same util from before. That's another block. Still going to have plenty of time. Amelia is starting a push. Might clash with Zontix. Actually, he drops Sui. No reason to draw the line any further from Amelia.
Pushing.
There you go, confirmation. Zontix is on his way. That's going to have you on high alert on A. Westmelon Goose. Here they come. Flash on that low ramp. Some damage inflicted as they spam the smokes. Westmelon, what can you get done? Masterful control. Takes down 2 in combination with the damage from Starry. Bomb now spotted and Spirit in trouble. Trying to claw back into this one is Magix, but with Sue picking up that orb off of Zaka's corpse and putting it to good use. Shiro and Magix, 2v2, crossing in, headshots from Magix again.
Tough with the AWP now.
Yeah, 15 seconds there, they have to get that bomb across, and oh, if Shiro died, it would have been over. Fake. Knows where they both are. Wouldn't go for it, would he? He would. Jumping no-scope doesn't connect. Now, hard to find the elevated players. Doesn't adjust. That's a huge round from Boris, the Butcher. 4 kills out of Magix. And save Spirit. It felt like it was really going their way after Westmelon's contributions.
It was a great read of the situation, though, right? I'm talking about, okay, so Spirit understand the AWP's not in the play, so what's a good call? And A execute. Westmelon cheats over towards A to join Starry. Starry spams away. Westmelon plays forward as they're coming out of their own smokes and gets a double kill. But it's not enough. You bang on. Magix, with his hair, able to...
You fell for it.
Yeah, I did. The social media campaign got me. I thought he really shaved his head.
Yeah.
It's a scout for Zaka. Pistols.
Look at his push, though. Who pushes up mid with a scout? Zaka does.
We know they love some erratic moves. They back themselves. Limiting the amount of save potential right now for Spirit. They are going to have to exit, and you don't want to go long now that you know the scout is there. So back to short or dropping down into CT. That's one of the two, as Zontix has made sure that avenue of at least down spawn is clear. Just hanging out in limbo. Bomb goes off, all tied up, not giving anything over to the Eeks. And now we will have the buy back in. Now, Magic
10 seconds remaining. Your turn to pick.
There's a price on all their heads.
Don't worry, lads. This one's in the bag.
Prepare for battle.
I'll find them. My blades grow thirsty. I follow the trail. Payday. This one is in the bag. On the hunt. Footprints. My blades will do the talking.
30 seconds to battle.
5 enemies, 5 bounties. On the move. This way. Over there.
The battle begins.
The hunt is on. I'll enjoy this. Like first blood, bagged and tagged. A lead. Repositioning. Is that a broken twig I spy? You get far. As long as I get paid. You can't fight what you can't see. trail. Repositioning. Yes. My blades grow thirsty. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. Lead. They did survive. Footprints. Can't buy this kind of... My blades will do the talking. From sight. This way. I follow the trail. Don't worry. Stalking us. Shall hunt them down. My blades will do the talking. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. Over there. A lead.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Like an hunting. On the move. Repositioning. My blades grow thirsty. Footprints. Is that a broken twig I spy? Found you. Cut him up. My blade. I'm under attack. Repositioning. Time to punch. Closing in. Is that a broken twig I spy? A lead. This way. My blades grow thirsty. Slice is nice. Stalking. Let's get eaten. Dead or 5 enemies, 5 bounties. Yes. This way. Over there.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Find them. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. Leading in. My blades grow thirsty. Yes. Pocket change. Repositioning. Is that a broken twig I spy? On the move. A lead.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Go pre-run. Footprints. Footprints. Stalking. My blades will do the talking. I come to collect. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. I've come to collect. My fees have doubled. Is that a broken twig I spy? A lead. Yes. Slice. There's a place right. This way. Repositioning. On the hunt. My blades grow thirsty. I'll find them. Invisibility. I follow the trail. Over there. On the move. On the hunt. Five enemies, 5 bounties. Over there. I follow the trail.
Your middle tower is under attack.
You're through. Unseen. I'll enjoy this.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
This should make my life easier. Okay, now it's personal.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Yes.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
My blades will do the talking. My blades grow thirsty. Footprints.
Dire structures are fortified.
A lead.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Twig, I spy. Stalking. I lead from sight. Yes. Haste. A lead. This way. I'll find them. Repositioning. On the move.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Footprints.
Your middle
Five
tower
enemies. You
has
can't
fallen.
fight what you can't see. Attack.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Is that a broken twig I spy? I'll find
Welcome back.
It was just business before. Now it's personal.
Your bottom tower has fallen.
My blades will do the talking. On the hunt. Footprints. Over there. My blade blades grow thirsty. Five enemies, 5 bounties. Until later. The realm's justice. Yes. It's not time yet. I'll find them. Feed my blade. I follow the trail. You can't hide. This way. I'll find them. My blades will do the talking. Repositioning. Is that a broken twig I spot unseen? On the move.
Dire structures are fortified. Your bottom tower is under attack.
You can't fight what you can't see. On the move. Payday. My blades will do the talking. I'm not ready. I've come to collect. Yes. A lead. Stalking. I'll find them. I'll find them. Over there. On the hunt. Demon Edge. Another edge from my collection. Repositioning. As long as I get paid. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. My blades grow thirsty. I follow the trail.
Fresh meat. Stop us. Double kill.
This way.
Double kill.
Is that a broken twig I spy? Stalking. This way. A lead. Repositioning. I spy. Yes. I follow the trail.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
My blades will do the talking. Footprints. Slice is nice. I'll find them. My blades grow thirsty. I fade from sight. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. On the hunt. I'll find them. Unstoppable. I follow the trail. Footprints.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Wicked sick. Yes. I'll find them. My blades grow thirsty. It's not time yet.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
5 enemies, 5 bounties. Is that a broken twig I spy? The trail is clear. Stalking. On the move. Reposition. I'll find him.
The enemy's top tower has fallen.
I follow the trail. My blades will do the talking. Mountain hunting. A lead. Eat them grow. On the hunt. Bountiful. Over there. Five enemies, 5 bounties. Not yet. I'll find them. My blades grow thirsty. Unseen. This way. Prince. On the move. Is that a broken twig? spy. Positioning. Found you. Stalking.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Begin. 5 enemies, 5 bounties. Bargain hunting.
Your middle tower is under attack.
A lead. My blades grow thirsty.
Your middle tower is under
find
attack.
them.
Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified.
I'll find them. I follow the trail. A few gold more. Stalking. Repositioning. Feet here.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
On the hunt. Yes. It's not time yet.
Welcome to the secret shop.
This way. Footprints. Is that a broken twig I spy? My blades will do the talking. On the move. Maker. Yes. I'll find him.
Double kill.
The realm's justice. Closing in. Not yet. My blades grow thirsty. It's not time yet. Footprints. You're through. Stalking. Over there. A lead.
Welcome to the secret shop.
I follow the trail.
Regeneration.
Repositioning. Use my blade. You won't get me. I'm rushing.
Life will make its home amongst your bones. Bounty!
Triple damage.
Will answer for this injustice. 5 enemies, 5 bounties.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Is that a broken twig I spy?
Radiant structures are fortified.
As long as it is stoppable. I'll find them. Go bigger.
Your top tower is under attack.
My blades will do the talking.
Your top tower is under attack.
This way. I'll find them. Cut him up.
Your top tower is under attack.
Dead or alive. Is that a broken twig I spy? On the move. My blades will do the talking. Stalking. Footprints. My blades grow thirsty. I follow the trail.
The enemy's middle tower has fallen.
Yes.
The enemy's middle barracks has fallen.
5 enemies, 5 bounties.
Radiant structures are fortified.
My blades will do the talking.
Radiant's courier has been killed. The enemy's top tower has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen. The enemy's top barracks has fallen.
This way. I'll find them. My blades grow thirsty.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Yes.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen.
Repositioning.
The enemy's bottom barracks has fallen. We now have mega.
The effort.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Footprints. This way. Trail closed.
Unstoppable.
Dire's courier has been killed.
They'll pay for that. My blades grow thirsty. Repositioning. I follow the trail. I'll find them. Five enemies, 5 bounties.
Your shrine has fallen to the Dire.
Watch your head. On the move. It's not time yet. Stalking. Yes. On the hunt. Is that a broken twig I spy? A lead. Found you. This way. On the hunt. I follow the trail.
Dire victory.
you.
Prepare for battle.
Rush. Fight for honor. Now, where did I put my snakeskin bag? Because this one, my friends, is in it.
Thirty seconds to battle.
Crawling. Silent as a snake. For honor.
The battle begins.
Gaze upon Medusa's beauty and despair. Quick as a snake. Right. Play, my pet. Gorgon's honor. Cut you down like chaff. Tremble.
Dire's courier has been killed.
Last word. Attack. Right. Yes. Run, vermin. Hiss. Yes. Attack. My resolve strengthens. Slithering. Sliding. Gorgons, guide me. Quick as a snake. Sliding. Slithering. Fight for honor. None can resist. Right. Crawling. Tremble. Right. Under attack. Hiss. Fetch me some mana. Tiresome vermin. Rush. After them. Yes. Knock us. Silent as a snake. Serpentine. Run. Bring me mana. Stay where you are. Power. Yes. Silent as a snake. Look me in the eye. Power is the only beauty. Oh. Right. Under attack. Snake's kiss. Golden's guidance. There will be a reckoning. Run, vermin. Yes. Slithering. Attack. Serpentine.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified.
Fight for
Your middle tower is under attack.
sliding. Quick as a snake. Fetch me some mana. Rush.
bottom tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack.
Reborn for retribution. Sliding. Right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cut you down, chaff. Fight for honor. Stay where you are. For honor.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Gordons, I won't fail you again.
Your top tower is under attack.
Slithering.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Run, vermin. Rush. Quick as a snake. Mystic snake. Gorgons, guide me. Run, vermin. For honor. Sliding. Snake's kiss. It's no time yet. Fight for honor. Yes. Slithering. Crawling. You little rat. Play my pet. Silent as a snake. Mystic snake.
enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Right.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Mystic Snake. Right. Crawling. Meet my gaze. Gorgon's honor. Sliding.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Slithering.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. The enemy's top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
None can resist. Silent as a snake. Fight for honor. Tremble. Vengeance. Yes. Fetch me some mana. Rush. Run, vermin. Hiss. For honor. Yes. Bring me mana.
Tower has fallen.
Triple kill!
Refreshed of purpose, I return. Right. Quick as a snake. Attack! Slay my pet! Yes! Crawling. Hiss. Fetch me some mana. It won't be long now, sisters. Quick as a snake. Fight for honor. Mystic Snake. Right. Yes. Gorgons, guide me.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
The wind in my servants. For honor. After them. Rush. Bring me mana. A plaything for my pets. Tremble. Serpentine. Slithering. Sliding. Quick as a snake. New treasures. No mama.
Your top tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Gorgons, guide me. Mystic Snake. An appetizer. Slithering. Yes. Run, vermin. I'm not ready. Mystic Snake. Sliding. I'm not ready. Right. Yes. Right. Tremble. Crawling. Play my pet. My resolve strengthens. Serpentine. Hunter style. Silent as a snake. Right. Sliding.
Your song has fallen to the radiant.
Yes. Quick as a
Dire structures are fortified.
crawling. Right.
Your top tower is under attack. The enemy's middle tower has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
The Gorgon's gaze will petrify them all. Power is the only beauty. Right. None can resist. Right. Yes. Fight for honor. Slithering. Gorgons, guide me. Mystic snake. Crawling. Cut you down. Bring me mana. Run. Rush. Fight.
Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Dire structures are fortified.
For honor. Mystic Snake! Dominating. Gorgons, guide me. Rush. Hiss. Play my pet. Blinking.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Mega kill. Fetch me some mana. Fall before me. Yes. Right. Yes. Fight for honor. Silent as a snake. Snake's kiss. Right. Tremble. Crawling. Serpentine. Quick as a snake. Hiss. Vermin. Spring mana. The snake succeeds. The wind. Right. Fight for honor. 17.
Your song has fallen to the radiant.
As a snake. Tremble.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
Monster kill.
Radiant structures are fortified. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under
For honor. Run, vermin. Crawling. Quick as a snake. Hiss. Slithering. Fight for honor. Tremble. Right. Rush.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Gorgons guide
Your
me.
bottom barracks are under attack. Your bottom barracks has fallen. Your bottom barracks are under attack. structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your top towers are under attack. Your top enemy now has mega. Your middle tower has fallen. Your ancient is under attack. Dire victory.
From the frozen pool, I rise.
Prepare for battle.
I think all of us can agree. This one is in the bag.
Going. My friends, this one is in the bag. Truly.
30 seconds to battle.
Forward. Yes. Adrift.
The battle begins.
Yes. Quickly. Agreed. Cold front coming. Dead man drifting. A chill wind. Yes. To battle.
Me thinks you wanted that.
I'll keep it. Cold. Dead ahead. Going. Agreed. Almost. Quickly. I'll bury you. Forward. Stopped cold. Biting cold.
Denied.
A chill wind. Adrift.
First blood. At last. No headmaster to save you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
I'm under attack. Dead man drifting. Truly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Adrift. A little frost among friends. Yes. front coming. Cold comfort. Dominating. Quickly. Forward. Mega kill. Double kill. Does it tingle? Going. Attack. I'm under attack. A chill wind. Truly. Agreed. Yes. Dead man drifting.
Your top tower is under attack.
Tis Nuncupatory.
Adrift. Yes. Forward.
Your middle tower is under attack.
The frost spray going. Cool down. Cold front coming. Truly.
Your middle tower is under attack.
No mana. Fresh mold snap. Killing spree. Quickly. A chill wind. Agreed. Adrift. Dead man drifting.
Your middle tower is under attack. Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yes. Going. Stay frosty. Adrift.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Frostbite.
Double damage! Radiant's courier has been killed.
Yes.
Blessings upon a loyal warrior.
A chill wind. Yes. Stay frosty. Quickly. I'm under attack.
Dire's courier has been killed. tower is under attack.
Fight. Yes.
Your top tower has fallen.
Cold front coming. Truly. Quickly. A chill wind. Agreed. Going.
Radiant's courier has been killed.
Flows yours. Yes. Have your mind. Dead man drifting. Invigoration. Cold front coming.
Invisibility?
I'll bury you. Head ahead. A chill wind. Boy, fresh money.
The enemy's bottom tower has fallen.
Agreed. Yes. Don't make me chase you.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Mega kill. Dead man drifting. Frostbite. Unstoppable. Cold snap. Death march. Going.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower is under attack.
That's Frost Jack. A chill wind. Yes. Agreed.
Dire's structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Cold front coming.
Yeah, coin.
Forward. By my horns, you'll not live adrift. Agreed.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cold
Your bottom
front
tower is under
coming.
attack. Your middle tower is under attack.
Dead man drifting. Flashlight! Northbound creep feline! A short ripple.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Monster kill! Truly.
Dire's structures are
front
fortified.
coming.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Thrust upon us.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen. Your bottom tower has fallen.
Temperature dropping.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Cold.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Dead man drifting. Fresh mate.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Adrift. To battle. A chill wind.
Double damage!
Cold front coming. Stay frosty. Truly. Forward. Cold front coming. Truly.
We are coin.
Your time above cost. Agreed. My cold increases. Yes.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Stay frosty. Tight. Forward. Going. Frost upon us. The frost spreads. Dead man drifting. Agreed. I'm under attack. The frost. I am frost free.
Your middle tower is under attack. Dire structures are fortified. Your middle tower is under attack.
Cast up on the frozen shore. Cold front coming.
Your middle tower is under attack.
Chill wind. Quickly.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower is under attack. Your middle tower has fallen.
Frost upon us. front coming. A chill wind. Going. Dead man drifting. Stay frosty. Agreed. Dead man drifting. Yes. Thrust upon us. Agreed. Adrift. Stay frosty. Going. Yes.
Your top tower is under attack.
It's not time yet. Forward. Quickly. Cold front coming. Ah, scepter. A chill wind. The frost. Truly. Cold cuts. Thrust upon us. Dead man drifting. Yes. Agreed. front coming. Dead ahead. Adrift. Going. Truly. Forward. Thrust upon us. Cold front coming. Dead man drifting. Yes. A chill wind. Agreed. Quickly. I'll bury you. Sons of frost among friends. Yes. Dead man drifting. Adrift. Forward. Cold front coming. Cooled. Agreed. A chill wind.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Thrust upon us.
Your bottom tower is under attack.
Fighting home.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Accept your surrender.
Your bottom tower has fallen. Your bottom tower is under attack.
Unification. Truly.
Your bottom tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen.
I am not ready.
Your top tower is under enemy's top tower has fallen. Your middle tower has fallen. Your middle barracks has fallen. Dire structures are falling. Your middle barracks are under attack. Your middle barracks has fallen. Your top tower is under attack. Your top tower has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Yes. Truly. Agreed. Forward. Cold snap. Feel the freeze. Quickly. Yes. A chill wind. Yes.
Roshan has fallen to the Radiant.
Cold front coming. Going. Quickly. Yes. Yes. I'm under attack.
Your middle tower is under attack. Your top barracks are under attack. Your top barracks has fallen. Your top barracks are under attack. Has fallen. Enemy now has mega waves.
Let's roll. Let's roll.
Salve, salve.
Salve.
Opa, boa noite, tu lá?
Tô bem então.
Tu tem aqui na Azinha? Liga. Ele voltou pro meio.
Ei, tapete.
Moscou. Boa.
Tapete caiu. Todos miados no bombe e tem um no L ainda. Não. Só do bombe.
Peguei várias. Bombe.
Bombe.
Arregaçou no gás.
Função?
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it.
Caverna, caverna.
Vários. Peguei alguns aí, viu, velho? Vamos ver aí.
Remember, this is bandit country. Shoot everything that moves.
Tá no tapete ou...
Falasse pra...
Jogaram ele.
Diga, cara, diga.
Tem um liga e um L.
Tinha um dentro da.
Throwing flashbang.
Montou a janela. Deve estar vindo ele.
Passando L?
Pode abrir, tá bom.
Aberto?
Vai com o rato, tá? O tapete. Fecha.
Counter-terrorists win. Oh, it's a piece of cake, so it is.
Eu tenho um drop aqui.
Faz a boa aí.
Ah, o cara roubou na tua mão, velho.
Move it. Incendiary. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary out. Grenade out. Molotov. Decoy.
Pegando ele.
Counter-terrorists win. All right.
Esse rato só tinha um no meio ali.
Pronto.
É capaz de tentar ir B agora, tá? Novo. Tem que o do rato que deu certo foi B, né? Eu vou sair do L aqui, vou jogar do L. Aí foi mal.
Throwing fire.
Vou smoke.
Puxando aqui.
Jogadores.
Ataque.
Deploying flashbang.
Peguei dois aqui. Linda, caralho.
Bola na primeira.
Deixa que eu molotov a primeira amarela.
Pede essa bola na área.
Let's move out. Flashbang. Grenade out. Incendiary. Laying down smoke. Deploying flashbang. Smoke. Throwing smoke. Grenade out.
Smoke aqui, bang aqui.
Throwing flashbang.
Entra no caverna.
Throwing flashbang. Grenade out.
Mais quatro.
Aí, sanduíche. Smoke. Guarda a capa, amigo. É, pô, guarda a arma.
Vai amargando a derrota.
Você tem um drop para cima.
Tem que escapar a
Não quero que
possibilidade
não precisa.
de assumir a liderança.
Boa. Vou deixar ele sem arma e sem dinheiro se duvidar. Vende que eu dropar você.
Valeu.
Pra você.
Let's go. Throwing a grenade. Molotov. Throwing a grenade. Laying down smoke. Grenade. Incendiary out. Laying down smoke. Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Tem um na cadeira aí. O rato tá atrás, velho. Fiz o café com mano. Sem problema.
Passarela.
Passou.
Smoke.
Vá.
Lance normal.
Eita, cara. Agora eu vou fazendo parte na tua economia.
Gear up. We're going in. Deploying flashbang. Incendiary.
Você não foi o amarelo.
Incendiary out.
Tem BTD? É um só, acho.
Bangaram aqui tapete. Se voltar, tapete o cara.
Subiu, bem.
Tá vazando muito o jogo aí, né?
Throwing fire. Incendiary out. Grenade. Throwing smoke. Laying down smoke. Throwing flashbang. Grenade.
Peguei um.
Voltou.
Grenade out.
Bangaram.
Throwing flashbang. Deploying flashbang.
Rato não tem. Voltou. Tem tudo, eu acho.
Tá avançado o tapete.
Mas eu fico pra você.
Counter-terrorists win. We're in the clear, lads. They're gonna wish they were never born. Throwing fire.
Cobriu caverna.
Voltou no bomba.
Passou pro bombe.
Tem tudo bomba ali. Fecha fogo.
Ah, amarelo. É lá,
Não tem ninguém bem não, mano.
lá,
Tá os dois lá.
Toma fumar, tá ouvindo aqui o bagulho.
Smoke. Terrorists win.
Ia dar, né?
Amarelo, tem drop aí.
Tem.
Valeu. Esse rap tá de novo no ar aí, eu acho.
Deploying decoy. Incendiary. Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
Eu ligo.
Mais um cara.
Throwing a grenade. Molotov.
Falar?
Laying down smoke. Terrorists win. Come on, chop chop. Molotov. Flashbang out. Incendiary. Grenade. Laying down smoke. Laying down smoke.
Avancei, tá avançando, tá? Tapetinho só.
Avançando já?
Avançou.
É bom. Janela aí, eu...
Passou a liga, mano.
Tá bem.
Deve estar fora aqui, tá?
Defusing the bomb.
Boa. Vocês querem o que aqui? Boss, smocar o janelão, smocar a liga, nós passar ele. B.
Smoke janela.
Passar ele?
Isso. Vai aqui, ó. Vai 2 tapetes, tá ligado? Vai 2 tapetes e 3 meio. Pra gente conseguir dominar do lado.
Larga C4 então.
Tá 4.
Dropei.
Joguei janela. Espera cair.
Foi liga. Pegou janela. Tem janela. Lá que tem sombra, tá?
Quem não é ele aqui? Tô...
Mercado.
Peguei o marotado. Tem mercado.
Ele é meu.
Ah, e tem da janela do mercado.
Ah, vai tomar no cu, cara.
Eu tenho aqui.
Boa, jogamos.
Aí, tipo, na smoke, eu fiquei preso.
Quer tentar mesmo? Deixa eu smoke o janelão. Alguém faz uma liga ali.
Pode fazer o fake também.
Pode
Fazer
ser,
a smoke, jogar um correndo ali e puxar pra puxar de lado.
Pode ser, um pode começar, só vai um ali no tapete pra fazer barulho, tá ligado? Só pra atrapalhar os caras. Já fiz janelão.
Eita, vou ler aqui.
Meu Deus.
Vai rodando lá, vai rodando lá.
I'm throwing a flashbang.
Pedaço, pedaço. Pedaço, gol.
Counter-terrorists win.
Quer tentar o domínio meio? E a gente avança a liga? Agora quem for caverna tem que
Esse
ficar
meio
quietinho,
eles
tá?
não estão brigando muito, tá?
Isso, ó. Bota dominar meio, tá ligado? E o caverna fica bem quietinho que você vai ser o lurk, você vai pegar a costa, tá ligado? Fique de boa.
Eu posso ligar aqui.
Fique janelão. Buguei uma liga, buguei outra liga. Boa, eu vejo o Sil pegar, avançando liga.
Pode subir, meu.
Você liga.
2 CT, 2 CT.
Areia, viadaço.
E outra.
Ah, menos 63, hein? Bora fazer tanto, é dormir aqui logo. Tá foda jogar só no eco.
Isso aqui eu não vou ter pra comprar. Fica de boa, daí esse passadinho aqui. Mas tá dando bônus, tá ligado?
Tomou um.
Peguei um.
Boa, tô no rato aqui. Pularam, tá? Pularam, tá, Costa.
Ele vai andar pra cá já.
Peguei o alta. Que alta e janelão, tá? Muito bom.
Areia, 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 areia. Topo da areia. Vai ser round, pô.
Peguei essa alpizinha aqui, ó. Ai, vai dar tempo. Deu.
Eu achei que tem que ver o mineral ali no cabeça.
Vou tentar pegar meio, tá? Ah, nem vai dar, nem vai dar, nem vai dar. Vou palácio. Fazer uma cabecinha aqui e vou palácio.
Não bota a cara no meio, laranja.
Tem cabecinha, acho.
Tem janela. Tem liga.
Caverna.
Bota girar B, vai girar B.
Pegar um cara.
Isso, fica de boa. Tá bom. Boa, linda. Quer tentar lá? Não, vai.
Pra B e bota pressão.
Mas tem tempo, pô. 40 segundos ainda pra trabalhar o jogo. Tem CT. Tô ouvindo aqui, ó. Tem no CT, tá? Tem CT. Um tá CT, outro tá... Dois tá CT praticamente. Olha que ele vai entrar nessa jungle aí, tá? Boa.
Foi aí.
Olha CT pra mim, olha CT pra mim. Tem CT.
Palácio, ô laranja, tá jogando tudo, cara. Não pode.
Não, calma. Deixa ele jogar, não. É pra assistir. Boa, jogou.
Não.
Eu que nós tinha a call deles, nós só não se ligou.
Vou jogar no 40. Smokei. Pegar CT.
CT tem um. Vai plantar, amarelo.
Foi mal, peguei. Ele acabou de botar comigo não. Pegar o CT, tá? Tô marcando CT aqui, CT mesmo.
O que eu faço? Liga.
Nossa.
It's going to explode.
Terrorists win.
Que ela pega de novo. Então, calma. Pega no menu.
Vou marcar a cabeça de novo, tá?
Se você picar, eu vou desmocar a janela.
São cabeça.
Baguei uma.
Sou onde?
Tem bolts, tá? Jungle e cabecinha. Jungle muito viado, jungle um tiro, viado. Se fecha, pô. Não precisa abrir pra ele não. Deixa ele vir.
Porra, desce porra já.
The bomb is sticking down.
Terrorists win.
We will dance on your graves.
Posso pagar uma pra abrir depois.
Errei cabecinha, tá? Tem bolts.
Esse é morto.
Nilba.
Veio. Nada.
Tem drop, hein?
Vamos ganhar meio ali.
Bora. Vou smoke janela.
Vou smocar ali. Vai passar aqui.
Vou pelo rock aqui. Subir no meio. Tô ganhando, depois nós outra vez.
Boa. Bora. Já ganhei L. Peguei, tô mercado.
Mercado.
Mais um. 2 altos no mercado.
Peguei. Era bom. Se fechado pra...
Eu não sei.
Juro.
Dá smoke aí pra smocar, que deu certo pra passar ele de novo. Peguei L. Vou tentar smocar essa liga e passar L. Smoca essa liga e passar L.
Eu tenho que fazer o fake ali pra tu, laranja.
Vou smocar a cabecinha aqui. Bora.
Vou com CT. Quer dizer como foi a hora? Espera uma
Vai com a bangua.
CT.
Peguei uma.
Banco.
As costas. Volta Velila.
Pedaço. Ó, pra você ter. Becinho.
Não abre a cabeça não.
Cadê você?
Bora que dá, bora que dá. Bota o dado mesmo. Ah, aqui. Mocadinha.
Dropa um aqui, uma AK.
Ok.
Avança, avança.
Peguei fundo. Voltei, areia.
Tá ninja. Boa.
Areia, vem.
Areia?
Sim. Puxa, agora.
Boa, caralho.
Caralho, eu tô com 14 assistências.
Tá jogando muito.
Tá foda, velho. Não mato por nada.
Morre, sai de novo ou vão querer um domínio meio? Continuar essa. Tá dando certo pra continuar.
Vai ter mais Alp agora, velho. Mas cuidado.
Eles matam a cabeça de novo.
Tirou certinho. Eles não vão chamar, mas vai ter mais Alp.
Peguei um.
Boa, banguei outra.
Área tem.
Calma.
Tá de fogo.
Área tem.
C4 base, velho.
Pode ter. Falar.
Posso. Roda bem. Jungle dele.
Não troca.
Tá me marcado, tá?
Tá em choque.
Troca o jungle, cuidado. Bora pro B aqui. Lento.
Pegar meio.
Bora fazer um aqui, janela.
Fica lá, fica no ar aí, fazendo barulho, caralho. Bora pro B.
Tá avançando, Azul, tô atrás de você.
Ali, na frente. Ficou na frente, depois tu entra.
Segura que eu faço entra.
Pera aí que o verde e o outro estão lá dentro ainda. Bora, mais aqui.
Bombe.
Entra aí.
Mercado.
L.
Vai ter costa.
Botei fechado.
2L, 2L, 2L na cara.
Tô fudido, viu?
Quer uma Bzinha de novo?
Eu confio aqui, viu? Tu quer ir lá?
Quer uma Bzinha? Bzinha?
Laranja?
Vou desmocar janelão. Vou desmocar janelão.
Vai desmocar? Então pega. De volta. Eu desmoco liga.
Tentar plantar B aqui. Pra que esse decoy na B, caralho?
Tá avançando aí com você, velho.
Vamos virar, vamos virar.
Tô marcando o tapete aqui se avançar.
Um jungle.
BG não, tá vendo, cara? Tem jungle. Tava onde você tem? Tá.
Atrás da caixa.
Vou tentar. Pneu um pouquinho mais foi.
Remove any doubts in your head. It's us or them.
Cuidado no A aí, viu? Ele vai fazer pro A aí.
Voar, principal aqui.
Um B, um meio e...
Vai ser A ou meio.
Vou tentar pegar palácio lá, tá? Avançar palácio.
Go, go, go. Throwing fire. Throwing flashbang. Throwing a grenade. Incendiary. Throwing smoke. Throwing fire.
Avançou palácio.
Laying down smoke. Smoke. Throwing
Tetris.
fire. Grenade.
Tetris.
Subi pra B?
Flashbang.
Bem, cuidado com defesa. Liga.
O pessoal ganhando aí.
Avança CL aí e pega a liga.
Palácio ainda.
Banco, bom.
Topei também.
Vai ter um palácio, cuidado, tá?
Peguei o do meio.
Throwing smoke.
Pode usar.
Aberto. Vai que dá tempo.
Defusing the bomb.
GG.
Eu segurar cá ou pegar os...
Alp.
There's no stopping us.
Quem tá jogando de alp aí? Pega aí. Valeu. Vou marcar mais recuado aqui agora. Ficar aqui, ó.
Vem aí.
Queimou. Smocar cagar.
Smoquei, fim de bosta.
Vamos pro B aqui.
C4 liga.
Boa, só marcar agora. PGG nosso. Mata essa caverna, vamos tomar uma caverna. Tô marcando liga.
Tá vindo rato pra caralho.
Tem L em cima, tá?
Tem um.
Valeu, família.
Valeu.
Let's roll. Let's roll. Throwing flashbang. Laying down smoke. Right, lads. We're on.
Bora, marido.
Faz respawn aí, rapaziada.
Roger that. Let's show them who we are. Incendiary. Grenade out.
Vem daí, mano.
É bem, rapaziada.
Mirror, porta dupla.
Throwing fire. Throwing smoke.
Caixa gorda.
Não, mano, não.
Roda não. Tá de boa aqui.
Voltou bem. Escuro.
Só não. Aqui.
B.
3.
Segura, pion.
Tá afundando, mano, tá afundando.
Funda.
Varanda.
É, CT.
Tá.
Tô com 7 de vida, velho.
É B. B.
Com 7 de vida, manita.
É na frente, né? Ai, calma, não deu tempo. Deu.
There's no stopping us. Move it. Incendiary out. Flashbang. Throwing fire.
B.
Traz a caixa.
Grenade out. Deploying flashbang.
Que flash, mano.
Smoke.
Nice, 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 nice.
Nice, rapaziada.
Right on. Gear up. We're going in.
AW meio.
Grenade out. Deploying flashbang. Flashbang. Incendiary.
Dois escuro baixo.
Throwing smoke. Flashbang. Laying down smoke.
Meio entrou.
Um fundo. Fundo. Fundo e meio, mano. Fundo.
B.
Um fundo.
B.
Grenade. Deploying flashbang. Smoke. Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win. Move it, son. Throwing fire. Grenade out.
Break here. Bota.
Decoys out.
Bota pra abrir. Deplicado. E a mata. É igual.
Bomb has been planted. Terrorists win.
Eco, rush meio. Eco, rush meio.
Roger that.
Eco, rush fundo.
Meio.
Flashbang.
Vai subir, mano.
A W meio.
Isso por baixo.
Come in the Marte. Come in the Marte, come in the Marte.
Meia 2.
Escuro. Meio, porta.
Nem vai.
Watch out. These boys have got a bit of an arsenal and they don't mind using it. Laying down smoke. Throwing a grenade.
Cercado, cercado.
Laying down smoke.
Tira a cara, mano.
Mandou.
Terrorists win.
Faz eco, mano, eco.
Roger that.
Aqui, teu laranja.
That's a negative. Let's go. Grenade out.
Mandou.
Throwing fire. Deploying decoy. Bomb has been planted. Smoke.
Fala onde que tá o cara, velho.
Terrorists win. These fellas are gonna regret waking up this morning. Throwing smoke. Grenade out. Decoy. Throwing smoke. Incendiary. Smoke. Throwing a grenade. Counter-terrorists win. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Pode me deixar a pistola, tô de alp.
Come on, chop, chop. Throwing fire. Decoy.
B.
Incendiary out. Grenade.
Último B.
Throwing fire. Flashbang. Counter-terrorists
Pegar o
win. Get right on, get right on.
Vou B solo de volta.
Go, go, go. Throwing fire. Throwing fire. Incendiary out. Flashbang. Counter-terrorist. Stuff. Together we can do this. Guys, I tell you, we kill them all. We will stop your little scout. Throw the decoy.
Meu Deus, tira ele pro lado, caralho.
Activating the bomb. Bomb has been planted. Bomb has been defused. Counter-terrorists win. This is our fight. Throwing smoke. I'm throwing a grenade.
Tá perto, tá perto.
I'm throwing fire. Counter-terrorists win.
Tenta do cara, velho.
Let's go.
Abre.
Decoy.
Acho que tem um B. Tem um B, tem um B, tem um B, tem um B. Tem um B, um A. Vem pá, o cara tá avançando de full alto lá. Clear, clear.
Tira a cara.
Tira a cara, tira a cara, tira a cara.
Tecado. Tecado, fundo, tecado. Vai abrir, vai abrir.
Vai passar.
Passou.
Bora.
Terrorists win.
Matei um, agora vai. Já cai no chão. Vai trabalhar no meio, vai esmocar a porta do neto.
Deve ter nada que tá falando. Pode puxar pro baixo.
Lá no altar.
Counter-terrorists win. Now is the time.
Puxa escuro baixo, velho. Puxou fundo.
Abre o buraco.
Counter-terrorists win.
Joga com calma aí, time. Não vou rushar muito nos caras não. Espera eles errarem.
We must work together. Let's throw the flashbang. Throw the flashbang. Throw the flashbang.
Mas é isso aí, rapaziada. Só joga com calma, cara. Calma, tô chegando no fundo.
I'm planting the bomb.
Tem, meu. Mas, rapaziada, é isso aí, rapaziada. Só joga com calma. Não precisa sair correndo os primeiros segundos de round. Os caras tão avançando, eles são bobos.
Fundo avançou. Fundo avançou, fundo avançou.
Por meio.
Acho que só um B, eu acho, hein, rapaziada. Se pegar meio, são meio. Vai ver, vai ver, vai ver. Vai ver, vai ver.
Matei ele.
Tá bom nesse último. Tá meio. Tá meio também. CT. Nice, rapaziada. É isso aí, vamos. Vambora, porra.
Um B.
Boa.
Pegou B minha.
Peguei desde meio.
Então, CT.
Ele não tava quebrado?
Não, eu vi a perna dele.
Ah,
Ele tava lá em cima, tá ligado?
sim.
Eu acho que tá CT o último também.
Tá meio. Vai ter da porta aqui.
Nice.
Não.
Vambora, time. Vambora, é isso aí. Continua jogando com calma, rapaziada. Não precisa se afobar e se apavorar.
Aí ele ia ganhar porque tá com ilha.
Eu acho que tem 4 lá, né? Eu só vi passar um. Só vi passar um no B, né? Passou B. Matou. Vira pra B.
Tem meio.
É scout, entra assim mesmo.
Dois meio, correram.
Nice. Isso aí, rapaziada. Vambora. Só mais dois. Dropei a cair, velho. Verde, AK atrás de você. Verde, AK no chão, verde. Vem atacar. Verde. Aí, verde. Boa, verde. Vai pro caminho. Boa. Mais no meio, não. Matou,
Tem dois
boa.
down, dois down.
É, B, só B.
Dois down alto.
Boa, só. Nice, time, isso aí. Só mais um pra fechar. Sem se afobar, mantenha calma aí, marca as posições e comunica. Nice, isso aí. Pra dar avanço B aqui, mano. Pode ter avançado varanda. Tem 2 pro B ainda, mano. Não voltou do B.
Um B escuro alto. Recua.
Vou pegar C4. Boa, perdão.
Um escuro alto B. Ele recua pro B. Ele não pegou a W, tava DP90.
Calma, rapaziada, não entrega, só não entrega. Vambora, rapaziada, boa.